Hello, everyone. This show tonight, I was just going to make a little infomercial, basically. But the more I thought about it, the more rattled I became. And I think I know that I feel an obligation to expose this manipulative, disgusting career criminal who has infiltrated our true crime communities. As you recall, this individual boasted that he was the number 5, again, the number 5 ranking member of a white supremacist organization while in prison. Now, being in law enforcement as long as I was in law enforcement, I dealt with some of these organizations. The outlaw biker gang, the one percenters, often flew. It's called their colors. So when you see a biker, an outlaw biker, or any biker in general that's got patches all over their jackets, those are referred to as colors. And on a lot of these biker jackets, they have the Nazi symbols, they have the lightning bolt Aryan symbols that represent the most horrific acts ever, in my opinion, human history. And that's the Holocaust, where 6 million plus Jewish people were walked into gas chambers, executed, their belongings taken, their gold caps taken off their teeth. That was even a money-making event for Nazi Germany. Just the gold from people's teeth that were hacked out. And today, we still have these fuckers walking amongst us with the same beliefs. We have a rather new creator that just kind of emerged recently. And he's infiltrated just about every show there is. And he plays the heartstrings on us.
I was a convicted felon. I spent 28 years in prison. And now I'm reformed. And I just want to tell my story. I'm so blessed to be with you all tonight. I'm such a blessed man to have my wife and everything that I have now. I'm just blessed to be able to be here tonight with you all.
And I said from the very beginning when this guy surfaced, this guy is bad news. Then he sends me an email. First he blasts me, then 15 minutes later he sends me another email apologizing and saying that he wants to get along and all this stuff. He even talks about that email and how we had dialogue together. And we were cool, according to him. I never stepped off that freaking fence post, though. But this guy has pulled the wool over everyone, not me. He came into my show, and I gave him a chance, and he left that show and went right over to another show. And when I called him out on being on this show, he backstroked, said basically he was just fooling us. He was just messing with us. Last night's show started blowing my email up. And yes, it was the same exact email as before. Same exact email that he confirmed that he had conversation with me on during a live. I was calling him out last night because of a lie that he told. And that lie was that he, post being released from prison, he's out on parole. And for those who don't know, when you're on parole, that's way more stringent than probation. Okay? You violate parole, you're not allowed to have any negative contact with police or get into any trouble. Your ass is going right back. This man has diarrhea of the mouth so bad that he lets his mouth run and he doesn't think about what he's saying. He makes up the story that he was in Walmart, and he's trying to establish or lay a foundation for all of us to understand how bad his temper is and how he has to curtail himself, and he loses it often. But don't ever talk about his family because it's on. For the record, never said ne'er a bad thing about his wife. I think she's a lovely lady. I think she can do much better. So he tells his story, and I'm just laughing my ass off because I know that he's full of shit. So he tells his story, spins it. He was in a Walmart, and somebody bumped into his wife with a shopping cart. Gets in an argument with the guy. It turns into a struggle. They call the cops, and the cops come there and shoot him in the leg. Talks about this again. Even confirms it again on another show. That he did, in fact, say that. But he goes, how does he know that I didn't go through another panel on parole and have to get released? Not going to happen. If you're engaging in an act where the cops got to shoot you, chances are, if it was accidental, you'd have a lawsuit and you'd be talking about it. A. B. You wouldn't be getting out of prison again because that's negative contact. C. I know where he's lived, so I checked all media outlets. I even have a friend that's a bigwig with Walmart and LP. He's like, I never heard of it. Just Google it. Just Google Alfred Hayes. That's his name. He tells you his name. Shot in Walmart. That would be front page news, everyone. They'd have the media there. He's full of shit. So I called him out. Backstroking again. Oh, yeah, he mentions it again, kind of nonchalantly. So when I bring it up last night, he's blowing my email up, and I start to read the email, and I'm like, look, dude, I've given you your shot. You ain't ever coming on this show again. Ever, ever, ever. Blowing my email up. Bring me up. Bring me up. You know, nope, not going to happen. You blew your wad, AR. So I didn't pay any attention to the emails after I blew him off, but they kept coming. I brought up the fact that he said he was number 5 in a white supremacist, largest white supremacist group or something like that, he said, in the nation. Number 5, or can't remember if he said, I've got it. I got to review it. I didn't have time to download it for the show. But anyway, you've got, first of all, if you have a man that says he was number 5 in a white supremacist organization, are you going to allow him on your show? Because I can tell you, you don't just walk away from those organizations. It's not that easy. It's a gang. It's an enterprise. It's a criminal enterprise as well. So, this man boasts about being the number 5. I wasn't just anybody. I was number 5. He says it multiple times. Is he sending subliminals out there to recruit people? I mean, I'm not paranoid here, but I know how this works. And you got Cluminati bringing him in like he's the next Messiah. Dago, next Messiah. Dinky's the next Messiah. All these people are entertaining this guy, letting him come in and take over their panels with his bullshit. It's comical, y'all. Cluminati already said some pretty homophobic things. Called one of my team members a lesbian. Screamed it at her like it was a crime. Can't say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. $6 million people died. And this MFer brags about these tattoos he has. And he says in the email, after I bring it up, and I wear my bolts proudly. So what does that mean, y'all? Everybody opine, you know, my favorite word is opine. Wrap your head around what that meant. Does that mean he's no longer a part of that organization? I still wear them proudly. Oh, you'll see the email. Chaos, you'll know what a bolt is here in a minute. I'm about to show everyone. I want some people to get on. We've already got almost 200 people in here. I want as many people in here as possible to expose this absolute dirt bag POS. I hear that old Clue did she's doing an emergency show right now. Is this for deflection purposes? She trying to save herself for allowing this man to parade himself on their channel, because I would never allow some man who says that he was number 5 in that organization to be on my show again. Ever, ever, ever. Sergeant Friday, aren't you Jewish? I think you said you were Jewish. I can't confirm that. I'm hot, y'all. I'm pissed. I'm freaking pissed. So what do you do? What do you do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to address it. And I would suspect that a lot of people will be pretty pissed. To allow a man who said and boasted, he boasted that he was number 5. Can't stress that enough. In ranking. He was a member of rank in that organization. I've got a former prison guard here who's probably very versed on the Aryan nation and white supremacists within the prison system. That's Texas Ranger. And we're going to have him up on panel tonight to talk about that a little bit. You see, they work in numbers. They don't care if you're a squirrely little 5'0" 135-pound little weasel. You can still hold a shank. You can wield it. You can inflict some pain. You can take a life. Power by numbers. So I'm going to educate you a little bit for those who don't understand what bolts are. So if you've ever watched a movie depicting the war in Nazi Germany, you'd often see 2 lightning bolts, patches on their uniforms. I'm going to read a little bit to you here. Sorry, y'all. I'm so freaking pissed. All right. These are what you'll see he refers to. So, in prison life, when you're a part of that organization, you have these tats somewhere on your body, usually very visible. I actually interviewed a guy that wanted a job here at my business, and I saw the tats. And he says to me, "Yeah, I was young when I did that." I said, "Well, when did you get out of prison?" He goes, "How did you know I was in prison?" I said, "Because those are prison tats." I was nice to him, but I blew him off. He didn't get the job. Alternate names for these are cracker bolts, SS lightning bolts, Schutzstaffel, SS of Nazi Germany. The SS, led by Heinrich Himmler, Do you all know who that was? I think you do. If you don't, look in your history books. Maintained the police state of Nazi Germany. Its members range from agents of the Gestapo to soldiers of the Waffen armed SS to guards at concentration and death camps. The SS symbol is derived from the Sawilo, or sun, rune, a character in the pre-Roman runic alphabet associated with the S sound. The Nazis derived many of their symbols from such pre-Roman images because the Sawilo rune resembles the lightning bolt with flat ends instead of pointed ends. The SS symbol has come to be associated with a lightning bolt image. I'm reading this slow for a reason. Following World War II, the SS Bolt symbol was adopted by white supremacists and neo-Nazis worldwide. Most white supremacists use the Nazi form as two bolt-like images with flattened ends. However, sometimes the symbol may have pointed bottom ends or pointed tops and bottoms. These variants of the SS bolts are most frequently associated with prison tattoos, of which he says he wears proudly. Just last night. The SS bolts are typically used as a symbol of white supremacy, but there is one context in which it's not necessarily always so. Decades ago, some outlaw biker gangs appropriated several Nazi symbols related, including the SS symbols, essentially as shock symbols or symbols of rebellion or non-conformity. Thus, the SS bolts, in the context of outlaw biker subcultures, does not necessarily denote actual adherence to white supremacy. However, because there are a number of racist and full-blown white supremacists within the outlaw biker subculture, sometimes it actually is used as a symbol of white supremacy. Often, the intended use and meaning of the SS bolts in this context is quite ambiguous and difficult to determine. Now, we'll talk about biker gangs again. So, the Boot Hill Saloon, right here in Daytona Beach, world-renowned biker bar. Bike week, everybody's got to go to the Boot Hill, right? Probably, arguably, the most famous biker bar in the world. You walk in the front doors, and it says, no colors. Big sign. Now, what that means is they don't want any 1%ers in there. 1%ers, outlaw biker gang, Hells Angels, Bandinos, gangs like that. They don't want them. Do not come into our bar. Just down the street years ago, and I was part of the SW to take them down, the Outlaws had an actual clubhouse. That's another story. But it's kind of a twofold thing. Yeah, it means no flying your colors. But subliminally, it was a message of racism that meant no colored people, no black people. But they could get away with it because they said no colors. Twofold. That's the truth. So here's some images. These are jailhouse tattoos, prison tattoos. This is just an image. This is what they look like, y'all. And old AR has those on his body. And he proudly wears them. So, here is the end of the rather long email dialogue that I had. And I'm just going to focus on the end because the rest matters not. See this, folks? This is after I discussed what he really stood by. And I wear my lightning bolts proudly. So what do y'all think about that? This man doesn't literally walk amongst us, but he's on somebody's show every day. Multiple shows every day. I'm pretty pissed. And then you got old Stevie Irwin trying to get in here. Created another name. Bye-bye, Stevie Irwin. You're a joke. These people can't handle it. They can't handle that someone is questioning their shows. Questioning what they say, challenging what they say, and 100% of the time debunking what they say. They can't handle it. So I'm going to open up my StreamYard here. First, I want Texas Ranger to come in here. Rachel, you can come in too if you want to. There's the link. And anyone else that would like to come in and talk about this topic. I know I've got some Jewish people in here. I've got some Jewish members of my family by marriage. And I grew up in an ALF. That's assisted living facility for those that don't know. My grandmother owned one. And I got to meet some really, really cool people. People from the late 1800s. people that went through this war. We had a school teacher that survived the camps. By just 2 days, she survived the camps. Her name was Natalie. Used to read me books all the time. So wonderful woman. I feel violated, y'all. I'm sorry. I just kind of feel violated. I hope you all feel the same way. It's just sickening to me. Ranger, you in there?
Yeah, buddy, I'm here.
Hey, bud. So what do you think, man?
He's
So
a little weasel,
so
man.
what I want you to talk about, Texas, is you worked in the prisons for a long time. You retired. So talk about the Aryan Nation. Talk about that culture. Tell us some of your experiences.
To be honest with you, I didn't see a whole lot of them. The main thing I seen was MS-13. And
Right. Well, that's a demographic you're in.
Right. And, now I do have a relative that was locked up, and he went to the Odinist way.
Right.
For protection. The ones that can't protect themselves, they run to them for protection.
Exactly.
That's all it is. He was never number 5 on anything. There's no way.
No. More bullshit.
How long has he said he was locked up?
I think he said 28 years.
Yeah. He also said, I watched something earlier, and he said something about he was in a Texas prison. Well, I got news for him. If he was in a Texas prison, it wasn't a state-run one. It was probably a private one with a bunch of dorms. He's nothing. Just a little weasel. That's it. Most of them, the ones that I have dealt with, most of them, don't they shave their heads, or have real short hair.
Mm-hmm.
I never seen no tats on him, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But usually the big ones, they'll wear them and they'll display them proudly. The guys on the MS-13, man, they wear area codes tattooed on their forehead, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of that. A lot of San Antonio area codes. I think it's 210 is San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole different world out there. When them gates shut behind you, it's business.
Right.
I think we had about 3,500 convicts and maybe 200 bosses.
Right.
So they basically run the system. We had a guy. I worked in administrative segregation, and we had a MS-13 member that was a high-ranking official, an old guy. He was probably, I would say, in his 50s, maybe early 60s. He ran that whole prison from Ad Seg, and he only got out an hour a day for rec by himself.
Mm-hmm.
They had tenders that would take him, like feed him his food and stuff in his house, and he would pass notes, to whoever was on the outside, whoever it was. We never did find out who exactly it was, but Yeah, he ran the whole prison from
Right.
from his cell. You know, I ain't
Right.
never seen no white boys do that. You know, most of them are little hooligans, you know, little thugs that don't, you know, that just do little nitpicky things to get under your skin.
Mm-hmm.
I put a few of them on the wall because of it. You know, they're just little thugs. Back in the day when it was real, you know, it was totally different. But these new guys now, they're nothing. They just run to them for protection. You know, and he's that type.
Right.
You know, he's just a little weasel. But
well, you know, it was insane to me when I went through my emails and I saw it. So I wanted to share it because I think it's important that people know that a man like that is kind of poking around in all these shows and spreading whatever he's trying to spread.
a bunch of falsehoods about himself.
Right. So yeah, I don't know.
You know, DJ, I've seen it a lot. You know, I can't really explain it, but I can tell they play mind games. They've got nothing else better to do.
Right.
They got 24 hours a day to figure out things that they want to do. They got nothing else. And so that's how they plan stuff, you know, to start running game. That's and they learn from each other and everything else. He's just running a game. That's it. You know, like I said, he's nothing. Trying to make himself out to be something.
Right.
You know, and a lot of people fall for it because they haven't seen that.
No.
You know, I seen it every day.
Right.
But it's pathetic. But they actually run the prison, you know. The guards don't run it.
Right.
And that's one reason I had to get out of there. You know, I did my 20 and was done. You know, I could have went back. I told them, no, I'm not going to do that. They put cameras in and everything else. And, you know, cameras wasn't my friend.
Right.
So,
What's up, John?
What's up, guys? So I got Rachel and Frank in here. And so what's up? What do you guys think?
Well, first off, John, I really want to thank you for Tuesday. It was amazing for you to check up on me.
Right on. You got it, man. So no worries.
You know, it sounds really familiar because I sent you just an email on a guy that used to be a bodyguard for Bill Clinton, and he ruled a motorcycle club called No Surrender here in the Netherlands. And just as a ranger was saying, the entire system is exactly the same here. They bribe prison guards, but not only that, they have like one of the world's most biggest traffic rings here. And honestly, it's crazy. That we have like also an Indonesian motorcycle club. It's called Sadudara, which means one blood apparently. I'm not Indonesian, so I don't speak that. But they're all the same. And these are the 1% motorcycle clubs that are all banned here right now. So Hell's Angels is not allowed here anymore. All those. But back in the day when they were allowed, I went to a couple of their parties, and it was party hardcore, trust me. But the violence is uncanny. And most of them are pretty neat dudes. But as soon as you go under that underneath layer, like the inner circle, yeah, then it's not a-okay.
Right. Well, you know, it's pathetic to me. It really is.
So tell me about a guy. Because I saw him last time on your live, that AR Hayes.
There's really not much to say. I mean, it is what it is.
But
The guy
I thought
comes
like,
out,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
the guy comes out and he's like, I want to show a different perspective of, you know, I want to talk about my life and talk about the prison life and talk about how I've changed. I want to educate people, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, threw up red flags immediately for me.
Well, you should know that.
Because why? Why? You know, it's I'll tell you why. Because it's an opportunity for a man who probably has no skill set, really. He says, you know, it's hard to get a job, but you know what? He can come on to a platform and manipulate people, and potentially make money.
He's probably
So-
running contraband.
Who knows? We can all speculate on that, you know, but
Well, see, it's a good thing that YouTube updated their policies.
right.
But
So, Rachel, what do you think
About what?
about the whole AR thing?
I think that gumless son of a bitch needs to take his ass elsewhere.
I was gonna say last time, it's
Oh,
like,
wait a
didn't he
minute.
have a tooth?
Not gumless, toothless.
A
My
toothless,
bad.
yeah.
I kept on thinking of his gums. I couldn't help it.
Right.
I'd
I
like
wonder
to
if
grab
they
him by
yanked
the
his
nose
tooth-
rings.
I wonder if they yanked his teeth out so he could do better in the moonlight.
Oh, I don't know. But you know what? It's hilarious to me that they would entertain this guy for as long as they have and then keep entertaining him after he even announced that he was number 5 in a heinous organization like that.
What does that even mean, number 5?
The pecking order. President, vice president,
fair.
down the line. Whatever their ranking structure is.
No
You know,
way.
chief,
Nah, I'm not buying it.
you know,
No way.
down that. And he boasted about it. He gloated on it.
And he's saying that only because he got those tattoos?
No, he's saying that because he boasted about it, and I called him out for boasting about it the other day, and then he sends me an email saying that he flies those bolts proudly or something to that effect. I showed it a little bit ago.
Yeah. How much years did he?
I think he said 28. Might have been 26 or 28. I can't remember exactly.
That's an old school dude.
Yeah,
I
right.
don't see it. I don't see it. I don't. If he did, he had to go in when he was, 17, 18 years old.
Did he ever say where he was in for?
He was involved in a huge criminal enterprise. He talked about it one day. It was a fencing organization, racketeering, all kinds of stuff. He talked about. He didn't go into detail, but of course, I didn't get to ask all the questions I wanted to ask. So, it's just pathetic to me that the man is able to infiltrate and exist amongst all of us.
DJ, did he
I
tell
don't.
you he was in a federal pen?
Yeah. Said he was on federal parole.
Well, he
Well,
didn't say nothing about being in a federal pen on the video that I seen.
Right. Right.
He
So
said he was just over the state line in one of our units, but we got one in Texarkana that's pretty bad, but I don't know if I don't see him being in there. That's for G5s mainly, G5s and P5s.
well, we can look up if we know his real name. We can look him up. Maybe we can even get a fancy mugshot.
It's not even worth it.
Nah, I know,
It's not worth. He's already doxed himself and talked about this stuff, so it's not. He says 90% of it. He's told the truth on, but really,
but
If he
not.
if he is not,
if he was actually locked up, I could run him. But since he's out, I can't.
Yeah, no, it's no big deal.
but just like John is saying, what is the point?
Yeah. The only point that concerns me right now is who he says he is and what he's about. And he's still proud of it.
Oh, he's now saying that, really?
Yeah, just last night.
And you know what's funny about it? Most of them you won't say a word about what their past.
But did that channel where he was on, did he or she condone that?
No, he was trying to get in my chat or my channel last night, and I wouldn't let him in because I called him out. Of course, he was watching. I called him out for, the whole "I got shot in Walmart" post being out on parole. So,
Yeah.
All right, so I'm seeing some shit in chat right now. I guess some people are saying that they have some letter saying that I left the police department after an internal investigation.
Oh, is that so, John? I guess I should interview you.
What else,
they can
guys?
type up
What's that?
I haven't seen that.
They can type up any kind of letter on any kind of letterhead, huh? They think they're gonna type up a fake letter and pass that off.
I seized an opportunity and took it.
These people are hilarious.
I've never been fired from a job in my life. I certainly wasn't involved in anything at my police department that would have gotten me fired. Nothing like that. So they can spew anything they want. They can have any letter they want. It doesn't matter to me. That shit is just them trying to again end my show. That doesn't hurt me at all. Anything you say about that kind of crap. Yeah, it's funny because I just went to my police reunion. It's on my Facebook.
Didn't they refire you?
You think if I was like some kind of embarrassment and I was fired from a police department, or there was an internal investigation and I left because of an internal investigation, you think that I would go to my reunion every year?
Well, if you're ballsy.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you think that I would go and put together a huge organized retail crime case with my former department and take down multiple stores in my new position in the corporate arena? That makes a lot of sense, y'all. So they can say and spew whatever they want. You know how many times officers that are in specialized units like street crimes and things like that have to go to IAD for whatever? Cops.
IAD?
Everybody in this room realizes how many times you've had to explain being a cop and going into a special unit and then doing something else with your life. Now we got trolls coming in here wanting you to explain it all over again.
But that is YouTube.
You're gonna have to pull out the plaques again. Why don't you just go to an older show and let him explain it?
Well, hey, well, at least if they're confirming I was a cop, at least they can say I was a cop now.
Go to one of the other shows and hit rewind as many times as you need to get it through your thick skull.
Right. Well, you know, DJ, I know you left the force. I don't know about where you're at in Florida, but here in Texas, man, the state don't pay worth a flip.
I made $18,500 a year.
Wow.
You heard me. I did a show on my first wife that had pheochromocytoma. And pheochromocytoma is a cancer that attaches itself to your adrenal glands. You heard my son come on here. She died from it. You heard my son, my oldest son, come on here, my oldest child, and talk about what we went through with her. And she was very violent. It was always a contentious time with her. And I finally filed for divorce, went through a bitter custody battle. She was going after my pension. Wow. I had an opportunity and I left. I took a hiatus until that position opened up, and I took that position. So I've told that story before, and it's the same story I've always told. So,
well, if it is the truth, there's no point in lying, is it?
No. So I don't know. I don't care if they have any kind of letter from whatever entity.
See, all of this
does not matter.
All of this bullshit was started by T-Rev because T-Rev got pissed off because John started his own show. So he wanted to say, the guy says he's a detective and he's not, and I busted his butt.
You know what's funny though is
big shot like, ooh, he's got the scoop on Detective John, when it was really because he was jealous. Because when we was all coming into that room and John wasn't on the panel, it was like, where's John? Everybody was asking where John was. And you could see the red start at this dude's neck and creep all the way up his face. It pissed him off so bad.
But why do you think that is? Because John is actually knowledgeable about the stuff that he's talking about.
So he wanted to create this lie that John lied about being a detective. Now all his little minions wanted to believe it. And I mean, the dude is so full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
I showed him one of my academy certificates.
I'm actually in talks now with a former chief, my original chief, that handled, one of the most prolific serial killers in my area, which was Gerald Stano. He wrote a book.
I was going to say, are you going to have Bob Mott on? You already talked to him.
So, and the thing about T-Rev is he knows the story. I told him the story. I told him everything about why I left the department. And I talked to him about my wife. You see, that was one of those situations where, you try to keep it together. I'm that guy. I'm that man that was balled up in a little ball, and his wife was beating the shit out of him. My son even talks about it. My son says clearly, she beat the shit out of my dad.
See, and so, in all honesty, John, guys like you should be talking about this more, because it's a crime as well, and people are ashamed of it. Yeah. And it shouldn't be even a point of discussion. It should be really talked about.
Right. You know, and apparently T-Red's out there running his mouth now. He already knew why I left the police department. So I don't know why it's any kind of a surprise. I've told everybody why I left. I had an opportunity and I left. I was not fired. I was not going to be fired for anything. I was in CID.
And he's
You
giving
know,
you backfire because of your backstory?
It was, trust me, if you got somebody that's offering you a position that the next fiscal year was going to come open that I needed to take, I took it. I filed for divorce and I laid low and took the job in the fiscal year when it opened up.
How long were you in how long were you a police officer? Oh, you were technically a homicide detective, right?
I was homicide, but most of my career was in narcotics. Really, everybody tries to strive to be in narcotics because it's so damn exciting and all this stuff. If I had to do it all over again, I would have never went into narcotics because it's just not a good place to be. At least it wasn't back then. It's even worse now, I think, with meth. I didn't think anything would be worse than crack cocaine, but meth is 100,000 times worse.
I could not imagine.
So, yeah. So, you know, if they think for 1 minute that I give two shits about what they're saying, nice try.
It's all about self-worth.
Matter. You know, it does not matter, will not matter. Bye-bye. Who cares? I told my story. My son told my story. We talked about everything that happened back then. It was a very, very tough time in all of our lives. And when we found out later why Angela was doing the things she was doing, it was because she had 2 tumors this big attached to the top of her kidneys, wrapped around her adrenal glands, and they would cause adrenaline to just spontaneously dump into her body, and she would lose her mind. She threw a peanut. She's gone now. I can tell this story. She threw a peanut butter jar across the room and hit my son in the head with it. All kinds of things happened that I could write a book about.
Okay.
And I swore that I would one day try to do something to generate awareness for pheochromocytoma. And we have one of our mods that's actually got it. And she sent me a heartwarming response when we did that show. So that just shows how evil these people are.
Yeah.
It doesn't diminish anything that I've done in my past as a law enforcement officer. Not at all. In fact, you've often heard me say, you know, there's much more qualified people out there than I am. I went from that into a private sector position where I made $125,000 a year. I worked very closely with those same officers that I worked with for over a decade. And we put together great cases. Actually, you heard my ex-wife talking about it the other day, where we took down several fencing organizations. I coordinated that with the department, 2 departments actually, and we took them down. So, you know, it's just unbelievable to me that people try to discredit somebody for what? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing nefarious, nothing criminal, nothing anything.
You know, I mean, me and you know this as the best, right? I mean, we are the kind of channels that rebut against the bigger channels. I mean, we call them out. We do not give a crap.
Right.
But the thing is that when you have people on that tell their story and it comes actually out of their heart, those are the people that they target.
Exactly.
And it's
Exactly.
sad.
Exactly. Here you have, every other creator, it seems like, is a major convicted felon of some kind of a, crime. And, I bring a perspective because I worked in it for a long time. I worked in it in the private sector, and I can bring, when I went to the private sector, getting the job that I got secondary, my second major job in my life, was more difficult than getting hired on the police department, because I had to work with major HIPAA laws. I had access to all kinds of classified, internal information. I had access to people and their information in a database. So it was like applying for the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
But these people are just stupid.
They are. I mean, that's an easy to make establishment right there.
I mean, it's just so, guys, I don't care. At least we can establish that. If they think they have something, well, they're confirming that I was a cop.
I mean, that is the thing. What I'm not getting is that when you say something, right, you show so much expertise just by talking. Who are these people then saying that you need to perform some sort of evidence? What do they need?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're a joke. They're a joke. They hate so bad, and Rachel knows too. They hate so bad, and thank you, as seen by a subscriber, that somebody can actually challenge their BS every day, that they've been coming after me for months now.
Well,
Absolute months.
It's like this. They don't know shit about true crime. They don't know shit about police procedure. They don't know shit about the law. They don't know shit about court proceedings. They don't know the difference between a coroner, a medical examiner, and a forensic pathologist. Right. They don't know the damn difference between a full-blown forensic autopsy and a damn death certificate.
Right.
These are the people that have true crime channels and think they can talk about it like they know something about it.
And therefore,
I do.
Rob's got half of his subscribers thinking the Ninja fucking Turtles committed the Idaho 4.
Right.
Now we're talking about this though. I need to apologize to one of your mods because I remember last time that you were in my live, and I did actually apologize. So
no,
truth
you
exposed.
didn't.
No, I did.
Apologize.
No.
He sort of, in a way, did.
Yeah, I did.
He told me to
officially apologize.
I'm way too proud to apologize. But I did.
Listen.
Don't argue. Just admit.
But don't
just
be
admit
so proud.
No,
let me tell him something. I'm going to tell you something. It takes a bigger man to say, holy shit, I was reading a cattle study. I was wrong. And the only reason I was correcting you is because it was on a video. It's better me to correct you than some dumbass, right? I wouldn't be rude. I wouldn't be rude. I was trying to help you out. You're the one that got defensive and rude.
See, my comment section is 9 out of 10 times only negativity. So I'm kind of prepared.
I didn't. Well, see, there's no way I could have. I don't know how to DM or PM or none of that. I didn't know your email address, or I would have done it that way. But I tried to tell you, look, I'm not being an asshole. I'm just telling you, you know.
I did post it too fast.
Somebody else calls you out on it, you might want to, you know.
You were right. I did post it too fast, but I guessed, that proved my point, you know. So that's kind of what I wanted.
Right.
But thank you.
Bless your heart. Next time you're following science, baby, read past the first paragraph.
I know.
I mean, it's not that hard. And thank you for your apology. It does take a big man to say, hey, look, I'm wrong and I'm sorry. A much bigger man. You can be you know, you can either be looked at as proud and egotistical and can never admit when you're wrong, or you could be a bigger guy and get a lot more, show a lot more integrity. In other words,
Right.
I want
Right.
your channel to do good, Frank. I mean, I was one of your first subscribers.
Well, thank you.
I mean,
It really means a lot.
I was subbed when you had like 50 subs.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's not like I dislike you. It's just, you know, I was trying to help you out, and I don't know how I came across a different way than I was trying to help you out, but you did. You took me wrong. But
No,
you
it
know,
was a good
I pre-
argument all that we had. It was a good discussion.
oh yeah, I've got it saved. It's beautiful.
All right, let's move on. So
But
Frank admits that he
Yeah.
cited the wrong information and
yeah,
he corrected him, and he's cool
we
with that.
buried the hatchet. I'm done.
All right, cool. So apparently they're over there. You know, when we had that discussion the other night on well, it's been a couple weeks now, Clue's show, and we all came to this agreement. Nobody was gonna bash anybody anymore, yada yada yada. I was clearly holding my ground against 7 people and told them, hey, look, you know, if you get out there and you spew lies, I'm gonna take what you say and I'm gonna dissect it and I'm gonna debunk it.
Mm-hmm.
But what I won't do is I won't need to draw attention to it anymore because you're already exposed. So I agree that we won't do any of that anymore. And you know what? At the end of the show, it was great. It was a kumbaya moment. And then they leave and go right over to Dinky's show and start the same shit. So I sent Clue a message in her chat. She never responded to. And I said, hey, look, I'm just letting you know. I held my end of the bargain. But your other panel guest decided they didn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
So there are also, because they're being called out for it, because there's people that know the truth. So they're being called on it and they're trying to fight against that, saying that never happened. That's total bullshit. So anyway, back to me, and I've talked about this. When they brought up, you know, back, you kept seeing them flash these charges in 1997 that were null prost. Do you know what null prost means?
No.
It means they were thrown out.
Ah.
So with prejudice, null prost, because my ex-wife, because when she threw a peanut butter jar at my kid's head, I got custody, and she was desperate. So she told a big lie, and she got caught in the lie. And they wanted me to actually press charges on her for filing a false police report. And I refused because I didn't want my kids to go through that nonsense and see their mother in more trouble than she already was. So,
see, besides that, you all.
It's tough for me to talk about, y'all, because she's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And the most troubling time in my life was when I gave up on my marriage, because I was a cop. I couldn't be having this stuff going on with her all the time. She took my 357 at the time, and she locked herself in the bathroom. She blew the back of my toilet bowl off. I went through hell, y'all. And I had to make a move. And I had the opportunity. I made the move. All that stuff was null prost. And I moved on. And I took a much better position. And her and I remained friends. I was holding her hand when hours before she took her last breath. And she looked at me and she said, John, you're a good man. And I said, I'm sorry. And she said, you have nothing to be sorry for. I'm sorry. I said, no, it wasn't your fault. I'm going to get emotional, y'all. I'm going to try not to, but I did a show on it.
Go on, my man.
And, you know, for those reasons, I chose to move on to a better career. And I was going to be a single dad, for lack of a better word. If I'm going to be a single dad, it's hard for me to be a single dad and be a cop. I need a 9-to-5 job.
You need a job you're going to know you're going to come home.
That's not dangerous,
from.
right? And I was in for a huge battle. And in the very end of everything, because my son, my oldest son, was being just brain manipulated. Your dad's going to take you away from me and all this stuff. And I saw what it was doing to him. I decided to just share custody. And that's what we did.
Hey, John.
And my son even says, Dad, in that show, because Dad, you made that happen. Because he knew how bad I could have hurt her. And for these fuckers to take something like that and spin it into something nefarious when it's not, when I've already talked about it, I've already said why I left the department. The main reason was an offer that I had. I was damn sure going to leave. So these people are just sickening, disgusting, pathetic losers.
But why do you think? Why would they use that against you?
Because they want to discredit that I was a good cop. They want to say I was a bad cop. They want to say anything to discredit me.
Twisted, and look how they've twisted it, everything with the Idaho 4 case. They
Right.
don't like John, so they're going to twist everything he says too. And John, you need to take Teresa off a block because evidently she got blocked too.
Teresa who?
Teresa. T-R-E-E.
Oh, Teresa.
S-A-H.
When did she get blocked?
The same time we lost our wrenches.
Okay. I can't do it now, but tell her I will go in and unblock her.
Okay. Well, she can hear you, I'm pretty sure.
Teresa, I'll have to go in. I can't do it right now and unblock you.
See,
but yeah, I mean it doesn't and I've addressed it multiple times. So now because they I have to see the letter because I don't believe anybody would release a letter like that. Makes no sense.
A letter like what?
They're saying that they have a letter saying that I left over an internal investigation, and that 100,000% is not true. So
bullshit.
Yeah, there's no way I would leave after an internal investigation. So whoever sent that letter or whoever created that letter is a bullshitter.
Well, be kind of odd that he claims all this.
If I see that letter, I will certainly be marching my ass right down to the department. If it came from somebody within the department, there's going to be a huge problem because I don't believe that. But we'll just have to see.
They're just trying to treat you.
You know, it doesn't matter. You know, it wouldn't matter why I left. But the reason why I said I left was because of the reasons I just said. So, you know, I could have went on and went anywhere else and became a cop if I wanted to, up to 5 years later. So these people are just sick.
I mean, that takes some guts to even admit that.
I've already talked about it though. It's not like this isn't like new news. You know, it's not like new news. I've even said, why don't you have a badge? Because I didn't retire, because I left from the department. I don't have a badge. When people wanted me to have a badge, T-Rev was saying I was retired. I said, no, T-Rev, I did not retire. I want to correct you right now. Quit saying I was retired, because I'm not retired.
I think we're all kind of tired of T-Rev instead of retired.
Yeah. Here's a guy that does nothing but want to deflect from his issues of abandoning his two children and his wife, and he owes 52 grand in child support. He tells his entire audience that his wife, current wife, was a prostitute, and he's not going to pay her a dime because she's a drug addict. She came on and clearly said, only thing I've ever done my whole life when I was a kid was weed. She's never done drugs in her life. Now, if you look at that woman and you come to the decision that she was a prostitute, there's something wrong with you. Now, people do clean up, you know, but I would think if my two kids were with a prostitute and I was looking at paying child support, I'd be getting custody, because obviously I would be the better parent. Why didn't you do that, T-Rev? Why haven't you got the DNA test, T-Rev? I mean, I would think that, you know, if I owed $52,000 in back child support and I claimed that those children weren't mine, I'd be getting a DNA test pretty quick. Wouldn't you, Frank?
Yeah, I would. 100%.
If you were a man, Rachel, wouldn't you? Deflection.
Hey, I don't have kids for a reason. I have dogs.
Yeah, those are your kids.
Don't you need to pay dog support?
Oh,
Right,
nobody's going to get my dog.
There's actually custody battles over dogs.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Yeah.
nobody's going to ever get my dog.
But see, that is always what baffled me. I mean, you have a guy like T-Rev, and we have way other big channels. They cover true crime. So you have this guy with, like, I think it was middle in the summer. He was covering Idaho.
Right.
I think he didn't have a shirt on. Well, that was already disturbing.
Right.
But so I watched back later, and he was like doing some spirit box. I was like, hold on, you're covering true crime and then doing this paranormal crap. It's like, why? You know, not that I have anything against it. I just think it was kind of awkward. Yeah, that guy, wow.
So you know, people all have experiences in life, but just own it. You know,
Amen.
I did an entire show. I think it was my second or third show, because my oldest son, is now an alcoholic because of his mother's death. He's never gotten over it. And he came on. I challenge you all to go look at that show. It's all in pink, and it talks about cancer. It says F cancer. And you'll hear my son come on there and talk about the time where we were going through that hell. I had to make a decision. I loved my job. I loved my career. I had a huge, you know, she was in a lot of trouble, because once it was determined that it was a lie, the judge was pissed. He no-prossed the case, and I was pushed really hard to actually, you know, push for file. You know, the department could do it without me, but they didn't, because I begged them not to.
Well, if John knew that his wife had cancer, he would have never left her. She went undiagnosed
I would
for a
have never.
long
I would have
time.
never left her. I was with her for 9 years, y'all. 9 years.
John would have continued taking ass whoopings until, you know. He would have never divorced her if he knew it was a medical reason behind all of that.
I believe that.
I went to work multiple times with black eyes, swollen lips, and I play a lot of ball, so I would lie and say I got hit by a ball, or I was playing with the kids, got headbutted, and all kinds of stuff. But one of my lieutenants, he's kind of like my mentor. He took me wherever he went in the department. He brought me with him. He was like my dad. He pulls me aside one day and he says, "John, what the F is going on?" He says, "I've been through this." He went through a really bad divorce, a violent divorce as well. And I broke down and I told him, and he said, "You have got to get out of this marriage." And I'm like, "Sean, I mean, I got 2 kids." He says, "I don't care." He says, "You've come in multiple times. You need to get out." So he recommended an attorney and another attorney and told me to get them together. And I did. And I filed for a divorce, and I got an injunction for protection. And I threw her out of my house with the injunction of protection for protection. And she knew she was going to lose custody. And, all hell broke loose, and she filed a false police report and said that I was stalking her. And it was an absolute 100,000% lie. And they null pros the case. You look at them, what they're failing to show you is null prosecute, dropped next to them. When you null pros a case, that's pretty bad. That means that there was no case. So it was a rough time for me and my kids and her, but I made the right decision because I knew that I would be in a custody battle, even though I was quite certain I would win. Cops don't typically get custody of their kids because they're cops. So,
is it because of the safety?
Yes, it's because of the shift work, the safety, and I wasn't, in a position to where I could, basically pick a shift that I wanted to work. When you're on patrol, you rotate shifts. So,
see, John, but that is what makes you so genuine.
Well, it's like it's so disheartening that I have to sit here for this 3rd, 4th, 5th time and talk about my dead ex-wife.
I feel you.
To talk about the fact that she was freaking crazy because of what this cancer did to her. Because these monsters out here want to think that, they're going to prove that I was never a cop and I'm a liar and I'm all this stuff.
So hold on.
Because I don't want to talk about my dead ex-wife that I gave up on after 9 years of absolute, well, not all 9, the last 6, first 3 were good. But the last 6, what was happening was the tumors were growing. And in the end, they had wrapped themselves around her adrenal glands. And they're on top of the kidneys.
Mm-hmm.
It's pheochromocytoma. Look it up. Go to my show. Listen to testimony about it. Look at my chat there's people in there that have had it because of my dead wife. She was terminal. Her hip broke running out of a batter's box. Just snapped because it was in her bones. Angela donated herself to science. She traveled to Houston. She traveled to Boston. She was at Gainesville, and they used her for a guinea pig because they didn't know anything about this disease. There were 5 people in North America that had this cancer. And because of her, she's in medical journals. And because of her, they now have genetic tests. They have a simple blood test that will tell you, and it's prominently in women. So a lot of times, and this is why I get so upset when I hear some man accusing a woman of going through PMS and being, a nasty bee. Because it's not always that. It could be this. And now 250,000 people, the last I heard, are being diagnosed with this disease because of her. And if it's caught, it's treatable. She was born with it. It's genetic. She's had it since they think she was about 6 years old that she started having symptoms. And it was so bad. She lived in Indiana, and it was so bad that her psychiatrist told her to get the hell out of Indiana because she was having anxiety attacks all the time. And she had friends that were moving to Florida, and he said, move to Florida with your friends.
And how do you call it again?
Pheochromocytoma. Go into my videos and look through my history, and you'll see the one that says F cancer. It's pink.
I was just wondering if we could put up a link for awareness or something like that.
It's in that. I'm not going to go to the link right now, but people can look it up for themselves. Go look at that show, and it'll explain a lot. And I talk about what I went through when I was in the department. My son talks about it. My son breaks down. He starts crying. He tells the story. So all these jerks out there that want to take a personal event like that and spin it into something that they know nothing about, y'all are pathetic. You're pathetic.
Wow, that's a heavy story. I mean, I cannot even imagine how you could have felt.
Well, it had to be hard for a kid to see his mom go through those rage attacks like that.
2 kids.
And not know what was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's no telling what those kids thought about their mother when it wasn't her fault. And they have to live with that too.
Angela was the most spontaneously funny, jovial, bubbly woman I've ever known. And that's why I fell in love with her. But after about 3 years of marriage, she started having just random, she would be fine. She'd be like I am right now. You walk out of the room, come back in, and her face would be flushed. You could see her carotid artery just slamming, boom, boom, boom. She was hyperventilating. She would go into these panic attacks. I'd taken her to multiple doctors. So the doctor, one of the doctors I took her, it was like, I'm like, help. I'm begging, please help. There's something wrong. And he looks at her and he says, I kid you not, his name was Dr. Levin. He's no longer with us, but he points at her and he says, you're pregnant. says, when was the last time you had your menstrual cycle? He said, well, I mean, it's been a couple months. So let's run some blood tests. And sure enough, she came back pregnant. So that's it. That's it. That's why she's been so crazy lately. It's hormones. Chalk it up to hormones, just like everything else with women. Chalk it up to their hormones.
It's PMS.
So went through the pregnancy, had some bad episodes, but we got through it. Tyler was born. She was breastfeeding, doing everything the right way. And my second born is the prime. And don't get me wrong, I don't regret, and I love him to death. And he's my son, but he wasn't planned. He was one of those, you can't get pregnant if you're breastfeeding babies. So 14 months later, we have back-to-back small kids. And it was really hard on her because I worked all of the time, y'all. When I say all of the time, at the time back then, my base salary was $18,500 a year. I had to work overtime all of the time. And fortunately, I was in a position where I worked at a very, very busy department, spring break capital of the world, bike week, race week. So I had the opportunity to work. If I wanted to work overtime every night, I could. And I damn near did. I was putting over 65, 70 hours a weekend to put a roof. I had a house. I bought a house when I was 22 years old. I had my shit together. And to have these losers say that I'm a hypocrite. They said that you're a hypocrite because you did the same thing that they're accusing T-Rev of. Really? That's another thing. They went in and dug up my divorce and my deposition and my divorce. I had my ex-wife come on the show and debunk everything that they were saying. They're trying to say when I took the job in the private sector, I made $125,000 a year plus bonuses. I made a lot of money. I had a company car, so I didn't even have a car of my own because I could drive that company car anywhere I wanted. All I had to do was pay the mileage on personal stuff. So I got rid of my car. I didn't need it. I hadn't had a car of my own. My fiance had a car, but I hadn't had a car on my own for 11 years. It was great. So Lean Six Sigma comes by, the company gets taken over by another company, and they lay off a bunch of us.
You were part of that.
We got some warning. I got a severance pay. But guess what? I told Lynn, and she was on. Go back and look in the show. I told Lynn, I said, look, I don't know when it's going to happen, but this is 3 months prior. I said, the company's been taken over, and they're doing what's called Lean Six Sigma, which is, for just in layman's term, if you have 100 employees, fire 50 of them, and the 50 will do the work of 100. That's the European model. And that's what all of these stores, all of these places are going to. It's to affect the bottom line. That's what it's for. So people are happy to have their job. They'll do twice the work for the same pay.
That's wild.
What these big corporations are doing. So if you remember, and everybody can relate, if you walked into a Walgreens just 5 years ago, you'd walk in and you'd have a beauty department person, you'd have a photo department person, you'd have an OTC department person, you'd have somebody running stock and helping people, and you'd have 3 or 4 pharmacy techs and the pharmacist, and you'd have 2 people on register. Now you go into a Walgreens, CVS, you'll see somebody at the register, and you might see somebody running stock.
They're like multitasking. They
if
do.
anyone wants anything from those departments, they have to hit a button, and somebody hopefully will come to you sooner or later. That's Lean Six Sigma. Y'all look it up. Educate yourselves, because that's what this country is going to. That's why you don't see, that's why cashiers are going bye-bye and you're having kiosk. They're getting rid of the workforce. So we don't want socialism in this country, but I'm telling you right now, they're going to make it almost impossible not to be socialist, because people won't have work.
See, that is the thing here as well. We have so much work, but people are being paid by the government, and if they get a job, they don't get as much as they got paid by the government. So they just don't do anything.
Right. So these people that are saying that I did the same thing, T-Rip, you think I'm going to go on a show and I'm going to call out somebody that has not paid child support and owes $52,000 in child support if I ever had any time in my life that I actually owe back? I'm that freaking stupid that I would do something like that? Mm-hmm. That's pretty freaking heinously dumb.
True.
So they go in and they pull the deposition, because I had to prove when I lost that job, I had already told Lynn that I was going to probably lose it. I said, don't worry, I won't file for unemployment. I've already got another job lined up. It's half the pay. But until I start my business, which I had planned on starting the business I have now, it's something for me to do. We're going to have to take care of getting insurance and stuff like that, because I can't afford to pay Cobra. So she's like, we'll figure it out. Just keep me posted. 3 months later, bam, it happened. So her and I modified it. We go through it. We look at I do the worksheet, and by golly, I'm paying actually $80 more a month than I was supposed to be paying. We did it ourselves. We didn't have to get any attorneys. We had an agreement, and we did that for 3 years. But my original divorce said that I was to pay $1,000 a month based on my salary then. So fast forward, I'm selling my house, I'm buying another house, and I'm gutting it and remodeling it. And for the financing, the bank wants everything. They want to know how much child support I have to pay, yada, yada, yada. And it would show, based on the paperwork I had, that I had to pay $1,000 a month. So I got to get that fixed, because I'm not paying that now. And it would affect my loan, because my debt to income ratio would be off. So I get with her, like, I gotta file for the modification and go through the court. Contact the court. Court says, you've been in violation for 3 years. Technically, John, you're in contempt. I said, well, what do I need to do? She said, well, just luckily you have all the receipts, you have everything you need. So the calculation was, if I didn't get my approval for modification, then I would have to pay my ex like $36,000. Now, that's not saying that I ever owed child support. It's just saying that if the difference between what I was paying and what the court said I had to pay was that. So I jumped through the whole thing. We have to go to this deposition. I have to disclose every dime that I've spent for the past 6 months. So I bought 2 4-wheelers for my kids that were old, beat up 4-wheelers, by the way. They were $800. I had to repair them. They were 2-strokes. I fixed them, got them running, and I bought a golf cart for them, because we have a big neighborhood and this is a golf cart community. Bought an old golf cart, and it needed 6 new batteries. I had to put $600 into it to get it running. So I talk about that. I have to buy another car. My girlfriend had a Honda CRV, and the job that I took was a commodities broker, and I would be traveling a lot. So the CRV was more practical than anything else. It was a Honda, and it was, it had 100 and something thousand miles on it. So I did that. I bought my girlfriend a car for $5,800. It was an Audi TT. I bought it from a friend of mine, so I got a good deal on it. And that was that. Oh, and I talk about I was in the shower. My kids start screaming. My dog is being attacked by 2 raccoons on my pool deck. The raccoons came through because the dog food was out on the pool deck. I let him eat outside, and he goes out through a dog door, goes to the bathroom, comes back in. Well, the raccoons had cut through my screening on my pool deck, and when he went out there to eat, they're at his dog food eating, and they attack him, and they have him folded up in a corner, and a raccoon's on the top, and almost takes his eye out. I run out. My kids are screaming. I run out of the shower. I don't have time to get dressed. I take a shovel and I smack the piss out of the raccoon. Raccoon runs off. End of story. And it was a funny story during the deposition. So that's all in the deposition. So these people are picking me apart on that.
Be careful. Now you're going to have PETA after you, just so you know.
I kid you not. And they're laughing about it and making jokes about it. So long story short, everything got approved. I got the modification. Bam, bam. Done. Never owed my ex-wife a dime.
Mm-hmm.
She comes on the show, looked like 3 shows back, and she talks about it. That's Lynn. That's my ex-wife. The only one that I ever had to go through anything like that with. She tells the whole story. These people don't care. They're still going to run with the lie, the narrative that they construct.
Yes.
And it's absolutely disgusting to me. But you know what? I'm still here. I don't care what they do. I don't care what they say. I'm still going to fight.
And that is what they are trying to prevent you from doing.
They want to shut me down so bad that they want to bring stuff like that up. And you got a guy that owes 52 grand in back child support that's about to get his ass handed to him. And how do I know that? How do I know that? Well, I just happen to know that. And Sherry, his wife, who's probably in here, she's going to be the one to finally, after over 14 years, she's never had any help with those children. She's working 3 jobs, not 1, not 2, but 3. She's put a roof over their heads. They're great kids. You can go look at our show where we had them on. And I told the kids, hey, they wanted to come on and they wanted to talk about it. They read letters to their father. I had the email from her daughter that went into his show during a live and confronted him. And he blocked her, he deleted and blocked her.
Oh, I have it.
She snapshotted it.
That makes me want to fly over there and punch this guy.
So I'm gonna be doing a show about that. But you know what? That to me is one of the most heinous crimes ever. I've had my daughter and my son sit here. I pay child support for my 20-year-old daughter that I don't have to pay. Haven't had to pay it in 2 years. But I feel like she's in school. She lives with me part-time and her mom part-time. We have 50-50. And her mom has a good job, but it's not a high-paying job. And she's taking care of her 91-year-old mother. I'm sorry, 90-year-old mother. I'm adding a year. Rita's mom is 92. And I'm going to help her because I can.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want my daughter to have to work. She's going to nursing school, and I want her to focus on school. My daughter sits right here, comes up here Unsolicited, interrupts my ex-wife and tells her, "Can I speak for a moment? My dad pays for everything for me. I ask him for money and he Venmos me money, no questions asked. She'll ask for $10, I'll send her $20."
And still people complain about that, you know, like how
And
bad a guy.
these people are vicious, lying pieces of trash.
It's
All
also
those channels are nothing but trash. They can't handle the fact that somebody can question their character and their integrity.
They are the trailer park of true crime.
They are. She admits it. Cluminati is the most nasty, vile creator out there, in my opinion. She's disgusting. She said the C word multiple times. And I'm a woman. It doesn't bother me. If it bothers you, you got a problem. Well, it bothers me. I'm a man.
I was gonna say, watch out.
I mean, it's like unbelievable that she would even spew that nonsense. People curse. I try not to curse on the show. Occasionally I will. But I try to respect my subscribers because my subscribers are up here. Their subscribers are down here. So it's like Rachel just said, they're the trash of true crime. So they're used to hearing that kind of garbage. And it's acceptable for them. But, my subscribers, for the most part, they don't like that foul language. They don't like that kind of stuff. We have fun here.
Well,
and I
we
take
have subs that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off because my computer's lagging real bad. So when I think there's a break and I start talking, I realize there's really wasn't a break. Our subs go to these channels and realize that these people don't know the first thing about procedure. None of that. None of it.
Right.
I mean, when they were screaming about hard, didn't know the difference between a forensic autopsy and a death certificate. He thought a death certificate read details like a forensic autopsy. Steve's got to know more. He must have got the death certificate. He must know more. He says the injuries don't match up, and just the most outlandish shit I've heard.
Let's be honest. For that guy, a family member speaks out in public about this guy, and he goes like, "Steven," and I am like, "Dude, are you even in your right mind?" I would never, ever disrespect the family member like that.
Well, the thing about it is I highly doubt anybody threatened him. I believe that was a ploy to try to get him to answer him so he could say,
"Hey, I got to pee.
I talked to Steve.
I'll be right back."
I talked to Steve. It would give him another reason to make a show and 5 more shows after it.
Yeah, that's what people tend to do. When they get confronted, they victimize themselves. Oh yeah, I had reason to say that. Nah.
Well, Frank, the reason. See, I used to try to come into rooms and be sensible like Jeff H. And I did this for months. And every time I did it, I got blocked. When they were screaming about, it was a machete, and the wounds didn't match up.
Who knows that?
Well, I posted forensic radiology studies about how they can find out it was one weapon.
Oh, you're finding my funny bone right now. I find this interesting, so keep going.
Well, they inject contrast medium into those wounds and they light up like cancer on a PET scan. You could superimpose a knife, well, not the murder weapon, but one similar to it. They can figure out what kind of blade that was.
Oh, they can.
It's just like when Ted Bundy bit that lady and it left teeth marks on her skin, and they were able to superimpose his bite mark on that bruise and say, look, it matches. that they can do the same thing with a weapon, with a blade, the
Mhm.
exact same thing. Not only that, during the autopsy, you've got 4 victims that were stabbed with the same knife. These medical examiners can tell that that blade was dulling between each victim.
Right.
So when Steve says, when somebody says that there was slash marks and rip marks and this, that, and the other, well, if you've got a blade, it's got a serrated edge and a regular edge, and you stab somebody, 20 times, and you stab somebody else 50 times, and then you go to the next victim. I mean, have you ever cut a tomato with a dull knife? You know what I'm talking about. It'll rip and tear.
But it has also to do with variables. I mean, I'm fascinated with this stuff, like what
Right.
kind of angle and how far the body is. Because if the body is further, you don't get the exact same stab wounds as the individual that is in front of you.
Well, the K-bar knife is 1095 chrome steel. Butchers will not use it in their line of work because it's impossible to keep a sharp edge on it.
Yeah.
Period.
Didn't that guy from I'm not sure what his name is. He's from the podcast Body Bags. He also said that oh no, that other guy, that
Well,
detective.
see, when it's a military knife, they've got to forge that steel for strength because they only get one of them.
I'm assuming that you're not going to stab 20
they
people.
They can sit there and sharpen their knife. It'll give them something to do. So, those military knives are not about keeping an edge or keeping a sharp edge. They're about durability.
Yeah.
And I
Hey,
highly
Bella.
doubt Brian took a 13-inch sharpening wand with his ass when he went over there. So
Hey,
some of the
Bella.
wounds are going to look different.
Hey, Rachel. Bella Italia says, let me say, pheochromocytomas are very rare and dangerous and horrific. This is what my wife had. It's like being injected with epinephrine. It causes headaches, hypertensive crisis, AFib, etc.
Hold on. Well, we have
So,
a
Bella,
gentleman in here, John, badass. And if he wants to be badass, then he can come on the panel, right?
well, what's badass saying? Where is he down here in the bottom?
Block me, somebody, I dare you.
Oh, he's got to talk in caps because the baby needs attention. Oh. Come on up on panel, badass.
CJ Pruitt. Here we go. I'm going to bring you up, badass. Let's hear what you got to say, badass. Now, if you get abusive, I'm going to click out.
Oh, let him
All
get
right.
abusive. Let him,
Here's
and y'all just kick back.
Here's the link, badass. We'll be waiting, badass.
These people are hilarious.
I mean, John, how many times did we have that?
I dare you. What's that?
How many times did we have that where you were on my panel and you were reading chat and nobody came up and they were still trying to confront you?
Yeah. It's pretty pathetic.
And they don't come.
They can't. The link's out there, badass. Here, I'll even post it again for
badass, you need to put up or shut up.
I'll put it up for you here because you think that I'm a coward. I won't call you up. But here you go again, badass.
You need to show up and show out or get the fuck out. That's what you need to do.
John, what do you think?
So I want to bring attention to. I'm sorry. I want to bring attention to what Bella said. Bella, will you come up on panel because I know you have some inside information about this. I would really appreciate it if you would bring some light to this dark disease that, I had people send me emails after I did that. And one person actually was diagnosed with it. Her daughter was after our show. She was having, so if anything, me posting that potentially save somebody's life.
That's
I'll
what I
talk
mean.
about it.
Awareness.
So I brought attention to it, and her daughter was diagnosed with it, the same symptoms. And Bella had posted, a lot about it too. And I had video on it, and for some reason I didn't click. You got to click add audio too when you play it, and I didn't do that. And it was a lady giving testimony, which basically was dead on to what my wife was going through. Hey everybody, by the way, please click the like and subscribe. It's a little thumb down on the bottom. It would help with the algorithm.
He means the thumb up.
I mean the thumb up. Yeah. Thumb up.
I was just gonna say.
You know what's funny though? YouTube's gonna get rid of the thumb down.
Good.
Because it doesn't matter if you get the thumb up or the thumb down, you still get the same credit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just gonna get rid of the thumb down. They sent out a memo not long ago about that. It's still here though. I'm not sure when they're gonna do it. So anyway, Bella, if you can, I mean, you obviously your face doesn't have to be on here, but I know you have some insider info, and I would love for you to come on and talk about it if you're comfortable. If not, I understand. But you know what? These people just, it's like they have no couth. They're just scum, absolute scum. To entertain the garbage they entertain about these victims and their families for clicks.
And you know what type of people they are? They're the type of people that start shit and push people to the limit and then cry and call the police when they get their ass whooped. That's what type of people they are.
They're the type of people that
The
usually
only
let other people
in
do
the
it for
world
them.
that's a victim is them.
Mm-hmm. And see, and it's already, I have to add to that though, because it's sad that these people are this way. And sure, there are a lot of reasons why they could get help, but deflecting is never an answer, folks.
Hey, Art, I don't know how it is where you live, but this is the whole thing about everybody gets a participation trophy.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
what?
Everybody gets a participation trophy here.
I know clue what it is.
Well, like in sports,
Yeah.
the winner gets a trophy, and then you get second place and third. Well, if everybody gets a damn participation trophy,
I mean, yeah.
You get the idea.
Right.
I mean, we all know that people online are vicious. And sure, you do not always have to agree with each other. But if you can show it in a civil manner, then we can actually learn from each other. I think that is more important than to yell at each other, call each other names, and just be vicious in general.
Well, yeah, but see, they were vicious first. You see, and I didn't know anything about this true crime community when I came on here. I just discovered all of this mess during the Carly Russell case because I'm from the same area as Carly Russell, and I really knew what happened. But anyway, I came onto this scene, and then I was going to these rooms, and I have been researching serial killers since Jeffrey Dahmer was arrested. Back when you had to read books,
right?
Real books
before the internet.
So, I'm going to these channels, and every time they come up with a crazy conspiracy, I would be like, well, that can't be true because of da 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 da. Or that can't be true because forensic radiology. That can't be true because now they use molecular pathology to measure decomp rates in tissues and cells. That's why it didn't matter when the coroner showed up. If you've been dead less than 50 hours, they can narrow your time of death down to 45 minutes.
I'm not going to go on a road again now, woman.
So, no, that don't have anything to do with rigor.
I know.
Anyway, and every time you bust their conspiracy, well, you're screwing up their next 15 shows.
Yeah.
And I
Mhm.
didn't realize that. And I was like, why are these idiots just why are they ignoring science? It's science.
I can't fathom it. And I wondered myself that for a really long time. And I still can't get the formula on. Is it like something in the water that they're
Frank,
drinking? I don't know.
Frank, let me get this. Get this. We were talking about this earlier today. Somebody framed Brian. To frame Brian, it would have taken somebody to follow him around, get a skin scraping without his knowledge, so they could plant it on the sheath when they committed the murders. Then they would have had to force him to drive around that house like a shark waiting on the lights to go off. Then, after going through all this to frame the guy, they dropped the ball on planting evidence in his car, his apartment, or his office.
Right.
You know how retarded that sounds?
It does. It really does.
Oh, not only that, they forced him to buy a K-bar on Amazon. They forced him to buy the Dickies without belt loops so he'd drop the sheath.
See, I've been not paying much attention on Idaho, but is this really what they're saying?
No, but that's what would have to happen to frame him.
Oh yeah, okay. But wow.
You know, and you got 5 agencies that can't drop some DNA in his car. They go through all this. The thing about it is, if they wanted to frame somebody, they could have easily framed Brett Kopaka for it. They didn't
You
have
know,
to frame Brian.
you know what the saddest thing here is? We all know the truth. We all know the reason why these people like Harsh entertain these theories every day. Do you honestly believe that Harsh actually believes the shit that he spews every day? He is
No,
playing
he wants to play
everyone.
stupid. He wants to play stupid
He
and
is
ask
playing
petty
everyone.
questions that can easily be answered by a little Google
Right.
search. So he can have a reason to make a show.
That guy is
After-
laughing all the way to the bank.
Let me tell you something.
I've been asking him so many times to do a live with me because I really wanted to have that discussion.
He won't do it. He won't
He
do
won't
it
do a
because
live
he
with
wants
anyone.
to leave. He wants to leave all of his questions, assumptions, and conspiracy open without them being challenged at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rachel and I talked about the other day because that's the facts. The guy won't do one. He does these short shows every day. He does 2, 3, or 4. This is episode 1 of 4. 2's coming next. 3, and then we got 4 coming in 4 more hours. And he doesn't. He's just able to spew whatever he wants to spew, and he gets no feedback. He gets no challenging.
You know, but the fact is that this guy is getting so much attention for it. That is the most worrying part.
Yeah,
I'm not getting it.
you're right. You're absolutely right.
There's a lot of people with low self-esteem going to see Harsh just so he can say you're amazing and you're beautiful.
Well, you need really low self-esteem. You have therapists for that, you know?
I mean, we was talking about this earlier too. I mean, the dude wears a hat that says "Icon" on it.
Yeah, icon.
Oh,
That's
smooth.
exactly what he does. And
Not icon. I mean, we're gonna break it down and say icon. It's like T-Rev saying, and it's one of his rap songs. It's about hustling. All I know how to do is hustle. It's damn right, because that's what you do. You hustle every day, buddy. But you need to hustle and get that child support paid up.
Need to hustle.
Because
anal oral
bad
honesty
boys
is
gonna come get
really
you.
desperate. She got her ass handed to her by Lynn so bad.
Oh yeah, I watched
mean,
part of that
wrecked.
because I was listening to it driving. And you know what? She really didn't hand her ass. She just played her own video against her.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's all it takes.
I mean, that's it. She just let everybody else watch the trial.
She
and
wants
watch
to
that
pretend
lady
to
make
be
a
a
fool out of
lawyer.
herself.
She wants to
Who pretended to be a lawyer?
Truth and transparency. The chick with the ball hat and the hoodie and the pencil hanging out of her hat and trying to look smart with glasses on, with Hector projector and a damn white eraser board behind her, and John had her on the John replayed some shit where she said that she slipped and said Brian Koberger was her client. I'm like, bitch, you ain't a
Freudian slip.
lawyer. She is not.
Oh, okay.
So Nodak Angel says, we live in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty. You're
Fair.
absolutely, I'm not denying that. We do. But here's the problem, Nodak. This man is incarcerated with no bond. Okay. If there were exculpatory evidence, he would be out on bond, or they would they would dismiss the case. None of that has happened.
Oh, and I'm going to
So
tell
if
you
he's
another
in jail and there's evidence to support that he's innocent, he would be out.
thing. And
But
Taylor
others
got
don't-
chewed out by the judge for using the word exculpatory, and he also chewed her out for using the word like the sheath was placed on the bed as if it was
He
planted.
was admonished. I
Oh,
guarantee you she was
bad.
admonished. And I called it. I said she was going to be admonished for doing that. And she was. The very next hearing.
See, those are
I
dirty.
mean,
little
that is the
tactics
thing, right? I
that
mean,
are
that is the
played
thing
by
that
the
we.
defense team in order to garner favor for their client.
But
Mm-hmm.
But that is the thing. I mean, now we live in a YouTube society where all these big channels always say if somebody gets arrested, yeah, he ain't the guy. Just
Hey,
directly out the bat.
and I agree.
Right.
And you know what? You know what else is crazy? These people actually think that this fool should be let out on bond to walk around among us after being suspected of slaying 4 people.
But wouldn't be
Right.
the first. Wouldn't
That's
be the
a
first
public
time.
safety issue. If there was exculpatory evidence, I highly doubt he would get bond then.
But wouldn't be the first time if Truth and Transparency did such a thing, you know?
That would have to be some pretty hard bona fide exculpatory evidence. And if that was the case, his ass wouldn't be sitting in jail.
Right. Ecto's here. What's up, Ecto?
When they started interviewing him and he lawyered up, you notice how he didn't say, "Put me on a polygraph test."
I
Ecto,
wouldn't
you're
say
on.
that
If I
either.
was innocent, I would say, "Strap me up."
I will keep silent.
Right.
That was the best defense, right? Like, lawyer up, say nothing.
No, see, keeping silent, he doesn't have to say he's innocent or guilty.
Mhm.
Because the guy's Catholic. He's, you don't want to lie under oath.
Well, if you didn't do it, and you don't need to
if
lie at
you're-
all, right?
You're standing silent.
Nah, fair enough.
And see, his lawyer is the one that put in the non-guilty
Didn't the judge technically do that?
plea to the judge. No, his attorney did it for him.
Yeah, fair enough.
So let's get back on topic real quick about AR, because this whole thing about what they're doing is to try to deflect from the fact that they've embraced this man who said that he was the number 5 leader
Do
in a
the
white
rest
supremacist.
do the rest of his people know that as well, that he's number 5?
Well, listen,
So,
this is the thing. If he was really number 5 in whatever penitentiary he was locked up in, those high-ranking guys usually have life without parole. So he's lying. So if this dude ever gets locked back up in that same prison, they're probably going to shank him
yeah.
for perpetrating a fraud. That's what they call it.
Well,
It's just like saying you're a member of the Crips gang and you're really not, and they catch you lying about it.
Right. Well, the whole deflective thing about this is they don't want to own the fact that they've been fooled by this guy for months now. I don't know. I think the guy just has diarrhea of the mouth and he just starts talking, and it's one of those things. He wants to stay relevant, so he just wants to keep saying whatever. At the point where he said that he was in a Walmart and a guy ran into his wife with a shopping cart. He got into a fight with the guy. The police came and shot him in the leg while on parole. That's a lie.
Oh,
Tell him bald-faced lie, and I told him to produce it, just like I told Sergeant Friday to produce his lie, where he
God.
continually says that his whole family was taken down in racketeering and cops lost their jobs.
That's
The
a
whole
lie.
department
That's a
was
lie.
taken down.
I laughed my ass off when he was saying that.
And I'm like, bring it. I want to see it. Send me the report. We'll redact the names. I want the report so we can go over it. And I want that agency, and I want to see who these officers were that lost their jobs over a RICO case. You know how freaking hard it is to even put pen to paper and ask for the manpower to put a RICO case together?
Oh,
It's astonishing. It ain't going to happen unless you have a plethora of evidence ready to roll.
And it takes years to get enough for an indictment on a RICO case.
So,
They have to
Sergeant
sit back and
Friday,
wait
you're
for
full of shit.
years.
And AR Hayes, you're full of shit. You're both liars. Both of you. So, come
would be
on.
fun. Would be fun if they would start a YouTube channel together.
He should
Yeah.
be Sergeant Monday because nobody likes Mondays.
I love lasagna though.
What's up, Ecto? What are you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. I was listening to you, like, about your ex-wife. That actually like made me sad. I was like,
Hey,
Yeah,
Frank.
it's like I addressed this when I first started the show. I did a whole show about her. And again, I had my son come on and we talked about it a little bit. My son was very emotional about it. And he said, Dad, you made that happen where, I could have taken my kids from her. And because I saw what it was doing to my oldest son, not my youngest son, he was okay with it. He didn't really, but she knew that she could really get to Tyler, and he was a basket case, and I saw what it was doing to him. And she met a new guy. I liked the guy. I knew the guy from ball. And she wound up marrying him. And as long as she was with him, I was cool with it because I couldn't articulate on paper a better stepdad for my kids. And, he went through absolute hell.
and for
He
you
had
to
to
even
deal with
say this, though,
he had to
people
deal
can't
with
admit
the end result. He had to be there. I mean, financially, it devastated them. They lost their house. I mean, it was bad, So, I was there with her just before she took her last breaths, and we were good friends till the end. And for people to exploit that when I've already gone down this road and I've talked about
the trolls.
what it did to me in my career, and I made decisions that would best suit my family, and being a cop would not work. I would have a hard time getting a judge to give me custody, even though I had ample amount of devastating evidence to do that. I mean, I had an injunction for protection and she had to leave the house. It was bad, but I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on with her. I just thought she was freaking crazy. Just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
You
So
put
I
up
had to
with
do
it.
what I had to do.
But see,
You
that
put
is
up with it
Oh,
for
go
the
ahead.
better. What you did, like, only a good person would do that. I'm sorry, like, what you went through, and for you actually to think for her side, it's like, oh, what if people don't do that nowadays? People don't do that. You did that, and in my book, I was like, wow.
And for 1 minute, if you think that I wanted to have to come on at any point, and I did this months ago, and I try to avoid it because I don't want to diminish her name, because it wasn't her. It was the cancer.
Yep.
It was cancer that did this to her. It was the cancer that forced adrenaline into her body. And you heard one of my mods tell you what it was like, because she has firsthand knowledge. It feels like you're on fire. It feels like you can't breathe. You snap and you throw things. It drives you, it's like schizophrenia. And I did that show because I wanted people to know about the disease.
Awareness, but that take guts. But not only that, because usually you have quickly those stories like you're a wife beater or whatever, but you're relaying it down really good. And how you handled it, all my respect, man. You should be really proud of yourself. And
But I'm not, man. I'm not proud. You know why I'm not proud of myself? And they're gonna make fun of me because I'm gonna get emotional.
that's fine.
You know why I'm not proud of myself?
Why?
Because I loved her. She was the love of my life. She still is. Rita knows. Angie was the love of my life. I loved her.
By the way,
No,
John, if
Mary
you cry,
is
I
love.
cry, just so you know.
And the hardest decision I had to make in my life was when my supervisor set me down and said, John, you got to get out of this. You got to do something, man. This is not good. Get an injunction and get her out of the house. And I took that advice. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't regret sticking it out.
You didn't know, though.
Yeah, you didn't know. And that is the hardship.
You know what? But you know what?
It's fine to cry, It doesn't make you less badass.
These fucking people, man, they're unbelievable.
It's all fine.
They are unbelievable. They are heinous people. I have never even had a traffic ticket in my life. I have always done the right thing in my life. Always tried to. My next door neighbor had a situation where she had a T-Rev. I called the judge. I personally knew the judge. Not in that case, but she handled a lot of domestic violence and handled family court stuff. And I got that lady. She hadn't had her haircut in 3 years. Beautiful lady. 2 kids. The house was unmaintained, and he goes off and has an affair with her sister.
Oh my God.
Who worked for him. And this guy, I sent him a message and I'm like, look, man, I know you've done what you've done, but you got to take care of these kids. I was feeding her kids for 3 months and her. My wife, Lynn, will tell you that story. I was feeding her kids and her.
Not surprised. That's the guy who you are. You're a good guy.
And that son of a bitch owns a car wash here locally, and he makes money hand over fist. And he's got a lawyer that's a partner with him that puts the business in both their names, and he pays him a salary of $500 a week.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And she gave up because she didn't have the money to fight him. And she needed a forensic analyst to go after him. She couldn't afford it. I gave her $1,200 to make that happen. And now she gets what she deserves.
Mhm.
The man makes probably $300,000-$400,000 a year at least.
Wow.
Back then, when it
How
happened,
freaking disgusting is that?
back then he was making $250. We found out, but he was not even she had no access to credit cards or nothing. He was not giving her anything. He would come by and drop $50 off in the mailbox and haul ass.
Wow.
Buying Mercedes, buying Hummers, and it was horrible. It was
And the
just like
good that you do, all these trolls are listening to you right now. Like, how can we turn this? How can we spin this?
They're
How
trying to
can we
justify it.
video out of this? That's what they're
oh
thinking.
yeah,
That's
They
what they're
don't-
thinking.
they can't hurt me because I know exactly what type of person I am. What type of person are you, people that go over there and listen to that garbage?
And that is the most important thing, John. As long as you have your own self-value, nobody can hurt you.
It's I you know what I feel, you know why I feel bad, because I've had to talk about my ex-wife's character, because no matter what, I feel like I'm assassinating her character.
And you didn't
Why?
have
It's
to do
not
that.
right. It's not right that I have to come out here and talk about this shit. She died.
I feel
And
you,
I
man.
laid across her body and I cried my freaking eyes out. I was blubbering. I begged God to take me instead. Because those boys needed their mom.
I couldn't even imagine going through that situation that you did.
And these freaking people, man.
And
nothing's enough.
And
Nothing's
those people,
enough for them.
and they don't care about you. They just care about what you're doing on YouTube. That's their problem. It's all about YouTube.
But that is the issue. What is wrong with exposing people? Isn't that a good thing?
No, it's not a good thing for them because I debunk everything that they say and they look like fools.
Exactly.
This team works together with me to debunk them. And you know what? We're going to talk about the tactics that I had to take. And you know what? Do you honestly think if I'd have said, hey guys, I don't really like what you're saying, can you stop?
Do you think that saying it nicely, do you think that is going to help?
Yeah. So what did I have to do? It's like you're in a playground and you got a bully in the playground and you can whoop his ass, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's bullying everybody else. So what do? You
whoop his ass.
Fight with him. You tell him his mama wears combat boots. Something like that. You pick a fight with him and you whoop his ass.
Apparently, Clue just exposed you, John.
Oh, is that so?
Oh yeah, she exposed me. Clue, you didn't expose anything.
No.
Go back.
What did they do? Look up the wrong John Robbins?
Robin Jones. Yeah. I think she Googled that instead.
Well, it's such a common name. You just there's so many.
But that is the thing, John. I mean, I experienced that as well, right? Going against these YouTubers. Yeah, but he's such a great guy. Fuck off. He's a great guy. He's not a great guy.
I mean,
we have
people like Angel that think that, somebody that's facing 4 capital murder charges should be out on bond.
It blows my mind.
Because of innocent until proven guilty.
And I see.
You know what? Let me say this, guys. And Clue, you didn't expose anything. This is not new news. I don't know what you guys think. It's like Dinky getting on and posting the old news that T-Rev posted. This is all old news. You think because I've already talked about leaving the department. It has nothing to do with anything criminal. anything like that, I've already talked about it.
I
It's
have a
no
question.
big freaking deal.
I have say a quick question. All right, I'm not on this show for nothing. I'm not after nothing. I don't have a show. I don't care. But the guy who's on your show right now, fancy shirt, looks really good. I like it. But why are you on the show right now talking to Detective John?
Because we have commonalities, and since me and John go quite a while back, right? Not since the
Right.
beginning, but
How long back?
that's
For
a good
people
one.
who knew, who are just
Well, I've
listening for
only
the
been
first time,
on
like
for
me.
like I've only been on for about 4 months, so probably
Yeah,
3 months ago.
something like that. But why I'm on? Do you think
Yeah,
it's
you
knowing
say
that
you went
I'm
long
on?
back, so like that's only been 4 months. So I don't know, because
No,
sometimes I've been
definitely
listening to
since
you.
the
I don't
beginning.
know. I don't know.
What was that? Sorry.
I've been listening to you. Like sometimes I'm like, I'm not sure if you're positive for John or not. I don't know. Just my opinion.
Well,
Sure,
listening.
sure. I have been critical. Sure.
Let me tell you something about Frank. Frank was on those other shows, and I think Frank had an epiphany one day, and he's like, "This is freaking crazy. I'm out." And he took a hiatus, and he sent me a long message. I read it. I thought he was sincere,
I was one of.
and
Was that the one
I
about Harsh?
yeah, and I told him, I said, "Look, basically, don't tell me, show me." And he came back, and I made a joke with Frank. This is Frank 2.0, and he's totally turned 180 degrees, and I'm happy for Frank, and he's caught a lot of heat for it. So it's not that I'm defending Frank, because yeah, he was a pain in the ass just like the rest of them. But at least he had the wherewithal to realize that he was on the dark side and he needed to get away from it because it was not good. And he was honest with me.
I just hearing some of those questions that he was like asking you. I was like, hopefully he's not like
No.
a secret
No,
agenda,
no,
or he's just
Frank-
trying to like get you to
Frank
say
is
something.
Frank is he's
Frank was
genuine.
probably like me when I first came on the true crime scene. I would pop into these rooms and didn't know what they were about. And
No,
it took
but
me
that
a
was in the
while
beginning.
to figure out the bullshit. I mean, not
Right.
a long time, but
See,
it was fake. And because you come from the shows like the Interview Room,
True.
True Crime Web. I mean, real people that were in this line of business. And you go see these other shows, and you go,
I'll
whoa.
pay someone $10,000 if they ever hear me on another show.
Well, you know what? Somebody, I gotta find it. Somebody just posted that they're saying that I'm a felon because of it. I have never been a felon in my life, ever. Find a booking photo of me.
Stevie, why don't you look up the right John? That's what you need to do. You need to look up the right John
What
but
they're looking
and
at.
figure it out, dude.
But in all honesty, when I first came to this true crime community, the first intentions were because my first case reviews that I did is freaking amazing.
Hold on, I'm gonna put this up there. This guy says I was canned. I was not canned. I was not canned. I walked upstairs, put my case files I lined them all up, and I had already discussed it with the city manager what I was going to do, and I walked out with all my case files in line, and I said, for personal reasons, I'm leaving. It was because I had another opportunity was the main reason, and I'd just been shot at 9 times, probably 3 months before that, and I'm going for custody of my kids. None of that would be good. So Stevie, bite me, dude. You're a freaking idiot. You're a troll, and you're an idiot. You go after people like you fake freaking accounts. You do this infantile stuff. I guarantee you that letter doesn't say I was canned, if there is such a letter. Promise you, it doesn't say that.
You
And
can.
you know what? If I was canned, I would go my Facebook page. You see pictures of me with my peers. I go to every damn reunion every year. I left on my own accord. So you guys spewing this bullshit, I'm not going to sit here and freaking lie to my audience and say that I wasn't canned. That's like freaking total ridiculous bullshit. It's like you can't read a freaking divorce deposition. You see an amount and you say that it's because I owe child support when I never owed child support. It was the difference between what I could owe if I didn't get granted my modification. And you guys run with that and say, oh, you owed $37,000 in child support. No, I didn't.
It's just really easy thing to say.
I had to bring my ex-wife on here to tell you all you're a bunch of idiots. Go watch that show.
But
She
you have
tells
nothing
the
to
whole-
prove,
She
John.
tells everything.
But
So these
you have-
people take everything and they spin it. Now he's putting this shit up here. Bring it, Steve. Hey, Stevie, why don't you come on? Here you go. I'm going to post right here. I'm going to post the link, you little punk. I want you to come on.
And that's how you do this, John. Like, you're the only person ever who
I want you to come
advice
on,
anybody
you little
on.
punk. Let's go. Bring it, big mouth. Bring it right now. I'm going to pull you on panel and I'm going to own your ass. Bring it. Get in here and run your freaking coward mouth like you always do. I got the link right there. Come on in.
And
you
John
know
lets
I'll own
anybody
your ass,
on.
just like I owned it many times and made you look like a fool. You form a channel using Jeff's name. You're a freaking skank. You are a skank. You do nothing but go out and breed freaking lies and turmoil, and you attack people that don't fit your freaking narrative, which is they're pro-prosecution, they're pro-American. You're a Canadian. You hate America, you little punk.
And that's the narrative. What's your narrative, John? If someone says, "What's your narrative?" What are you going to say to them?
Well, the truth, I guess.
They're too busy giving each other reach arounds to learn anything about true crime.
No, but that is the thing. That's
Here
what
it
I
is
was.
again, Stevie. Here it is again, Stevie. There it is again. I am telling you to come on to panel right now, you coward. Come on to panel. You skinny freaking pencil neck punk. Because that's what you are. You meth head. Oh, yeah. I happen to know a little bit.
He's
You
too
and your
scared.
Willie boy.
He's probably not gonna come.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah, what up?
So what's the deal with old Willie boy?
You really want to know?
Oh yeah, I'd like you to go ahead and tell some stories about Willie boy, because apparently you happen to know a lot about that little jerk.
I do.
Who packs pipe and talks about getting high all night long when he's supposed to be taking care of his 7-year-old little girl. All he's caring about is getting high. So what do you know about Frank?
I know a lot about him. Well, his name, first of all, is not really Willie.
I know what his name is.
Chris K.
But go ahead. Just go by the first name. Christopher.
Chris. So this is kind of the same story that was telling John the last time that he went on my live. So this Willie dude has been all over the Idaho case, and he claimed that he was one of Brian Koberger's
friends.
From high school. So he really lives in Pennsylvania, right? So I backtracked it. Turns out that he did really live in Pennsylvania. But there's something up with the age. I don't think he really went to high school with Brian. And I think I first got him on my live, I think in January, something like that. So I was like, okay, cool, I got this guy with all this new intel. So I was like, dude, you need to come on more times. And eventually I kind of already knew where he was going to, because the only thing that he wanted was money. That was what hinting at. And I think I booted him the third time he went live, because the dude didn't have a clue who Brian was. He said like basic general stuff. Now, Willie apparently made well, he changed his name from Chris to Willie. And yeah, wow, this guy has been making a reputation of himself. So I think it was like after the first appearance that he had, where he pleaded. Well, he didn't do a plea at all, but after that, he came back to my live with the name Willie.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was acting all sad that his wife was apparently murdered in jail or something like that. Really weird stories that I could not really corroborate. But the thing is, he was like more a presence than actually useful information. And he was like yelling at chats, really demeaning against women, extremely demeaning against women. I have to say that. I didn't really thank him for that. But I don't know. Really odd fella.
Yeah, see, I didn't even know who the guy was. He comes on and he starts insinuating that I've got him on some list. I didn't even know who the dude was. What he's doing is he's grandstanding on everybody's channel to try and get his channel started. That's exactly what he is. So you know, apparently he's got an extensive drug history, and he says he doxed himself.
Did he dox himself?
You know, so he wants to get personal. I'll get personal. So, but you know what? I don't really even care. Oh, wait a second. Let's bring Hollis on here. Let's bring Hollis on here. Hollis is in here. What's up, Hollis? You got something to say?
I'm having a hard time hearing.
No, well, that's not my problem. That's yours.
Hold on.
I thought I had something on Willie, but I think I did a background check on him. Willie.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She's gone. I didn't do it. She just went away. So anyway,
but this gentleman that hold on, I can't see his name right now. But you're totally right. Did I make mistakes? 100%. Do I admit them? Rather not. But I had people on like Sarge a lot of times, not just because I agreed with them, because I like to have discussions with those kinds of people. You know, I love to have those people on panel and just argue with them and prove them wrong. 9 out of 10
ultimately,
times.
You're on John's show right now, and
I got a buddy in this room named Black Austin. He keeps telling me I need some black in my life. I guess he don't like it because I got a talk southern.
Mm-hmm. Rachel, you're on.
Say hey to Black Austin.
What up, Black Austin?
Tell him I got friends.
Hell yeah, gangsters.
Yeah. So anyway, let's try old Hollis again. Here you go, Hollis. Here's your chance to shine. Bring it.
Okay, John, I'm gonna send you something.
All right. Come on, Hollis. Where you at?
Well, I'm here, but somebody else is talking.
No one's talking. I'm talking.
For some reason, I'm like hearing Frank talk in the background.
Well,
like I'm getting I'm getting like two feeds at one time.
Are you getting two Franks?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now, John?
I can hear you.
Hey, John.
I can hear you. Hello? Hello?
Hello, it's me.
Hey, John,
Hello?
can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
So I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Hollis.
Why do you have me blocked?
Now, how are you blocked if you're in here right now?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm on a delay. That's
How
why
are
I'm
you
on a
blocked?
delay.
How
Yeah,
are you blocked? I've never blocked you, Hollis.
why do you have me blocked?
Hollis, have another drink. You're an alcoholic. Good night.
You're not blocked if you're on the
John,
live show.
You're on here
John,
right now, Hollis. You are on here
John,
right
you're
now.
an
How are you
idiot.
blocked? How are you blocked? I'm suing
You know
Hollis.
nothing about
I'm
me,
suing you,
John.
Hollis. I'm not supposed to even be talking to you, Hollis.
Are you going to
I'm
allow
su-
me to talk?
I'm suing you, Hollis. I'm not supposed to be talking to you. My attorney said, do not entertain any conversations with Miss
Are you going to
Hollis.
allow me to talk, John?
All right, I'm going to allow you to talk. Go ahead, but you're not blocked, obviously,
Okay.
or you wouldn't be in here, Hollis.
I would like to know what your beef is with Regina and myself. Why do we
Okay.
live rent-free in your head forever?
Hollis, do I need to reverse and go in a time capsule to when I announced I was going to start a show and what you guys were saying about me? Do I need to go back there? And I told y'all, you guys are going to look freaking stupid. John has never been anything associated with any felony, ever. Ever. And you continue to post the lies over and over and over again. And I kept telling you, y'all knock it off because you're going to look stupid in the end. Do I need to refresh your memory, Hollis?
And keep in mind, you're not blocked. You're live on the show.
She keeps dropping. I'm going to bring her up again. All right, Hollis, are you back? Hello?
John, just a point of advice. If I were
Yeah.
you,
There's a problem, but it's not on my end because I never have this problem on StreamYard.
Well, it's
Hey,
not
John.
I'm hearing like another live, a delay.
I don't know
I'm right
why.
here, John.
Well, you're probably on StreamYard and you've got
Yeah,
YouTube
you got
up
StreamYard
too.
going, so I can hear
You've
it.
got to
You
mute
gotta
one
exit.
of them.
You got to mute out of the regular show and stay on StreamYard.
Hey, John, you
Yeah.
realize they're coming in here causing trouble, so you're going
Yeah.
to tell the whole internet that A.R. Hayes claimed to be a white supremacist and a Nazi. You know that's what they're doing, right?
Yeah, he's said
Because
it
he's been
himself.
on all of their shows.
don't let yourself get triggered.
No, I'm not triggered at all.
That's exactly
Don't
what
let
they're doing.
yourself.
Hollis. Hello?
John, I'm here, but your StreamYard doesn't work very well for me.
All right, we all hear.
The
I hear
bottom
you.
line is,
Oh, yeah.
There's
you
there's
keep
multiple-
dogging Regina and I. I'd love to know why.
I just told you, Hollis. Do you not now? Let's take a
Dude,
step back.
it's easy to be blocked
Hey.
even though I'm on StreamYard. You have me blocked from your chat. You have me
I
completely
do
blocked
not
from
have
your
you
chat.
blocked.
You
Why-
have
I do not have you blocked from
everybody
chat.
blocked from your chat who dislikes you. You have everybody that talks about you. John,
Hey, Hollis, why don't
stop.
you go in and read
Quit
some
using
that.
that excuse.
Insert
Why don't you go in
violin.
and read some
Quit
chat?
using that excuse.
Hey, Hollis, what excuse? What excuse are you referring to, Hollis?
I don't care, John. You can't sue me for anything. Do you
Hey,
realize that?
articulate your
Yes,
For
he
what?
can.
I
Yes, he
would
can.
love to know for what.
You
For
can't
what?
claim somebody
For
has a
what?
felony
What
if
are
they
you
don't have
suing
a
me
felony.
for?
It's
Because
slander
we
and
Yes, he
voted
can.
to
defamation.
we voted you out of Discord on the
liar.
Red Game family.
Now
That's what
on
you're
a
going to
live
sue me
show, I
for?
was leaving.
I have
You are a
no
liar.
background,
You
dude.
are a
I would
liar.
love to know what you
Somebody
plan to
else.
sue me for.
I'm going to sue
You're
you for
calling me an
defamation.
alcoholic? Let's talk
I'm
about
gonna
your
sue
son
you
with
for
mental issues in the hospital, John.
defamation.
What about your son in the hospital with mental issues? You
But
want to
I've
talk?
never
You
had
want
a
to
son in
talk
the
about
hospital.
people's personal business?
I don't have a son in the hospital.
You
with
want to
mental
talk
issues,
about
so you must
people's
be confused.
personal business? Let's
You
talk
must
about
be
your older
confused.
son in the hospital
He's
with
not in the
mental
hospital with mental
issues.
issues. Never
I'm
been in
pretty
a
sure
hospital.
he
He's not in
already
the
addressed
hospital.
that.
What lies? You twist and
son went
turn
into rehab.
everything, John. Why do you
My
think so
son
many
went into
people?
rehab
Why do
Sorry.
My
so
son went
many
into
people
rehab
hate you,
because
John?
he
Think
is an
about that.
alcoholic.
Why do
Because I
so
told
many
him.
Why does
creators
so much
hate
people
you?
love them?
Because
It
called
Why
him
are
out
you
doesn't
on
on the
have to
show
do with
tonight? Why does so
anything
much
on
people
their
like?
theories or their philosophies or any of their detective work. It has to do with
Oh,
bashing
that's right. You
them.
love T.
You
Rev.
take their personal stuff
I love
and you
everyone.
bash them. And that's all
I
you
was a
do.
convicted
And I
felon,
don't want you to do
Hollis.
it to Regina and I anymore because you
Regina
have
what?
nothing
Oh,
to bash us
Regina
for.
what?
say it.
So
So
You
when
why
love
do
T.
you
Rev. Say
continue?
it. Say it. You love
When
T.
did I
Rev.
Why
say
do you
something about
continue?
Regina?
That's what I'd love to know.
It's not going to continue. It's
The
going to
only
end.
thing
Because
you
I'm gonna
ever
own
do
your
is you
ass.
just keep saying,
I'm going to
oh, you're
own
an
your ass
alcoholic. You know
because
nothing, John.
every time you come on, you're drunk, Hollis. I've got recordings of you
Leave me
drunk
alone
calling
and
me at
go
3
away.
o'clock in the morning.
Stop
This
it.
woman called me at 3
Go
o'clock in the
away.
morning.
Leave me
Y'all.
alone.
3
Say
o'clock
you
in the
love
morning.
T. Rev. Say it. You love the
Hey, what do you
family.
think about T-Rev owing $52,000 in unpaid child support, Hollis? How do you feel about that, Hollis? You're a mom. How do you feel about that?
Oh, that was
You
delightful.
So Hollis, put your husband on the phone that sent me a message the other day that my lawyers have.
He's probably fed up with her ass too.
So how does it
So
feel to
here-
have your personal
here-
shit thrown out on YouTube for everybody to hear? So you can
I've already-
taunt and
nothing out
harass
there.
and
Hey,
bug them.
none of the stuff that's been said hasn't already been said, Hollis. What are you talking about? Are you that naive?
Do you have a T. Rev blow up out?
I've already
Curious.
addressed every single bit of this stuff. Hollis, you chose to go out there and say that I was a convicted felon, Hollis. Did you not? Because I've got the evidence. Did you not say I was a convicted felon? Hollis, answer the question. Hollis,
She's guilty.
you're
She
going to
knows
be
she
paying
said
my
that.
ass. I promise you. How many times did you say I was a convicted felon, Hollis?
Well, if you're gonna say that, you need to back it up.
And your little weasel, T-Rev, how many times did he say that I stole badges, Hollis?
Oh, badges, plural even. Damn,
Badges.
you're even more sneakier than I thought, John.
Come on, Hollis, answer the question.
I'm gonna scoot over here next to Frank and watch the show.
Answer the question, Hollis. You said I was a convicted felon, along with all your other little cronies. John Robbins has never had anything to do with a felony in his life other than making arrest. Come on, Hollis. Speak
Well,
up.
you also steer the YouTube pot too. So these YouTube families don't like you because you attack the YouTube families who they love.
Hey guys, why does everybody hate me, you guys?
All of these homemade Perry Masons.
Hey, Rachel, I'm gonna start with you. Why does everybody hate Detective John?
Because T-Rev put out a rumor that you wasn't really a cop. And you go in, you've done just like everybody else in this thread. You've walked into these shows and you've stated some facts that contradicts their conspiracy, and you got blocked. And you kept on getting blocked, and you kept on listening to nonsense till you got fed up and made your own show.
Yep. She just said that they voted me out of the show. I announced on a live that I was leaving the show
And
starting
T-Rev
my own
got so
show.
pissed off about
And
it,
then
he
T-Rev-
started lies about you.
You guys all saw it. And he was so bent because he thought I was going to take some of his subs with me, which I didn't. And I was going to interfere with his time slots, which are 24/7.
Don't call them
I got
subs.
in an
They're
argument
his
with him,
kids.
and I'm like, dude, what do you think? What are you talking about, bro? You
Hey,
can't
Frank.
tell me what time slots I can do.
Stop.
What do you think you run freaking YouTube? We're gonna be competing for time slots. No, we're not, dude. I'm gonna go on at night most of the time. You don't go on at night. You go on anytime during the day. Whenever you decide to roll out of bed is when you go on,
Hey,
which
Frank,
is like 2-3 o'clock.
you know how T-Rev has got fair skin just like you and I?
Yeah.
You know how when we get mad, it starts creeping up your neck and your whole fucking face turns red?
Yeah.
When John announced that he was going to start his own show, you could see
I've seen that. I've seen it.
You could see it creep up his face, and I'm like, oh, he's pissed. Because
turned
John
into
was
She-Hulk.
getting all the attention, and when John wasn't on his show, everybody was asking him where John was at, and he was wanting to beat his chest. This is my show.
She's not kidding. The man
It's
Yeah.
actually
hilarious.
pounded his chest like a gorilla.
True.
This is my mother effing show. It's definitely, and he's spitting all over the place. And if Detective John wants to start his own fucking show, then I support him. I started this shit. I swear I can't make it up. I have it.
You have to wonder how people are like that, right?
Because John's not going to show up for live because his dog died. That's how
Yeah.
pathetic that son of a bitch is.
My dog is laying in the middle of the road right next to me over here with her head smashed into the asphalt. And that man is like, hey, when you get that taken care of, we got plans. I'm like,
yeah,
you freaking serious, dude?
It was all,
and he doesn't even mention to the audience that my dog just got hit by a car. He just goes on with the show. And they're like, where's John? Where's John? He doesn't say, oh, John's dog got hit. You know, he's out there scooping his dog up with a damn shovel and having to bury him.
Because you gave him good content to a show. That's why. That's how I found the show.
He was planning on. He was like, oh, I'm gonna take you with me, and we're gonna go to. He talked about it the other day. This is the guy that I trusted. He never talked to me, not one iota, about his wife and kids until I called him one day and said, what is this? I actually was looking into him a little bit, and it came up a letter from his daughter, basically just freaking telling him he's a POS. And it was on YouTube, and I'm like, what is this, bro? That's all a lie. I'm getting it taken down. And sure enough, 2 days later, it was gone. I never talked about it again.
Then he posted it himself.
Well, what happened? Your volume's messed up. You're really, really loud.
Oh. I was like, did he post that himself?
Yeah, he posted that. He just talked about it the other day. How he trusted me, and he had personal conversations with me about her. No, he didn't. I only knew about one kid. One kid. Not two. And not the post stuff. You know how I found out about a lot of this? A girl that he had an affair with on his girlfriend now through the spirit box shit reached out to me. Told me all kinds of stuff.
Because the spirit box said so.
Oh yeah, one of his spirit box ladies had an affair with him.
Because he can read the language. When it goes, he knows. Yeah.
So here, you guys heard it. You guys heard Hollis right there. I'm calling her out for what she did. She accused me multiple times of being a convicted felon. She kept doing it.
You're wrong, John. You blocked her. You blocked her, but yet you let her on the show.
And she says, oh, you block everybody that hasn't. If I get people coming in here starting shit, you're damn right they're going to get blocked. I don't block them. My mods will freaking get rid of them before I even get to see it most of the time.
You let her on the show.
I saw, there's your opportunity. You come up on StreamYard. I'm no coward. I'll bring you up.
Yep.
Stevie, come on up. I'll bring you up. I got nothing to freaking hide. I will own your asses, each and every one of you. And you and Regina, I'm suing both of you. I got all of the evidence.
They sound very scared too of you suing them. That was my
She's
perspective
petrified.
of all that.
You should hear the freaking. I've got 2 recorded conversations. One was when I was on the truck with Rita, and I took Rita's phone and I recorded the whole damn thing. She's just leave me alone. Yeah, you can't take it now. You could sure dish it the frig out though, couldn't you?
But
when I'm
John,
after your freaking ass, you're a freaking crazy woman, in my opinion.
Do you think it's worth it to? Yeah, sure, we call out people. That is fine, but like these other people, like protecting them. Do you think it's worth on suing them? Don't you think it's a waste of your time?
I just got paid $6,000, bro.
Then I'm not saying anything.
Frank, it's Frank, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you just put that question to John's like
how was the one?
I'm an off and on viewer, but I'm extremely loyal to John. You're only going to hear me on this show. So when I hear you say that, like, I think maybe there's people in the background in your ear, maybe, and maybe that's why you're on the show, because you have a fancy shirt on. Yes, I like it. I like it, but I'm not too sure about you.
I will explain.
I like the question. I like the question
Yeah,
because
it's good. It's good.
because it comes from a guy that doesn't live in America. He lives in another country, and when somebody says something, it's like you've heard me say multiple times. Just because you can say it doesn't mean you should. And when you're out there and you're saying stuff about people,
Not fair.
and it's not true, and you're sticking them, you're sticking phones in their faces, and you're doing all this stuff, and then there's consequence for what you say, that doesn't fall under the First Amendment. So I warned these people multiple times. I have all of the correspondence. I said, knock it off. I'm telling you right now, in the end, you're going to look stupid. I'm going to let you run your mouths. And I warned them then that I was going to sue them. My ass has never been convicted of any felony or any crime associated with any felonies in my life. I've never even had a traffic ticket. There is no booking photo of me. There is nothing. Now, don't you think that there'd be a booking photo of me somewhere?
I actually checked.
Yeah, there ain't no booking photo of me. There's no arrest record on me. There's a charge that was null prost.
The gentleman who, Frank, he said he checked. Why did you check?
Curiosity.
Because he vetted me, I'm sure.
Yeah. By the way, I do a lot of background checks. And the reason why I asked about that, I've been calling out so many people and they're saying that they're going to sue me, but I guess that's an American thing. So main reason that's why I asked. And if you can't get a shit ton of money for it, sure, go ahead.
You seem nervous, at least from my perspective. Like you seem kind
of come back on here, but it's saying device not connected. So Hollis, that's on your end, not my end.
No, the Frank Hollis, gentleman, he seems kind of nervous.
Have a conversation anymore.
I'm nervous.
We'll be hearing from my attorney.
I'm always fidgety, my man.
The way you talk, you seem nervous. You seem like you're trying to please John, and that's it. And that's why you're on call to make.
Yeah, I'm definitely policing him.
No, but like to me, you seem nervous. Are you nervous? Yes or no?
No.
No, this is the way he talks, Echo. he's not changing anything about the way he talks.
No.
He's all right. I like I said,
there's no secret people in your who are Skyping you right now, Frank.
No,
there's no people
not.
who are trying to
I have my own channel. So if you see me switching channels,
I trust Frank. So he's all good. Trust me. I've had multiple conversations with Frank.
He seems a little nervous. It's just me.
I get it. He's wiry.
I'm extremely nervous. Happy now?
You're just so anyway. Hollis is trying to get back in here, and for the record, it says device not connected. So Hollis, that's on your end. I allowed you in here. I confronted you about what you said. You have no answers, Hollis. You're just worried about getting your ass handed to you in court.
Hold on, John. Hold on. I'm getting something through my ear right now.
I think you are.
So anyway, Rachel, you were saying something. I've totally went off with Hollis. So go ahead and finish what you were saying. Are you there?
Oh no, Black Austin told me I needed some color in my life, and my buddy just came over here for me to work on his shoulder. He got shot a few months ago, and he came over here to get some work done on his shoulder, and so I let him get on the mic to let Black Austin know that I do have some color in my life.
That's funny. So, yeah, Ecto's super cool. Frank is cool. Ecto,
don't worry.
He's not He's all right.
Some
I
of
think
us
he's a
aren't white
spy.
supremacists.
At least I'll say it. I think he's a spy. I'll just say it up front. I think he is a spy.
I'm not sure for who, but okay.
So you had an issue with John before, right? Yes or no? No,
It's like I told Frank a long time ago. Don't show me. And he's so far he's done everything. I was on a show the other night.
I disagree. I disagree with you in that, John. Show me if he was against you before. I think he's gonna be like, okay, all right, I don't like this guy.
Who's DB4?
Or were you against John or no?
No, I never knew that he was against me.
Nah,
but he was on the other shows.
It was kind of at a period while you were talking a lot about T-Rev. I was like, this dude really needs to move on to something else because I know that you're hella talented. But
well,
I
come
got
on,
to know
Frank.
you.
You made a whole big blown out 5-paragraph.
I know I'm a hypocrite.
Community post about me and John because of our little spat
and I
we
regret
had.
that.
And you can't. All right.
Okay, I just wanted
you.
I just wanted you to tell John, yeah, you did that. You take it back.
And I take that back.
You won't take it back. I think you're playing games. Honestly, I think you're playing games. I think you're laughing from the inside because there's some agenda. There are people like you said, they talking to your ears. I don't think they're really talking to your ears, but I think they're Skyping you. I think they're texting you, and I think you're after something. I can read it by your face. I can see it with the shirt that you're wearing on the show. That's just my opinion.
This is the same shirt that I was wearing in my own life.
Let's get it off. Let's get off on that, everyone. It's all right. We're cool, and I appreciate everybody. So Hollis,
it is good that they're asking questions.
Hollis into my private chat, and she says, "DJ, you have me blocked from live chat. All you did was call me an alcoholic because I called you on my birthday, trashed on my birthday. You hate me, Regina, because on panel we always beat you to the punch. This lady is delusional. These people, I would say something and they would be on the show and say the same exact thing that I said and act like they came up with it. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Yeah, ask Regina how those socks are going to taste, Hollis, with the Borla report. Ask her if she's still going to eat those socks when that no Borla report comes out on the Elantra.
Do we already have new documents out? Because this week was kind of heavy, right, with documents.
What clips do you have, Hollis? Show us the clips. Bring them. Send them to me. I want to see them. Love to see them. I'm not wasting any more time with you, lady. You are a tool. You got a problem. And when I get it all handled, I'll get it all handled. Bye-bye. So anyway.
John, do you think they have OnStar data on that car?
No.
No GPS at all?
That car doesn't have GPS. They were using the phone for GPS.
I mean, his own car.
The Elantra?
Yeah.
No, that car does not have.
Well, no, it doesn't have. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Doesn't have Borla car capability, any of that. This lady, Regina, was like, oh, I'm telling you. And you know where she got the Borla? Even the idea of Borla is because I mentioned it about the Murdaugh case. I mentioned it. So she starts digging in and decides she's going to freaking come up with this whole Borla thing about the Elantra. She's calling dealerships. She's doing this. She's doing that. It was comical.
In the world of conspiracies, do you think T-Rev could be sending spies?
Well, he's obviously doing it because everybody in here is his spies. And I welcome them. Come on up.
I can't believe that someone would actually.
Hey, y'all, hit the like and subscribe, please. Hit the like button if you're in
Who
here.
Who in the world has such a sorry life they have to be a spy for T-Rev?
Oh, trust me, a lot.
There are. No, seriously.
Yeah.
I really think it's like people trying to like get friendly with John only to like report back and to try to destroy him. I really think that.
Well,
like
it's definitely not me, because trust me, John came on
Yeah.
my live Tuesday. Well, it wasn't really going so well with me. Was heavily sleep deprived, so he came in and checked up on it. I mean, he hopped in multiple times on my live.
why would you even say that though? Here's to me, it's kind of like weird. Is like oh, he's checked up on me. I'm not the spy.
Because it's
I'm
true.
not this. But
No,
for you to even say that,
I saw that Frank was, he was struggling with something that happened, emotionally draining him. Myself and an attorney that goes on panels, I was on there before he was, and we went in. We tried to calm him down a little bit. I think we did. We kind of diverted and started talking about cases, and I just. It was kind of surrounding that guy that unalived himself over the photos from Delphi. And Frank happens to know a lot about that scenario. Liz, thank you, by the way. I'm sorry I didn't get you earlier. And we were able to diffuse it together, and I felt good about it when we hung up. But then, Frank, I thought you went out and then you came back again. I didn't want you to do that. But you came back again, and I mean, you look like you hadn't had any sleep in a day.
I didn't. Oh, no, that was not one day. That was freaking 3 days. 3 days, no sleep at all. That was
I get it. Things bother you, but I couldn't allow you to sit there and do that without at least knowing you got people out here that care about you. And
that's
so,
why
I mean, it's legit, Ecto. We're not, there's no animosity between. There was at one time.
I know, but I'm just saying.
That's when
sometimes people can.
I tend to be stubborn sometimes.
Yeah, and Frank he's a tenacious SOB. He'll when he believes in something, he'll dig in and he'll get his heels in. And I've had a couple people tell me not to trust Frank, but you know what? Until you really do me wrong, then I'm gonna give you a shot. Especially if I think you have talent, and I think Frank has talent. And if I can recruit somebody from the dark side to the good side, which I think I did, Frank.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I helped Frank actually see the light and leave those people and start a totally different narrative in his show. And he has. He's now turned 180 degrees. That's why I call him Frank 2.0. So, people can change, and I'm all about that.
What kind of bothered me was all the conspiracy on Idol. Then I watched you one time. I was like, okay, this guy is kind of awesome. I even disagree with the biggest experts. They have titles. I don't have anything, but still I know it better. I know the world doesn't work that way, but hey.
And here's Jeff H. He says, let me slip one in one more time. A soft answer turns away wrath. Well, Jeff and I agree a lot, but we disagree on some things. And he likes to take the soft approach and try to talk to these people. But I think Jeff is realizing that he's beating his head against the wall with some of these people. They're not good people, and they despise anyone who objects to their narrative. And what we do here is we seize the opportunity to object to their narrative, break it down, and turn it into what it really is. And people don't like that. So when we're taking food out of their mouths by doing that, because they're losing subs. They're losing subs with somebody in here chat tonight.
You're growing subs.
And you know what? It's not so much the subs that are that important. You know what's important is the views. My views are at the 150th percentile, and I'm getting subs every day. I gained 388 subs, I believe, last month.
I think it's to me, John, it's the loyalty. How many people actually all right, on the call, do they do other shows? which is fine. You could do other shows, but like to me, that's like a question mark. It's like, all right, so you're going on multiple different shows. You're calling everybody. Are you just a caller who just wants clout? Who just not really want clout? Are you a caller who just wants attention? Is that who you are? It's like, to me, like a loyal caller would be someone who just doesn't go on any other shows, and that's it. And I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Oh, see, we got Harsh in here. So Harsh is in here. Why don't you come up on panel, Harsh?
That would be fun.
Come on up on panel, Harsh. I won't attack you, buddy. You know how I feel about what you do. But come on up on panel. I'd be more than happy to talk to you. Harsh wanted to say hello to you, Frank. Here it is right here. That's harsh. That's harsh reality right there, fellas, ladies and gentlemen. Now Harsh has me blocked from the show. I can't ever, I simply asked. Now I'll give Harsh this. When I first started listening to him, I didn't realize he didn't have a StreamYard or anything like that. So I'm like, why don't you bring me up? Let's talk about some of your theories. Well, he ignored me, blocked me, couldn't even get in to send a message anymore. So how do I get through to Harsh? Just like I got through to Dago, who did the same thing. So I picked a fight. And Harsh ate the bait. Hell, I even had a Harsh changing his clothes.
I was
he wore the same damn jacket every day, and every show I saw him. The next day, and I told my mods, I said, "You watch, he will change his clothes tomorrow."
With that
bam,
when he said that,
invited him to your show.
Bam, he not only changed his sweatshirt, but he changed his hat. You got to admit, Harsh, I was in your head. Now,
either way, you invited him right now.
Doing what you want to do. I don't care what you do. But when you talk about the American justice system, like you know it, and you should be talking about it, it pisses me off. I'm an American. And none of you Brits should be talking about our justice system like you talk about it. This Joe Lewis dude.
Oh my God, Joe Lewis, please.
That guy was a tool. That guy was on your show. He came into my
show. I was going to say he was not on my show. Never.
Watch my show from last night. You'll see his emails.
Was he on there?
I did a whole show on the jerk. I don't even know who the guy is. He sends me an email and wants me to come on to his show. So I go in and I read the way he treats people and what he says to them, and everybody's a bitch. and so I call him out right away. I'm like, I know what you're all about, bro. You ain't going to get me on your show because you're nothing but a freaking coward. As soon as I destroy you, you'll start to freaking spew all kinds of stuff. And he thinks I don't want to talk about that case. I know you disagree, Frank, but that case is over.
It is.
That man confessed to his wife. The prosecution dropped that bomb, and you don't have an expectation of privacy while you're in prison or jail. It does not exist. It is a moot point. It cannot be suppressed. It wasn't Ellie solicited. There is no Miranda involved. The man did what's called a res gesti statement. A res gesti statement is a spontaneous admission. Okay? So, yes,
that is
say it, but you shouldn't say it to your wife in jail because guess what? Do you not think that they're recording everything that man says?
Of course they are.
It's a huge case.
It is.
So my bad. You made a huge mistake. But here's what I think. I think that he's feeling really bad, not only for himself, but maybe his wife. And he says to his wife, I bet you it happened something like this. Look, I made a huge mistake. I'm going to have to pay for it. You're never going to see me again. I want you to move on with your life and be happy. And he told her what happened.
John,
I guarantee you it was something like that.
Oh, 100%. No doubt. Well, you would have you would need to ask Bob Mata, though. I'm pretty sure he would disagree, which is fine. Yeah. See, the thing that pissed me off is that people were protesting for a potential child killer, that there are crime scene images out there, and nobody seems to give a flying F. I mean, I talked to the families, And
Right.
one of the grandmothers of the girls, Becky Patty, she said, what I was calling her, she said, could you imagine if it was your son or granddaughter out there?
You've
I mean,
you've heard me say stuff like that multiple times about that
I mean,
case.
I'm a really passionate dude. I don't fuck around, and I went after these people like crazy. I got guy even to do an interview with him. Well, wasn't really an interview, more recording, but hey, fuck him.
Well, but I honestly, I don't know. I don't know that that he would disagree with me about that statement that he made. Has Bob Mata talked about that admission? Has he talked about
Bob is really strong-headed.
Well, I thought he was pretty level-headed on your show.
Yeah, he was. I have to say, that is not how I know him.
I really liked him. I don't think that he acted like a typical defense attorney. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way, but I've dealt with many. I mean, even in the the private sector, I was in court a lot, and had to deal with many defense attorneys that I had to deal with in the criminal, police end. But yeah, so I don't care about that case, bro. I'm not going to waste my time talking about that case because to me, and this is just me, that case is a done deal.
It is.
It's a gavel away. It's a gavel away, being slammed down by a judge to being totally cleared by arrest, convicted. Bye-bye. You're done.
But for me, it's not only that. It's also about the humane aspect,
What's your show, Frank? What's your show?
Art of Deduction.
How many subscribers?
Oh,
Hi, John.
I barely
got
checked.
a couple thousand.
Hi, John.
What's up?
Hollis said that she
Oh,
won't
3.5.
scream. Hollis said that she won't scream, and she wants you to let her back on StreamYard or let her back on panel because she was having technical difficulties because she didn't know she had to mute one. And it was echoing back to her, and she was getting feedback and lag and all kinds of
I told her
stuff.
to do that multiple times.
Well, y'all were too
Hollis
busy.
is just worried about getting sued, Rachel. That's all she's worried about. Because she's got this little. She told me on the phone that she's got all this. Her dad was a major doctor or some shit in there. She's in. I've got
what?
Well, read the.
Don't even put her back on. Just let her.
Read the StreamYard
I would have put her back
private
on.
chat thing. So
Hold on. What does Harsh mean by that comment?
What did he say?
oh Lord,
Hold on.
it's the
Don't
guy
know
who knows the difference
don't
between
know
a death
unaliving like
certificate
we
and a
do.
autopsy
I don't
report.
even know what. Okay, whatever.
I got to keep up. Trust me. You have never influenced my clothes, my friend. Okay, dude. I guess that was just coincidence. I'll take it back, Harshy.
I guess you have a good fashion advice for what should you wear
I don't
next
care.
day?
He says I was born there. I was born in Italy and I have multiple family members in the U.S. So, are you a U.S. citizen? Do you live in the United States? So you know all about our justice system? Because I've listened to what you said, Harsh. You don't know shit about our justice system. You think you do. You don't know anything.
Come on, call.
You are the worst creator of them all. And I will stand by that 100%. You are an absolute tyrant of lies. You're not critical thinking. You aren't a critical thinker. You're a bullshitter, Harsh. You are a bullshitter. You are not a critical thinker. You aren't for justice. You're for money, Harsh. That's what you do every day. Hello, you all look splendid today. You know what? The day I have to listen, the day I have to get up and feel good about myself because Harsh tells me I look hot, is the day I freaking put a bullet in a chamber.
How do I look today?
Well, it's not just that. Harsh. You made a video about were they killed with a machete? You got on Drip Drops Kick, right? I sent you a scientific study. I posted a scientific study for you to read about how they know it was one type of weapon. You ignored it and made 2 or 3 more videos about how they were killed with a machete. Then, when you bring up the fact that Bethany and Dylan were cleared by
Yeah,
investigators, you kept on with the damn co-conspirator shit for how many videos have you made about it? And now you want to ride this train about, well, I just don't have enough evidence. And you
Hey,
know
how
what's
about
going to
this?
happen? When
is
you
that the
found
point?
guilty, you're going to say, well, I just didn't have enough evidence. But I made 900 videos about how this motherfucker was innocent.
How about this one, Rachel? Watch this, you guys. So, all my hats say icon. Yes, icon. That's what you do. I, as in you, con people. That's what you do, Harsh, every day. So, icon doesn't mean you're an icon. It means you con. Icon. Icon. If I had a hat, it would say icon with arrows pointing down if I were you. You con people every day. Every single day with your bullshit.
Not only
You
that,
have people that log into your show and buy your bullshit. You attacked the father of a freaking man, dude. You
Harsh
just
is
chapped my ass. I
I mean,
can't stand
hold on a second. But this kind of pisses me off now.
stand you, man.
Harsh, how is it original?
out on bond
How is it original?
until trial for a quad
What's-
homicide.
Hold on a second. Let Rachel finish, Frank. What's up, Rachel? What were you saying?
Innocent until proven guilty. Right, Harsh? He should be on bond. Right, Harsh?
Who's echoing?
Walking around among us because of innocent until proven guilty when he's facing
Hold on a second.
murder charges.
Quizzly Bears says I won't drop the link. What do you mean drop the link? I've dropped the link multiple times. Here you go, Harsh.
10 times.
Bam. Bam. There's the link for you.
He's scared.
Quizzly Bears.
Scared.
There's the link, Harsh. Come on in. If it's really you. It's probably freaking Stevie Irwin. There's the link. I'll drop it for you again, just so you have it. Come on in, Harshy boy. Now, A.R. Hayes, you ain't coming in here. Forget about it, bro.
That would have been fun.
Look at you. You, A.R. Hayes, are not coming into this show ever again. You violated that trust, pal. Bye-bye.
Oh, was he actually in it?
Come on my show and blow smoke up my ass for a freaking hour and a half and talk about yourself. You can go piss off. Email me, AR. You're good at that. Rachel, I cut you off. I'm sorry. I had to address that because I'm being called a coward for not posting the link that I
Okay,
keep.
so, damn it, I'm echoing again. Let me reload and come back.
All right. Oh, I don't like it when she says reload.
Refresh.
But with that
All
said,
right.
John, I gotta go.
Hey, bro.
Frank,
thank
I'm
you,
watching
man.
you. I'm watching you,
Yeah.
Frank.
He's busting your chops, Frank.
No.
You got to know his personality, but he's Echo's funny as shit. He was one of my first callers, and he was freaking killing me. I was laughing so hard. We improvised, and he played T-Rev. It was, you have to go back and watch the show. It was hilarious. Thanks, Ecto.
Once again,
Oh my
keep on the
gosh,
great
the
show,
other-
guys. Keep on going. Love you guys.
Yeah, man.
Love you, fam. Love you, fam. Love you, fam.
Hey, tell your son that tell your son that Santa's watching.
I will.
All right, buddy. Good night.
All right. Good night.
All right, Rachel, come on back. I'll bring you back.
What do I need to explain? Why don't Frank explain the issues between him and I?
Who's him and you?
Harsh. Oh, shouldn't be that hard.
Oh, wait a second. There you go, Harshy. Why would I come onto your show to listen to you go on like you do? You make personal comments and attacks, then want me to come into chat? I told you I wouldn't personally attack you. But here's the deal, Harsh. In case you don't understand how these things work. When I came into your show and you said, I'm only going to address this one time, and then you booted me, okay, you never gave me an opportunity to even converse with you about your bullshit that you spew every single day. Okay, so how is that attacking you? Then, so I figured, well, you know what? The only way to get this guy's attention is to call him Shrek. So maybe if I call him Shrek, because he does kind of resemble Shrek, the way he, huddles up and stuff. You look a little bit like an ogre, bro. I'm sorry. People can say I look like whatever, but that's in fun. But you know what? It got your attention.
Fair, it worked.
Sometimes people use tactics to get what they need. You did the same exact thing Dago did. You did the same exact thing that Lana does. Same exact thing all these idiots do.
I would say Lana was more worse. Way worse.
Lana would never entertain me on the show because I would absolutely destroy that lady.
Wouldn't be really entertainment then, right?
No, it wouldn't. Because she knows she's absolutely not qualified, but she thinks she is.
I mean, isn't that the way how we learn? By debating each other?
Right.
You don't have to necessarily agree. Ask me what? I mean, this is not my show, dude.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me catch up to Harsh. So I wanna address Harsh here. I'm only here to see Frank.
What?
That ain't Harsh. That ain't
It can't
Harsh,
be.
bro.
It can't be.
See, that's how stupid this guy is. Ask Frank what? Ask Frank. Let's see. I'm just here for Frank. Ask Frank what? All right. Anyway.
I'm not sure how I'm having an echo.
Rachel, are you back yet? Reload. See, now we got a fake coming in saying, come on, let's give something. I can't read it. Saying he's AR. It's the same shit that the last person did. So you ain't coming in. All right. So Quizzly Bears, you didn't get chat fast. Sometimes we screw up. I'm sorry. Stay on. All right. Hollis, email me. I've given you enough time. If you want to communicate with me, email me.
Yeah, for some reason, Mike is not real as well.
Yeah, you're bouncing in and out.
No.
All right, I'm gonna post the link again. And I said this was gonna be a short show, but it's turned out to be a longer show. And there we go. So we got off on the Delphi case. There you go, Frank. So we got off on the Delphi case, and we kind of got disrupted there a little bit. I don't want to sound insensitive to true crime, but by the time I came onto the scene 4 months ago, the Delphi case was, it was big, but in April he confessed. So when a prosecuting attorney drops the bomb, and it goes public that the man actually confessed to his wife while in jail, I don't care what any attorney says. It clearly says, everything that you say is subject to recording, can and will be used against you in court. You don't have an expectation of privacy in jail. So if what the prosecuting team released, which was something to the effect, and you could tell me better, Frank, but something to the effect that he not only confessed once, but he confessed multiple times. And the wife got so upset that she abruptly ended the call. Am I accurate there?
You're right.
Okay. So at what point would I want to waste my time covering that case? It makes no sense to me. So I'm not going to waste my time covering that case and trying to get caught up on a case that's been going on for 5 years when the man clearly confesses. So at
least five times.
At least 5 times. So the thing about that is, and whatever defense attorney you want to bring on, I don't know how he could argue the fact. It cannot be suppressed unless there was a problem with the processing of the recording and I mean they'll try to the evidentiary procedures that led to it being tagged. They'll attack the process, perhaps chain of custody, perhaps, or something like that. But other than something like that happening, it would be pretty difficult to suppress that confession. So to me, that case is a moot point. And I get people sending me stuff all the time, wanting me to cover it. And I just don't want to waste my time. Rachel, you're back. Sacred Teachings is in here. These Sacred Teachings.
Hey, how you guys doing? How you doing, John?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good.
Rachel, you were saying something before. What were you talking about? I'm sorry. I think we were talking about Delphi. Huh? Hello? Pablo? You're muted, Rachel.
I know my friend was coughing. And I'm echoing again, and I don't know why.
Yeah, me too. And I have no clue why.
That's weird. Let me mute you and bring you back, see if that does anything. I can't do it. I guess I can't do that anyway. So Sacred Teachings, what's up, bro?
Nothing much, man. I'm just in the chat listening. And I'm listening, and I came across the same thing too. You got lunatics out there thinking that what's his name again? The Delphi guy is innocent. He's confessed on the phone. The evidence is overwhelming. He admitted to being on the walkway at the same time. It's just the evidence is overwhelming, and there's still people that defend a killer. It's insane.
Well, it's weird to me because it just makes my point. No matter what, I mean, you could have videotape of this guy doing it, and there are people out. These people exist, and that's what's really discouraging today, is that until he is proven guilty, I guess he shouldn't be in jail. Is that what these people want?
Well, there is.
So let it go free until we have the trial, and he can go home every day and come back and go to trial until a jury finds him guilty. I guess that's what we got to do nowadays, right? We just got to let them out of jail and let them run around until they have their day in court and are found guilty.
Yeah, I mean, people take innocent until proven guilty, literally. That's what they want.
They take it way too far, brother. I'll tell you that much. Because here's the deal. If you're in jail and you have no bond and there's no exculpatory evidence, but you think there's exculpatory evidence because you just think that, and you start spewing that there's exculpatory evidence, I can promise you that if there was exculpatory evidence, the judge would hear about it, and the judge would demand a hearing.
Let's have a hearing on this. Judge chewed Ann Taylor out for using the word.
Yeah. I mean, when I kept saying, I'm telling you, she messed up, she's going to get admonished. Now, we won't see that. We won't see the admonishing that she got. but it was probably recorded. The stenographer picked it up, and unless it was closed chambers, just her and him. But she came back after she posted that document, and she said the knife sheath was placed, implying that it was planted. I lost my mind. There's no way. She did it on a Friday. She knew exactly what she was doing. And I said right then, she's going to get her butt handed to her by the judge. And then what happened? What was it, Tuesday or Wednesday of the next week when she had that hearing? Oh, no, Judge, I didn't mean to imply that the state would withhold evidence. I don't think that they would do that.
Did she really say that?
She was backstroking big time because she knew she pissed him off. And you know what? That stuff stays on her record.
Hey, John, why don't you explain to Harsh why Brian can't get bail or be out on bond facing 4 capital murder charges on a grand jury indictment? Isn't that a public safety issue?
Yeah, we're going to cut this maniac loose. Harsh. Yeah, that's how our justice system works. Is that how yours works? I'm just asking because I don't really know about your
John. I don't think it's the real one.
What's that?
I don't think it's the real one.
Oh, I don't either. I think he's just don't even address that guy unless he comes up on panel and we can confirm it's Harsh, because Harsh said point blank he would never talk to me. I don't know if old Harsh would go back on his word. So go ahead, Sacred Teachings.
Am I good? Am I good? Am I echoing?
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. It's just nuts. I mean, it's crazy because it's like, John, you're the only one. There's some YouTubers out there that are lunatics. There's a few, but it's like you're just battling all of these guys. It's crazy.
Oh, hold on a second. So AR, is this really you in chat? If this is really you, tell me your date of birth and your wife's name right now. Right now, your date of birth and your wife's name. Boom, boom, boom. You got 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam. Boop. You're done.
Do you think all the old dudes can type that fast?
Well, that's sad because everybody knows your wife's name because you're on there all the time. I know your date of birth. So why don't you tell me your date of birth? I already have it. How about how many times have you been convicted of a felony? Real quick. 38. All right. So is this you? It's AR Hayes. Is that you? Oh, wait. Oh, now you go away. Now you go away, AR. Why are you going away? Come on. Here's the link. Here's the link, buddy. You're talking your smack in chat. Here's the link. Here we go. We're going to bring old AR Hayes up. You ready? AR Hayes. Is this really you? Oh, it is. I see the silhouette there, buddy.
It's definitely me, John. It's definitely me.
Go ahead. Spew it.
Well, I'm wondering why is it echoing?
I don't know why it's echoing. I don't have both things up.
Everyone is echoing, by the way.
Someone's on YouTube. It ain't me.
All right.
So somebody needs to get rid of YouTube.
Frank, you got your YouTube up?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Everybody is echoing.
I think it's somebody, all these people trying to get in.
Do you have anybody on YouTube, John?
Nope. Well, we'll just have to deal with it, bro. So go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's between you and I, obviously.
Well, you want to make it public. You want to come out here and talk. So bring it. You're talking a bunch of smack and calling me basically calling me a PUSSY in chat. I didn't even. This is the chat. So
John, I'm making a point to get you to bring me on, man.
Bro, you're on.
Come on.
You got the
Yeah,
floor.
yeah.
You got the
Here
floor.
you and I are, right?
You got it.
So what affiliation am I?
What affiliation did you say you were?
I haven't said what affiliation I am.
You were just on shows the other night talking about it. You said you were number 5.
I've never said an affiliation.
Oh man, you were absolutely out of your mind, bro.
John,
Get
I'm
off-
renounced, brother.
Get off my show. You're so full
I'm
of fucking
renounced.
shit. You are full of shit.
Do I have lightning bolts on me?
What?
Is that what you're asking me? Do I have lightning bolts on me? That's what you asked, right?
I didn't ask that.
No, but that's what this show is about.
This is
Right,
what you sent in the email. Yep.
Well, first, I didn't send you an email. I'm not that idiot.
Oh yeah, you
But
are.
do
You're
I have
saying
light?
you know how to- You pulled this shit last time, AR. It was you.
No,
it was
do
the
I have
same email, bro?
Do I have lightning bolts on my body?
said on the damn show that you were number 5. Now, what were you number 5 in? Let me refresh your memory.
Dude, the question is, do I have lightning bolts?
I'm not asking that question.
No, you brought it up. Yeah, I have lightning bolts.
You're asking the question.
No, I don't have to ask a question.
Did you not say you were the number 5? You kept reiterating the number 5. In what affiliation, AR? Don't bullshit.
I'm not
What?
going to say the affiliation.
Why not? You said it the other night.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I'm pretty sure everyone with a brain knows what it is.
Yeah, if you know what it is, then you know what it is.
But kind of,
So
AR,
what's your point?
I watched
AR?
also that video, right? And you said you were
AR,
denouncing.
Hold on.
Were you white supremacist AR in prison? Were you a white supremacist? Were you part of white supremacy?
You guys.
Were you a part of
One
a white
added-
supremacist group in prison?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So what's your point?
We're echoing, so let's all slow down
No,
so
you're not gonna
people
pass
can
my
hear
shit,
you,
bro. You've already done this bullshit before.
and people can hear me.
I hear you fine.
Was
don't
I
hear
a
that.
white? Was I white supremacist? Yes. Was I a full-time white supremacist? Absolutely. Now what?
Now what? So you're going to deny that you sent me that email when it's the same email you sent me before that you actually talk about? You talk about our email, AR.
Yeah, I did talk about our email.
In other shows, you discuss our email, and you sent me the email which connected to that email when we were talking about you the other night in your bullshit story about getting shot by a cop in Walmart post being on parole. You gonna stick
I
to
didn't
that
send
bullshit
you an
story?
email in regards to wearing my bolts.
I'm going to end it because you're not being truthful. I'll talk to you, but don't freaking lie, bro. I think you've done enough lying. So you tell a story about you being in Walmart and somebody bumping into your wife with a shopping cart. You got into it with them, and the police come there and shoot you in the leg. Did that happen, AR? Come clean, bro. Unmute your mic. You're muted.
Answer the question.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was muted. Yeah. Yeah, I did get shot in the leg.
You got
this
shot
is
in the leg.
really weird.
What was the date and what Walmart was that?
I got violated and went back for 8 years.
You got violated.
So yeah,
and
when
went
you
back 8 years.
Yeah, I did. When
year was
you
that?
have
What
any
year was that,
police
AR?
interaction,
I know the rules
this
on
is
probation.
man, this echo is horrible. I'm trying to see if it's me, guys. Maybe it's me.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
you.
Everybody. No, it's everybody.
I mean, I hear you
Man,
too. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Are you getting? You're not.
So
getting
am I
echo.
coming across okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. And I'm getting
It's
messages.
echo on
everybody-
my side.
Who it is it's Hollis trying
All
to keep getting in
Anyway,
there. So Hollis, I'm gonna have to ban you because you keep trying to get in and you're causing the echo. So if
You
come
know,
in
I'm
again,
going to say when
I'm gonna
this
have to ban you.
when this live started, I became very upset. But now, I mean, I see your point in regards to wanting to know whether someone's telling the truth or not. I also have to wonder who I'm talking to, whether you're telling the truth or not. This is just a fair game type of deal.
Go ahead.
And this seems really weird because I'm trying to talk through the echo, so I'm sorry. But
Have you been watching the show?
yeah, I've been on here promoting the majority of your show.
So
I really have.
you've heard everything you said.
Yeah, no. And you know what, man? At first, I was pissed. I was pissed off.
Better
But
to be pissed off than pissed on. My grandmother
no,
always say.
in all frankness, you have to know in life, everybody questions what they don't know. Am I right?
Right.
All right. Now, John, the entirety about what happens in life is I don't want to go back to prison. Like I've done enough time, man.
You know
I've
you're
done
not allowed
enough
to live
time.
in motels and hotels too, right? You know that's part of your parole. You're not allowed to live in motels and hotels.
Just know I'm following the guidelines of what's sent out. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm following the guidelines of what I'm allowed to do. This echo is weird.
It's on. Got to be on your end, bro.
No, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're fine. I don't hear an echo.
God damn, man. I'm sorry, guys. This echo's weird. This echo's weird.
Look, I'm asking Hollis to stop trying to get in here because she's the echo. I'm not going to talk to you, Hollis, anymore tonight. Conversation is over. I'm telling you, if you want to discuss anything with me, shoot me an email. I might entertain you and I might not. Okay? So we will discuss it on email. Do not come in here again or I will ban you from the show.
Is she the echo?
She's causing the echo.
I was going to say, because I've never had an echo. Anyway, I don't know if you can fix the echo. It's hard.
Now you're echoing. I think it's on your end. You have these issues all the time. Are you on a cell phone? All right, I'm gonna bring it back again, AR. You're back again.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
I'm gonna delete the other one. Hold on a second.
Please. Somehow that was weird.
All right.
I still have the echo.
Come out and come back in.
You know, and John, I wasn't even gonna come up here tonight. Like I wasn't gonna do it. But
let me stop you real quick because we've been through this before, AR. You came in, you were all nice and sweet, and I'm like totally cool to you. And you go over to Dinky's show and those other shows, and you totally diss me, bro. What the
You know
hell?
what?
And we're all like,
Let me
what
be
the hell
honest with you.
Because those guys give you hell because you came over and you actually were being nice, and I was being nice, and because of that, you're some pansy to them. Tell them to F
Well,
off.
first, I gotta say, my personality is to respect others. And John, even if you and I don't like each other, and Texas Ranger gets up and talks his sense about me, and everybody says what they have to do, I get upset, I get mad. But I'm not gonna disrespect you. I'm just not gonna do it. Like, that's just. I want to do it, but I'm not going to. But what I'm going to tell you is a lot of the things you presented tonight are not actual factual.
Clear it up for us.
And I'm not saying that your information's wrong in regards to the backing of what a white supremacist or bullets mean. But that doesn't mean someone always walks through life proud of that. And I don't know who tried to come out of your life last night, and this ain't the first time. My wife told me to avoid you, and I've been doing it until literally someone messaged me again and said, "You're doing a show on me." Which is cool. That's cool, man. I told you. No, John, I told you.
Let's stop with that shit
I'll
right
get.
now. I'm telling you,
No.
I know that the email was you, 100%. Do not deny.
You know my emails changed, right?
All right.
No, I rebranded my whole. No, I rebranded my whole.
Last time that he's actually confirmed, and we talked about on the show, it's the same as
we did.
The same email, bro.
What? I rebranded my channel, man.
Oh, man, you are pathological, AR. You are a pathological.
I have been known that. No, I've been stated to be.
You are.
Yeah. No, I've been stated to be. There's no doubt about it.
You are a white supremacist, are you not?
No.
So you just walked away from the Aryan Nation or whatever you were affiliated with.
I had to. I married a Mexican.
Whatever white supremacist group you were affiliated with, you just walked away from it. That's how that works.
It's not just. It's not. No.
Yeah.
It is not just walking away. No.
So what did you have to do to get away from that organization?
Step down program.
Explain the step down program.
It's a step out. It's a step down to step out program offered by various states that are heavily affiliated with certain gangs. You have to prove your worth. You have to go through the courts. You have to go through the boards. A lot of programming. Lifetime. You're on lifetime parole and lifetime counseling. And it's not an easy thing to do.
So wait a second. So you're telling me that the state coordinated that with you?
Yeah,
the state
they did.
Step down program from you being involved in a white supremacist organization.
Look it up, man. I'm gonna give it to you.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just gonna have to look that up.
I'm gonna give it to you. It's the state of Arizona step down program, John. I'll even give you the heads up.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, do.
You may be right. I'm just saying. I've never
I
heard
am
of
right.
Because the organization you need to worry about, not the state of Arizona. It's the organization.
It's the what now?
The organization that you're affiliated with, the gang that you're affiliated with, is you got to worry about. So the gang didn't give you a step down program. You being affiliated through the state, through a database, gave you a step down program, is what you're telling me, correct?
The affiliation will never give you a step down program, man.
Exactly.
Never.
Thank you.
Never. Your life is on the line. Your life is on the line every minute you walk down the street, man. Every minute you walk down the street.
That's with pretty much any gang, heavy duty gang today. And you said you were the number 5 and the biggest one there is.
Yeah, cry me a river.
There ain't no crying, no rivers.
Tony's in here. This is my Kiwi friend, Tony. So you're probably going to get your ass chapped. So you better be ready for it because Tony's pretty versed on this stuff too.
Fuck Tony. I won't even acknowledge Tony.
I know you're used to it. So come on.
I won't even acknowledge Tony.
Go ahead. Say it.
I've got nothing to say to him. He's completely disingenuous. Every time he comes on, he just tells fibs. I've been on panel with him twice before this. On both occasions, he's completely disingenuous. His favourite line is, "Let me be honest with you." There you go.
Yeah,
no, my favorite line is, Tony, you're a fake. Get lost, brother. Get lost.
Tony,
nothing fake about me, mate. I can guarantee you there's nothing fake about me. You are a complete phony. You're a complete phony. There's 1.5 billion YouTube watchers in English, and you manage to attract 2,000, and that's probably about your limit, because the only person who will watch you is someone who's morally degraded like yourself.
And I'll appreciate every one of them.
No, you didn't earn. Hey, let's be real here, AR. You think you earned those subscribers? Excuse me.
No, I think they subscribed to me on their own. I didn't earn it.
No, where did you get those subscribers, AR Hayes?
All over the place, man.
You earned them. You earned those subscribers. No, this is what you did. I'm gonna call you out. You went to Dago, Cluminati, blah, 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 you name it, and you spewed the same bullshit that you spew every time. I'm so blessed for who I am and my life, this and that. And then they said, hey, everybody go over to AR's channel and subscribe.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, John?
Tell me I'm wrong.
Dago's a friend of mine. Cluminati's a friend of mine. Cletus is a friend of mine. You can talk trash about them, and I'll back them up 100%. They're all friends of mine.
They're not friends of you. They're people on YouTube. You don't have any real friends. They are not friends of yours. If you think they're friends of yours, you are completely deluded.
Yeah, you think those people give a shit about you?
I would hope so, because I care about them.
People are going to endorse you after you've been exposed as a white supremacist?
I think so, because
your email, which is your email, which you just bullshit. Like, you are a pathological liar, bro. You are unbelievable. Okay. You've got an answer for everything, AR. You learned how to manipulate people so well in your freaking 28 years in prison and your 38 felonies. You just learned how to smooth people over. And you know what? You are psychotic. 1 minute you come in, you're like, motherfucker, blah, blah, blah. And then 5 minutes later, you're sending me an apology letter.
I don't know about psychotic, but
same fucking email. Don't insult my intelligence and don't insult the audience's intelligence. Come clean. Own it. You always talk about owning it. Own it. You were never shot in a Walmart by a cop. Own it. You bullshitted. You made it extremely interesting so people would go, oh shit, AR was shot in a Walmart? Oh my God. And then you got Sergeant Friday going, oh yeah, we've been trying to tell cops to shoot people in the leg forever. That's not how it works. You don't shoot people in the leg. You double tap them in the chest and you reevaluate. You shoot to kill. You don't shoot to wound. It's not how it works. You're muted, AR. You muted yourself again.
Damn this phone. Sorry about that, John. I don't know what.
Everybody.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. I apologize. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not changing my story because it's the truth. And maybe I'm just lucky nobody shot me in the chest.
You're incapable of the truth. Give me the date, give me the state and the city that happened in, so I can find out if you're telling the truth. And if I
Well, you're a
find it,
detective.
I'll come on and do a show, and I'll say AR told the truth.
You're a detective with all the connections. Go get
I've
it.
already looked.
Rubbish.
I've already looked. I can't find anything.
Give him a lead.
luck.
Give him a lead.
From the East Coast to the West Coast, from the northern United States to the southern United States. I've done everything. One of my good friends is at for Walmart. He's actually the ORC director of Walmart, and
It don't matter to me. It don't matter to me what he is. You're almighty.
I'm not
Where
almighty.
did I do my prison time there, buddy? Since you know so much about me.
I don't even give a shit, dude. I don't.
No,
care.
you would know.
I haven't looked
It's
it up.
public knowledge.
I have not looked it up. I can get your criminal history by tomorrow morning.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
Good luck.
Well, I could get it.
Good luck.
Well, whatever.
Get it. Let's meet up again.
I don't care to get it, bro.
You can't get it.
You can't do anything but spew lies about your
John,
history, bro.
if you could get my criminal history,
be honest.
You would have already had it.
I have no.
You can't do it.
Came out and said you had 38 felony arrests. Why do I need to go look at your 38?
Because you couldn't find any of them.
I could give two shits, AR.
You couldn't find them.
You said you were shot in the freaking leg after being in an altercation with a man in a Walmart because your wife got bumped into with a shopping cart. And
so let me ask you,
want us all to believe that
John,
a man that was on parole, did not go back to prison, and you didn't. You danced around it the other day.
John, hold on a minute now. Which one would you believe more? Did I have as many felony convictions as I do, or that I got shot in a Walmart?
Doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
Convictions. I don't believe you got shot in a Walmart.
So you believe I have as many convictions as I do?
I believe if you're telling me you got 38 convictions, why would anybody freaking lie about that? Unless this is all a story, so you can get clicks.
Why would I lie about getting shot in a Walmart? What does that matter?
Why do you lie about everything? That's the question. Why do you lie constantly?
I can't hear Tony. He's cutting it out.
Yeah, well, your echo's very good. That's why.
Tony, I hear you fine. You're a little bit low, but I hear you.
Wait, AR, when did the shooting happen? What year? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, this is
I
weird.
asked you what year. Now somebody else is asking you what year. What year did it happen?
Yeah, what year did this happen?
2000 and
when my shooting happened.
Yeah.
So what's 8 years ago from now?
I need a date, bro. Just give me the date. I don't know.
2016. You got shot in a Walmart in what city?
Good luck. Go find it.
Yeah,
why would you not disclose that information? You're the one that brought it up, AR. You were so transparent. Why would you not disclose where and when you were shot in a Walmart?
You guys built this entire show about me.
No, you came on.
It was 2016. 2016, Tempe, Arizona.
Okay, we'll look that up.
Arizona. Now, was it your name or an alias that you were booked under?
I was under an alias.
Of course.
No,
I shouldn't ask
I've
that
got
question.
no. If you
I shouldn't
literally
ask
bring
that
up my name, if you bring up my name, it will have 100 aliases.
Oh, I'm sure you've got a plethora of them.
That's
No, I
something to be
do
proud of.
because that's my background.
Yeah.
I
There you go.
I realize that. You
Do you
you've
think
been quite
A.R. Hayes is my real name?
Oh,
No,
man.
no. I think you should submit
No, I'm just asking you.
your evidence.
But why don't
I'm
you
just
want to
asking
verify
you.
your story?
Yes, A.R. Hayes is your real name. Because
Yeah,
one
it
of my
is.
moms looked you up.
Yeah,
when
it
you
is
first
my
came
real
on the
name.
scene. What's that?
Yes, it is my real name.
That's your real name because actually Kelly looked you up.
Yeah, I know. I talked to Kelly lately.
Yeah. So what's your point now?
John,
When
really, what it comes down to.
we will have thousands of people that will have seen this show. I call
I hope
you out
so.
for being a white supremacist. You come in here and say you were in a drop program and you're no longer a white supremacist. You know what? That's kind of like something you need a lobotomy for.
Have you
being a
Googled?
white supremacist? AR, you don't just stop being a white supremacist. That's why you said you were proud that you had those tats.
Okay.
Be real, bro. I'm just telling you.
I am being real.
You're not being real.
It's not okay. That's the thing. It's not okay.
Because you know
What do you
that
want me
all
to do?
these shows that you go on,
You want
know that
you
all
want
the
me?
shows that you go on are probably going to denounce you now.
Good.
Because you're
That's okay. That's okay. If they choose to do that, then that is their right to do it.
They should. Absolutely 100% should denounce you.
Did you know, John, when I started doing this, I was never thinking I'd get 100 subs.
I've heard that story before. Until you started.
So whatever.
When you started
here we go.
Subs.
Let's hear what you're on
now. And you know what, dude? You are pathological. I'll say it again. 100%, brother. You are a freaking pathological man. You are scary. You are
and that's
scary.
That's probably why I go to counseling twice a day, huh?
She can watch herself. Because I guarantee you, if she ever decides to leave you, you would probably take her with you when you go.
You go to counseling twice a day. Seriously, you need better counselors.
But why don't you want to like confirm your story, like verify the story?
Why do I have to?
Why would you not, though? That's the question.
Why do I have
Are
to?
you trying to save face? Why did you come on the panel?
To go directly at you.
Okay, well, you're here.
Well, empty everybody else.
What?
Empty everybody else, and it's me and you.
No, this is my show.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But
what difference would it make if it was just me and you?
Let's have a chat, bud. Me and you. Top. No.
I've got Tony on here. I've got two other people on here that have questions.
Wait. Detective John, ex-convict Hayes. Now that sounds like a discussion. That sounds like maybe even a possible interrogation.
No,
you guys were having a
discussion.
You guys, you and John have been having a discussion.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you
Tony,
and John
go
have
ahead.
been having a discussion. I've been on mute. I mean, the other guy's been on mute. You guys been having a discussion, you two, this entire time.
John, let's have an interrogation. You and me.
Yeah, this guy's
I'm happy to drop out. I mean, I'm happy to drop out, John. But you need to know 100% he is completely dishonest and lies all the time. I've been on 2 panels with him on both occasions. He contradicts himself and lies all the time. He's a disgrace.
You know what,
whatever your name is.
Bye, Tony. Bye, Tony.
When you were on here last, you told me when I said I'm just going to give him a chance. This man warned me. Amazing. He warned me over and over again There's no way this guy is genuine.
No, definitely not. I mean, all I had to do is just verify that story. I mean, I just asked for the year, and now he's just running around.
So AR, you dropped off?
Yeah.
Come back, AR.
But yeah, I mean, he wants you two to have a conversation. I mean, I'll come off, but I mean, he was just on here having a conversation, and he was just running around, not answering questions, running away from questions.
This guy, bro, this guy is freaking psychotic.
Lunatic. Yeah.
He is an absolute lunatic. I mean, I've met some freaking characters in my lifetime, but to come onto my show not once but twice, like Tony said, and I give him a chance. I even had some of my subs go check his show out. Some of them subscribed to him. And for that guy to do what he did, it just blew my mind. I'm like, I mean, that's a sociopath.
Yep. And I'm not familiar with his show, but is he like one of the Brian's Innocent campaign?
He thinks that he can give his opinions on all these cases because he's been incarcerated 38 times for felonies and done 28 years in prison. So he thinks because he was a bad criminal that he's a great investigator. I mean, it blows my mind. And then these shows jump all over him. And because I announced ahead of time that I was going to be taking this guy basically out of the picture by exposing him for being a white supremacist, they do a deflection show because they know that they're going to look like white supremacists themselves. And I believe, in my opinion, it's my opinion, I believe that they probably are. Sorry. I know one's a homophobe for sure. Attacked one of my mods for being a lesbian. She's not a lesbian, by the way. She's bisexual. And the way she said it was pretty nasty. That's a homophobe. So usually people that are like that pretty much have the propensity to be racist, bigots. But for a man to actually be so not smart. See, AR's problem is he just starts talking. Just to talk. So, and then he tries to, if you ever listen to him go on somebody's panel, he tries to take over the panel, and he says the same garbage over and over and over. How blessed he is to have his wife. You guys just don't know how important it is that you care about me. Blah 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 blah. Pretty disgusting, isn't it? Are you still there? Sacred, you're muted.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just, it's crazy. Why would someone not want to confirm your story? I mean, that's a big red flag. I mean, anyone listening to a guy like that, I would take everything he says less than a grain of salt.
Because he knows how tenacious I am, and he knows I'll find out.
Right. I mean, I could have found out as soon as he told me the year. I was gonna go right on Google.
You said it was 2016 in Tucson, Arizona.
All right, well, there we go.
Just Google man shot by police in Walmart. You just might find it. But I would suspect that would be front page news. So it would be pretty easy. But let me ask you something. And I don't know. Are you African American? Are you what are you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would consider me African American. I mean,
I think you might have told me that, or you were Hispanic. I can't remember.
No. I actually never told my race, but I mean, I wouldn't say I'm African American. My parents are not from America, but I have African descent.
Okay, so if a racist, if a white supremacist saw you, would he think you were African American?
Yes.
Okay. So, as a man of color and a man who's probably obviously had some experiences with racism, how genuine do you think that man is?
Oh, not genuine. I mean, when he was just running from the questions, I saw it really wasn't genuine at all. I just asked a simple question. I just wanted to confirm when the shooting happened, and then he's just telling me, "Oh, well, 8 years from here." And I mean, if it was me, I would have just said, "Yeah, just Google my name or look up this," and I would have proved it right then and there.
It's pretty sad, y'all.
Yep.
Pretty sad. So I'm going to post the link again for anybody who wants to come in. Sportsy Girl, you want to come up? Have a chat with us? I think Rachel's probably done for the night. What time is it? And my eyes are, it's after 1 o'clock. That's right. Terry says, John, I started watching true crime because of what it represented. John, I'm not singling you out. I'm saying it has to start somewhere because our kids need us. You're absolutely right. 100,000%. Tony's back. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, g'day, mate. Look, John, I've got an echo. It's you, Mr. Dogface. You have an echo. You have your YouTube. You have another. You have two windows open. One's StreamYard and one's YouTube.
I do?
No, not you. I think the gentleman with the dog icon.
Sacred, do you have your YouTube open too? Because if you do, shut it down. That way you can be on StreamYard because it's echoing.
Yeah, so I'm just on the link. I'm on the StreamYard website, my YouTube app, so it's closed. Yeah. I think I don't know. Can you restart StreamYard?
Trying to come back on. You know, I'm gonna bring back on. Are you gonna stay in, Tony, or are you gonna bail?
Well, the echo's pretty bad.
It is right now. See, it's Hollis trying to come back in again.
I hear it. Good.
Yeah, maybe try to restart it if that's possible.
Yeah, no, someone's trolling you. You need to block that Hollis because she's trolling your thing. She comes in, leaves the microphone open, and somehow trolls you.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She's a mod.
Get rid of her. So have I still got an echo?
Yeah, there's still an echo. I'm gonna leave and try to come right back.
All right,
I think it's not you, bro. Maybe I thought it was you, bro, but maybe it's not.
All right, how's it now? How's it now?
Is it you, John?
It's not me. I've only got
StreamYard. Could it be me? Was it always there when I was on?
Yeah.
Maybe it's me.
That would be funny as hell.
Maybe I'm a troll. Maybe I need to apologize to people. Okay, I'm going to grab my headset. Hang on.
Yeah, no, Texas, she couldn't do it. But if she's coming into StreamYard, she keeps coming in, and if the echo comes in when she's in, and she's got both up, because remember when she was on, she had all kinds of problems. So this is what she does. She gets extremely inebriated, and she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. I'll probably take the time and actually play the recorded conversations that I've had with Cole Holland, so y'all can see just how actually I'll just play one right now. Let me see here.
Testing.
I can hear you fine.
No echo. I still have an echo.
You have an echo?
Yeah.
It's got to be you then, bro.
It's got to be me. Okay. I'll come back. Give me 5.
Okay. So anyway, been an interesting night. So let's see here.
Yeah, this is Ben Walker.
That's not it. It's the wrong one. I gotta go in and find this voicemail. Here we go. No. Here we go. Here's just one. Let's see what this one's all about. I received this one at 3:45 in the morning on December 31st. 3:45 in the morning on December 31st. Here is old Hollis.
I thought last night,
Oh, here we go.
Detective John, I thought last night you were going to not have a bashing, bullying channel and actually do true crime.
Oh.
And here you are.
3:45 in the morning.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
Why can you not stop getting into people's private business and calling people names?
Oh, okay, Hollis.
Why? Goodbye. That's all I have to say.
Because you're a bitch. That's why. Oh, there's more. Hold on. All right. The Greek's back. Sacred Earnings, you're back.
Are we good?
I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
How's my sound?
You're perfect.
I heard an echo.
All right. AR is trying to get back on again. But you know what?
You have fun with AR. I'm out of here.
You know what? I'm not. You know why? Because this is a different name, Tony. It's AR Hayes now. I'm not even going to deal with that guy anymore. He's done. Anybody, for the record, anybody that will ever have that guy on your show again, I'm going to call you out. Promise you. If you have AR Hayes on your show again, I'm calling you out. AR, you're not coming back on. You've had your
Here's
shot.
an example. Sorry, my echo's so bad. I'm going to turn this. I'm going to come back again, but I might ask for a link in chat.
You need to come out and come back in?
Yeah, I'm going to reboot this computer thing.
All right. I'm posting it right now. All right, Sacred, what's up?
Nothing much, man. Just hanging out. So
what do you think, brother? What was I asking you? I mean, if if a guy like A.R. Hayes saw you, would he think you were a black male?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So listening to this man, how old are you?
I'm 28.
28. All right. So you're pretty young. I'm sure you've seen some racism, but not to the extent that I saw it when I was your age.
Nah.
Things are pretty good today, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I didn't
but
think,
again, I'm not a black
believe
male
racism
living,
existed.
living anywhere. I just know that I'm not hearing it like I heard it when I was a kid. You know what I
Right.
mean? So, I mean, you can walk down the street now and see a multiracial couple and not even blink an eye. Does not matter. But when I was a kid, I'm going to be honest with you. When I was a kid, black people weren't even allowed to go beachside.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's
in Daytona Beach. They were, well, let me take that back. It's not that they weren't allowed. It was just they wouldn't. You never, hardly ever saw, when I was a kid, black people on beachside. That's how bad it was when I was young. Now, there's no problem at all.
Yeah, it's
times have changed, man. And when you got people like this freaking jerk who spends over half his life in prison, comes out and thinks that he can manipulate each and every one of us. I'm going to bring you back in, Tony. Tony, you back?
Yeah, testing.
You sound fine.
Do I? Okay. I got an echo.
Yeah, I mean, I hear it, but it's bearable. I mean, it's not too bad. I think John maybe
I don't hear it at all.
restart the StreamYard if that's possible. I'm not sure.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
So you get a guy like this, Sacred, and he tries to manipulate everyone. I'm hearing a beep now from somebody, like a conk. So, do you have your radio on, Sacred?
Radio? No.
Okay. TV's not on. Nothing's on.
No. Just I'm just on my iPhone.
Okay. So you get somebody, you want to talk about disingenuous, that thinks that he can come in and just start a new life on YouTube because he's got a story to tell. But he doesn't tell the story in its entirety until he has diarrhea of the mouth just the other night. And he has to become relevant some more and make himself sound even greater. Like, I was number 5 in a white supremacist organization. Now, that's pretty high up on the pecking order, wouldn't you think?
For sure. Damn near the leader.
All of a sudden, people look up to him. He's the man. Blah 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 blah. I don't understand what his point was, because at that point, anybody that tells me that they're a white supremacist, hey, AR, you need to go over to that guy, that real. I'm not even gonna freaking. Everybody knows who he is. Talks about, trying to drown his wife, pulls his genitalia out, puts it on the desk on a live show, and he's not monetized, so he just gets away with doing all this stuff. That's where you need to go. You guys are like this. Last name sounds like go over there. He'll welcome you with open arms. You guys can just tag team people. He'll love you. So, Sacred,
Okay,
how did you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy I wouldn't even take serious. I mean, he's kind of like a clown.
What do you think his motives are?
Just like all the other, YouTube true crime grifters, just to get as much money off, people's tragedies as possible.
Exactly. You think he's trying to manipulate people?
100%.
So I mean,
that's why
somebody
you
like that.
embellish stories that didn't happen. Because right now, I am on Google right now and looking for the 2016 Walmart shooting, and I can't find it unless he's dead. Because one person died at a Walmart shooting. I'm sure it wasn't him. So
yeah. I mean, it was in Tucson, Arizona, right? That's where he said it was.
Right.
I've actually just Googled Tucson, Arizona Walmart shooting.
Yeah. Unless he came back from the dead and he's one of these guys. Okay, but obviously.
But don't even put a date in there in case he's got the year wrong, because he'll probably come back and say, "Oh no, it wasn't that year. I'm trying to remember what year it was." I mean, I think.
Hey John, yeah. I want you to know I gave you a lesson in investigating there. So I pushed him harder. I wouldn't let him say, wouldn't let him go into some sort of diatribe. Oh, to be honest with you, this is my honest thing. He's a wanderer and he never said anything straight. As I said, I've been on 2 panels before this one. It was completely dishonest on both of them. And I don't, he's going to get amongst 1.5 English speakers on the internet that watch YouTube. He's going to get 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers, and he'll only get them either by buying them or by moving them off other channels, or by being so disgusting he finds 2,000 or 3,000 other people as disgusting as him who want to watch him. In my opinion.
I can't honestly. I can't see anyone allowing him back, and I would have to say that anyone that would allow that man back on their panel is a racist. 100%.
I agree.
Sorry, but it's the truth. So allow him back on.
I don't know if he's a racist or not. I've just heard what you said on your show, but like I say, my experience with him, he's disingenuous and he's a milker. He goes around milking the things on the other channels. And honestly,
and you called him out the last time he was on this show. You called him out. You said
that.
I
always call out people with that honest. That's what I do. But he's got something. Like, he could say, 28, 36 felonies, whatever the number is, and I'm a reformed man, blah, blah, blah. But actually, he doesn't, he's not honest, and he's just disingenuous. And so that means to me, it's like fool me once, I'm not going to fool me again. So, he
And you know what I did, bro. I let him fool me twice. I gave him 2 shots. Sacred, it was Tempe, Arizona.
In the black chat here, we've got Hollis and AR. You lied about the debate, and they're both going on trying to get on live with you. Here we go. So honestly, Hollis, if you're facing a legal case, you shouldn't be drunk on the thing trying to discuss this thing on someone else's live who's actually suing you. It's common sense. And AR Hayes, are you a gambler who gets paid, who's so high rolling you get free hotel rooms, or are you a guy who works 55 hours a week hard graft? Because they were the 2 stories you told me on your channel. Oh, sorry, when I was on the chat on this channel when I was on a panel with you, and both are contradictory. So I want to know what's going on, but I don't want to hear from you. It's an open question. I don't want an answer to. I know the answer. Thank you. Rhetorical.
Right. Well, he's blown his wad with me. He ain't coming back. So AR, you might as well give up. I'm not having you back. You're done. So bye-bye. Thank you. Hollis, email me. I'm not going to communicate with you either. Again, I gave you one shot. We had a decent conversation. It started out heated. I have to look like 3 months ago, 2.5 months ago. And the end of the conversation, I felt like you were sincere, but no, you're not. Because you went into a chat and you started talking shit again. Started spewing the same shit you did before. So I'm done with you. If you want to email me, I might entertain it. But the longer you keep trying to come into this show after I've already spoken with you, the more I'm not going to talk to you. Just so you know. Christine, A.R. Hayes is a guy who tried to make a channel based on his experiences as a lifelong lifer. He was actually a lifer. He got released on some program that they were doing, probably because there was no room after 28 years of incarceration.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been looking on. Yeah, I've been looking on Google here. Oh, sorry about that. Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been looking on Google and shooting suspect or Arizona shooting, Tempe shooting, Walmart shooting, and you're right. I mean, every time a cop did shoot someone, they ended up deceased. So
Yeah,
there's nothing.
They don't typically shoot people in the leg when they're in an affray on the ground.
Right. So there's no person that got shot by police and survived in Walmart. So
thanks for looking that up, buddy.
Yep.
You the man. So the white supremacist is a liar.
Yep.
Like I've been saying.
Yep.
Like Tony's been saying. And everybody's been taken by the liar.
I'm not saying it. I've actually been on panels where he did it. Blatantly. He says one story, then he says something different 5 minutes later. Or
JKS says A.R. Hayes is going to the trial, and he's going to interview Ann Taylor and others, according to him. I hadn't heard that one. But honestly, you think that guy's going to make it through the courthouse doors? I don't think so. Sorry. You might have to take those piercings out of his nose first. Those horn piercings, whatever they are, that go in like this.
Hey, John, maybe Hollis wants to come back up again. She's pretty fired up in the back chat.
Yeah, I see her in the chat. What's her problem?
I'm not bringing her up again. I have nothing to say to Hollis. I'm telling you, my attorney is telling me not to talk to Hollis. I already had started 2.5, 3 months ago. I've already had it started, and I kind of pissed him off because he had already started paperwork, and he's telling me, he's a good friend of mine, telling me not to talk to her. So the only way that I am going to talk to her is on email. I'm not going to talk to her on a panel anymore. She's blown her wad with me too. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Hollis from the T-Rev show. I know. I'm sure she remembers my name. And
do you remember the shit that they started saying about me, bro?
I remember, bro. I was in there. I remember I was in the StreamYard where everything was mutual with everybody, and we were just talking about the case. And I remember, she definitely was a lunatic. She was one of the ones.
Were you on there when I came onto the show and announced I was starting my own show?
That's when I took a break from the T-Rev show before this all went down. That's the thing. I missed all of it. Yeah. Yeah, I took a break because I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it, man. It was just a lot of like the show is great. Like the way he sets up the show is great. Yeah, he knows how to set up a good show. You know, the way everything's set up. You know, the videos, the callers call in, speak their voice. Like that was a great platform to do it, but it just began to just turn into just too much of embracing and just not challenging nonsense. And it was just only one guy, Detective John, on there, just the only voice of reason there, and I was only coming there for Detective John. Like he was giving the good. Literally, that's why I came there. I was like, Detective John, he's a voice of reason there. And then when it just became too much for me, and I was just like, you know what, I can't listen, because it was just getting me frustrated listening to certain things and people just. I just don't have patience for that shit. So I just, I just move around and take a break from the show. When I came back, everything just went left.
Were you there when he pounded on his chest? And
no, I want to see the video. I want to see the video. I missed it. I'm so mad. I missed everything. I'm so mad. I missed it all, man.
It's Sportsy. I don't think I can leave the video. I don't think I can leave and come back in. I can't. If I do, it would end the stream.
Yeah. Sometimes StreamYard has that issue. Sometimes where they gotta, restart it and stuff.
I mean, maybe it's. Let me turn my speaker down. Talk a little bit. Let me hear you.
Testing.
All right. How does that sound? Because I have my speaker up kind of loud and my mic's pretty close, but it's always there. Does that sound all right now?
You sound clear. It's just everyone else.
Huh.
Yeah, you don't echo. It's just everyone else. Like all the guests echo, but you don't.
I am not knowing.
I have made peace with A.R. Hayes.
You made peace? Tell me about this.
In the back chat, he said to my extremely well-worded insult, I don't care, Golden Greek Gold. And I said, laugh my ass off, bless you, I know.
Oh, okay. You killed me, man. So when do you get it? Are you starting your fishing stuff yet or no?
Yeah, we're going to get now, mate. 5 a.m. starts.
Yeah, because I haven't seen you in a week or so.
Sorry.
I haven't seen you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, well, we sort of started a little bit earlier, but I'm a very busy man, mate. I don't live on YouTube like all you other guys. All you big creators, you.
Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. People talk about. I do one show a week. Lately, I just started doing like 2. But these people, how do they do it? They go on freaking 2-3 times a day, every single day. You know how they do it? Because they sit at home, they either suck off their wives or they suck on the government tit. That's what they do. Yeah. 90% of them are on disability or something. And they're all scumbags. That's what they do. It's disgusting to me. I got to get up. What time is it now? It's 1:30. I got to be up at 5:30. And I'm still here. That's why you see me sometimes. I got bags under my eyes because I like doing this. And I don't sleep well. I'm an insomniac sometimes because I've got a lot going on with work because I've got work.
Right.
You know what I mean? I've got customers I have to take care of. We've been getting a ton of rain. That's why I've done so many shows because I can't work when it rains. And it sucks.
Yeah.
So when it rains, I'm pretty much able to spend some time and do some shows. And we have been getting pounded. I know the whole coast has been getting pounded, but we got pounded here. We're going to get pounded again tomorrow. In the weekend. I was supposed to play.
We had a lot of
Yeah. I was supposed to play. I blew my hammy out. I was supposed to play in a tournament for the first time in like 8 weeks, and it got canceled. I'm kind of glad because I'm still not healed yet. So, but anyway, guys.
I just want to respond to something in chat here. where is he? The 80s kid. He said work is reality. And honestly, YouTube should be fun. I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, I spend a lot of giggling and laughing when I watch it, and people throw insults at me. I don't care. I mean, I know who I am. But some people just it's their life.
Yeah, it is.
And then a lot of them it's their life. Their real life is completely antisocial. Because they go around, they hear conspiracy theories about everything. And so the only place they can find an outlet is on somewhere like YouTube, where there's 1.5 billion English users looking at it every now and then. And some of them look at true crime, or some of them come across their channels or whatever. And the ones that are damaged or whatever will find other creators, will find creators of the same. There's the attraction.
Right.
I don't want to mention any names. That one that was in that court case the other day, the plaintiff, I don't know how you say that in American, but the plaintiff, the one who was doing the suing, and the defendant who, made a bad choice, but really didn't deserve any of that. And the judge who enabled the harassment in the courtroom, OMG, what can I say?
You get it. What can you say, right?
So
all right, we got some prime jelly flavor.
What I'm saying about this YouTube thing is, it should be a bit of fun. There's no need to get too serious about it.
Right.
Life's too short. A.R. Hayes. Honestly, I mean, he's trying to talk nice to me and back chat and all that, and I know it's just a game because I know the character. People who have character like that, I know the character. But
exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I just knew the first time I came across him, what he was like, what sort of unit he was. She was sort of semi-boastful in his past. He should have been more remorseful, in my opinion. But that's his label, and that's what he's going on. He could he could use it for good, but he doesn't, and he's going on a funny path, in my opinion.
You're right. This isn't my life. I chose to do this for a single reason. And it's because I don't know. I guess I'm passionate about the justice system and our law enforcement, and I know what these people are saying is wrong. And there's nothing more frustrating than when someone is bald-faced, just spewing BS about one of these cases, and you can't tell them that they're full of shit.
Yeah, I know how you feel, man.
It's just like mind-blowing to me that these creators that do this and then don't have a StreamYard and just do these short videos 3 or 4 times a day and spew their nonsense, and people just get to hear it. They might get in chat and say something, but they never have to face the consequences.
Their bullshit goes unchallenged.
Absolutely. 100%.
Actually, John, the reason I want to bring on tonight is because I found it weird that the green emoji or whatever it was going after Frank. I found it weird going after him because of the way he speaks and his shirt. And I found that weird.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that.
Also, he said, if I go on any other panel again, I'll pay someone $10,000 or something like that. And that's just ridiculous. Guess how many people were watching that? It's ridiculous. So
Yeah, he gets.
I thought he was a troll, and I was calling him out in chat, and I got blocked for it. And that's okay. I'm okay. Maybe I said a rude word or something, but I found that really weird. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, he's not normal. He's not normally. He's never been like that. So I don't know. You know, sometimes he's just trying to be funny. He's one of those dry wit guys. He's pretty funny. You know, I'll have a chat with him. You know, find out what was up. I think he's just kind of what happens is people that are passionate about and loyal to us. You know, and in all honesty, I mean, he did talk smack about me at one time, and you know, I gave him some grace about it because I went, like somebody suggests, go to the source, and I did it to him, and he actually answered, and you know, I didn't have to explain myself. He knew he needed to make a change because you know, it's obvious what he was doing was not right, and I think the guilt got to him. So he totally made a 180-degree turn. That's why I call him, you know, 2.0 now. And I'm going to give him a chance. I think that's fair.
I've seen Frank's content. I've seen, not his content. I've seen a couple of lives. I mean, you know, nothing against the guy. Looks like a guy grooms himself reasonably well. Has an opinion. Nothing really catchy to me, but I didn't really, you know, want to say, yeah, it's like, you know, there's nothing bad to say about it or anything. But I just found that weird behaviour from the other person. Like he was trying to troll him and getting a reaction. And if it had been me,
You're cutting in and out a little bit, bud. I can understand that. How many thousands of miles away are you? Like 5,000 or 6,000 at least.
At least.
Yeah.
Are you in the UK, Tony?
No, I'm in New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get there one day.
Same thing to Americans. Hey guys.
Right.
I mean, AR Hayes and House are still in here. It's pretty funny. It's just going off in the chat.
Oh, I'm not looking. Which chat are you? Are you looking at? Private chat?
Yeah, I think it's a StreamYard chat.
I'm not seeing them. In my, are they like current right now?
Yeah, they're just talking shit.
Behind. AR's talking shit.
Yeah. Hollis is mad because he won't let it talk. Don't let a lunatic shouldn't talk. A lunatic should just have a mask on. You shouldn't be able to just speak. You just have a mask on, and you should be somewhere isolated, maybe in like an island somewhere where they could live and, you know, be crazy together, their own separate island.
Oh, Hollis is asking where the lawsuit is. Well, Hollis, as you recall, the conversation that we had when you were worried about me suing you the first time, I agreed to let it go. But you are rehashing it, Hollis. When did I have my last meeting with my attorney? Was it last Thursday, I think? You know you fucked up, lady. All of you that said I was a convicted felon fucked up big time. Big time. Doxed me, put my name out there that I was a convicted felon. You fucked up. Sorry. Wouldn't want to be you. You can just pay me my $6,000 now because that's probably what I'm going to get out of you. That was a generous freaking. That was me being generous.
$6,000, man. They'll probably be bankrupt.
No, Hollis is, according to her, she's from a lot of money. See, she's got diarrhea of the mouth. calls me crying. My dad is the major doctor here. He owns blah, 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 blah. My fiance was going, this chick is freaking crazy as hell. She goes, I'm going into the store. We were sitting in what was it? Lowe's parking lot. We just got done eating at Dustin's Barbecue, and we had to go to Lowe's. It's right behind it. And I'm entertaining this conversation with her, and I got Rita's phone, and I'm recording it, right? The whole damn thing. And Rita's like, I'm not listening to this. She goes into the damn store by herself. She comes out like 40 minutes later, and I'm still entertaining the conversation with Hollis. She's losing her mind. And I actually kind of felt a little bad for Hollis because I felt like she's going to commit Harry Carey or something. It was that freaking crazy.
No, I believe it, man.
So I said, you know what, Hollis? If you apologize, which she did, then, you know, I'll entertain not following through with what I've already started. Because I had already done all of the other, well, I had 3. So I'd already done everybody else. And all I had to do is go sign it up or sign everything and get it going. I told him to hold off on that after all the research and everything that we did. So now she's saying, where is this lawsuit? Okay. I think I'm going to add some more to it. Hollis, what do you think? You harassing me at 3:45 in the morning? Not a good move. That phone call was 3:45 in the morning, y'all. This woman called me at 3:45 in the morning, drunk. I mean, I'm a, you know, I know when somebody's drunk. I've heard Hollis's voice multiple times. She's drunk. And then she sends a message, I was calling you on my birthday and I was drunk. That's
Your
another
birthday is
one.
every night. Every night's her birthday.
Yeah. But you know what? Some people just get what they deserve, Hollis.
Yeah, I knew there was something wrong with that lady when she just kept on defending Brian Koberger. It was just so odd to me. When the evidence says everything, the evidence is against him, but you're creating narratives and theories in your brain when there's already a suspect and he's arrested. That's when as soon as people start doing that, I already know there's something wrong up there, and then they're not really a clear, analytical thinking person. They just want to believe in theories and nefarious things and spookiness.
But Stevie, why don't you come up on panel right now and say exactly what you typed right here? You better be able to freaking talk facts. I'm gonna put the link down here and you come on in here, because I'll tell you what, buddy. I'm ready. Come on up and say it. Come on up and say it. See, here we go. I like to expose fake cops who were fired for multiple felony charges. Here we go again, y'all. More lies. These people are unbelievable, bro. Yeah. Unbelievable. JCast says, poor Stevie, dude needs to get laid badly. Yeah, I think he was the one that probably came on and did the old Spanker Vision live the other night. That's something he would do.
John,
yeah, buddy.
I saw something where Willie was admitting to doing it. I'm quite proud of it. I don't know whose panel that was on, but it was like half an hour of their content. Just so that you know. I have nothing against Willie. I've been on panels with him before. He's very fiery, very passionate. I just I mean, I've nothing against him. Yeah.
You don't have anything against Willie? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know him. He's never seen anything bad to me or against me. And he's on his thing. I know you're not happy about that, but
it doesn't bother me, bro. I didn't even know who that guy was. And he goes on to all these channels and he starts talking about the fact that I've got him on some list. I don't even know who Willie is. I still don't know who Willie is, except for our most recent bantering. The guy is like unhinged. He goes on to these other shows and just jumps right on board with their narrative. Doesn't know me from diddly. So
he's where he's at. That's where he's at. That's the station where he's at.
Yeah, he's on all of them. They all go to everyone's. They're all on every. They're this little cult, is what they are. Let me see.
I must say I'm very sorry for the echo and my accent. Some people cannot understand me and say I speak too fast. Sorry.
Prime Jelly Flavor. If you can't come into chat, then I'm not going to bring you up because I'm not going to get burned with some crazy crap again.
Oh, that'll be crazy.
Put your face on, and I might bring you on. You're welcome. So, Jeff H., do you want to come on panel? I'm going to post the link. But you know what, guys? This is fun for me. People, the attacks, they only bother me when they involve like my the mother of my two oldest boys.
And that's the lowest blow they can take, and that's where they go. So what's happened? You put yourself out there, you expose yourself to these people, and they will go as low as they can because that's where they live.
And you know what's funny is I've always been transparent. Everybody's always had my name. I've said where I worked. I've said everything. I had nothing to hide ever. But because someone doesn't know the circumstances of events, they want to spin it. All right, hold on a second. Let me bring this person. Prime Jelly Flavor, hello. I'm sorry I don't recognize you, but you showed your face, so how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm splendid.
So I have a question. I'll keep it really short.
Okay.
I watch Dago's channel and I also watch your channel, but I noticed that you say a lot like of the stuff that he's done, like scamming and things like that. But I wondered, are there receipts for those?
You'd have to ask Dago. I can only tell you that we use deduction when we hear these people that are doing these scams, and there's actually emails that were sent to me from his own former mods with chats that are talking about scamming that actually took place. I have those.
Okay,
so yeah, I do have receipts. I have a receipt. Yeah, there's receipts.
I was just asking if you were willing to show those, because a lot of us just kind
I
of
already
need
did.
because. Oh, do you have a video of it? I'm sorry, maybe I
Yeah,
missed
one of
it.
my shows about, and there's multiple shows out there about talking about the scamming that a lot of these people do. And
Okay.
what I mean by scamming is they take advantage of people's emotions. It's a form of scamming. When you take
Okay.
advantage of people's emotions because maybe they're lonely, and you say, you know, you say leading statements into making them feel bad for you, and you ask them, oh, you know, my bills, I'm about to lose my internet. If I don't have my internet, I won't have my show. And people just start paying you. Do you not think that's a form of a scam?
Oh, well, my question is, I mean, I'm saying this respectfully. Like, I'm not taking up for anyone.
No,
I'm just
I
saying.
get it. I'm just asking, do you
Well,
not think that's a form of a scam?
Well, I think it would be a scam if you directed that at a certain amount of people, like, say, if they were elderly and you knew they were elderly. But do you think that
Yeah.
everyone in Dago's chat is elderly?
I don't think everyone in Dago's chat is elderly, but a lot
Statistically, a
of them
lot of
are.
them will be.
And you
What's
know
that,
this,
Tony?
How would you know that, Tony?
Look it up.
How would you know what?
Oh, well, I mean, how would you look that up?
It's not, they come on the panel, they come into chat, they tell how old they are a lot of times. It
Well,
comes
I mean,
up.
like I said, I meant no disrespect. It's just that Tony made it sound like it was where you could just go and look and see that all of Dago's people were
Well,
elderly.
it's actually in the analytics too.
Yeah, Dago can. He could check himself, like the YouTube.
I didn't say all of them. I said a lot of them will be.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm watching the correct channel. You know, like if it's hard because I can watch you and you can say he's scamming, and then I can watch him and it's another story. You know, you see what I'm saying respectfully.
Well, let me ask you this: can we, from a common sense standpoint? Okay, so you know what a subliminal message is, right? You know when somebody's
course.
sending subliminals out there. Do you
Of
not
course,
agree
every
that,
time you watch TV.
yeah? Do you not agree that Dago, you know, is sending subliminal messages in every damn show he sends out?
You want my honest opinion?
I want your honest opinion.
No, I really don't think so. I think that some people. I mean, now this is just me. Just my opinion, but I do believe that a lot of people have watched Dago for many, like at least a year. I've watched at least 6 months, and I haven't seen him ever talk me ever giving to him any money at all. I mean, I'm not elderly.
He doesn't really do it that way.
Okay, can you explain how? What do you mean then?
I just kind of did explain it to you.
I'm
and he'll
sorry.
say, he'll go into a whole
in the
whole dysentery about how, you know, how you don't have to, but you know, every day, you know, I need help supporting the show, but you guys don't have to give anything, but you know, anything else is just appreciated. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Respectfully, John, I've watched like at least 100 channels that do that.
Nah, not quite that way.
It's called e-begging.
Yeah, it's a little. There's a lot more to it than that. You know.
Okay, I mean,
he asked for computer equipment to be sent to him. He has wish list. He does all that kind of stuff. Do you think that's normal?
I think. Well, I mean, that's completely up to him. It's his channel.
Do you know how many computer screens he got when he asked for them?
I don't. Did he really ask for them, or did he just say that he needed a computer and someone bought it?
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, you're defending it, and that's fine. I get it, but
please don't think I'm defending.
I'm just kind of a realist, and I find it kind of what he's pushing in his shows is ridiculous. People
John,
eating,
I think this lady
human beings at a food truck and vampires.
I'm sorry, Tony. What was that you said?
I was just saying I don't think John's aware of. Sorry, I was just saying I don't think John's aware of that. You're not aware of what Mr. Dago's been up to.
Oh well, I
No,
mean,
she said she's been on the show for 6 months.
I have watched his show, but I've also watched you, John, and I do agree with some things you say. I don't agree, with some of the way you go at people, but I do think that you have lots of criminal knowledge. I will give you that. But I
Well, the way have you listened to my explanation of why I had to do that?
I have heard that, and
So
I
did that
also
make
think
sense to you,
I
or
think
was it
that
just
comes.
me being a bully?
Oh, I definitely think you come across as a bully, but I also think that's from your law enforcement days, because
Nothing to do with that.
that's something we have in common. So I have to think that you are trained that everyone is a suspect, because I do the same thing. But I also
No.
think that with your mom being older, I think that maybe you worry about the elderly, but
I'm very
I
passionate about it.
sure, of course,
And
I am too.
I also worked fraud for a long time.
Well, I can't say I've done that. I haven't. But I can say that having watched his show for that long, I can say that. And Tony, you're wrong, because a lot of those women are not elderly.
Well, then
Some
how
are.
are they
Some
so,
are.
how are they so easily led and so desperate they'll give money to a guy who every day comes up with a new conspiracy on the Idaho 4?
Well, I mean, maybe they believe that. I mean,
Yeah.
not everything is a conspiracy if you believe that's the truth.
You're alluding that you were in law
If they go
enforcement.
for 300
I mean,
days of conspiracy theories,
I'm sorry,
none
I
of them
can't hear
come
you,
true, maybe
John.
one.
I'm sorry.
You're alluding that you were in law enforcement.
Well, I am retired now, but I'm not an elderly woman. But yes, I was.
So you were in law enforcement as an LEO, or
I don't really give my personal information out, but I will
well, that's pretty
say,
simple. Either you were an LEO or you weren't. Were
well,
you an
yeah, I
LEO
mean,
or were you in law enforcement like a dispatcher or in records
oh
or
no,
something like that?
LEO, yeah. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted more details, and I'm not
So
willing to give.
you, as an LEO,
Uh-huh.
actually support the shit that this man pushes.
I can watch several channels, and because I may not agree with a lot, but I will listen to some sides, and there are some points that he absolutely makes that is correct. Yes.
What is
Name
one
one.
point?
Name one.
Name
When
one.
they talk about how that scene, let's start with Moscow Police Department and how they handled the scene.
Okay, well, I think I was probably the first one to talk about the crime scene investigators.
Yeah.
That's no
Okay, well, John, I don't watch
bombshell.
you every day. I have a
That's no
full-time.
bombshell. I guarantee I was one of the first ones to say this isn't right.
Okay.
They're not exercising correct protocol. I agree with that. But he's not.
Okay.
I heard him just recently say that.
Yeah.
I'd never heard him say it until just recently.
Yeah, that
Oh
was
no,
cool.
I'm not
That was
saying
cool.
he said that. You're misunderstanding. I am saying you asked me what I see wrong with it. That's the first thing I saw wrong with it.
Oh, gotcha.
But
So we're on the same page there, because if you look at the Rex
Yes.
Spearman case and you look at that case and you tell me those people
Yes.
are wearing their PPE, there is no way you don't do it that way. And they should have
Absolutely,
bagged those windows. Those windows should have never been. You should have never been able to peer in those windows with any kind of camera.
There you go. Absolutely, I will
First
give
thing I
you
would have
that.
done was bag them, and it's going to bite them in the ass. It's not going to hurt the case, but it's going to make the case long and drawn out, because they're going to question the process because of that stupid shit that was on there.
Yes, and then I will agree with you.
The stupid steps they make, and they're gonna their defense is gonna be, hey, we provide our DNA and we can exclude ourselves, and they're right. But why would you do that? You still don't do that. I don't care. So I follow you there, but I'm asking you what Dago has said that makes sense.
Oh, well, there's several things that I do agree with Dago with. I mean, there are several things, but
Well, you should be able to come up with them pretty quick. What is something that Dago says that is totally right? I'm not talking about recent shows. I'm talking about pre-Detective John calling him out for his BS.
Oh, okay. I mean, let's start with the fact that they made Dylan the center of this problem with everyone attacking her, because the PCA did not give enough information. All they gave was some of what she said which put her on the spot. Is that wrong?
But is Dago complaining about that?
Dago did complain about that.
I've
Would
never
you like
heard
me
him
to send you
complain
that
about
video? I
No,
can
I'm
send that
good.
to you.
I believe you. I have no reason to question you. I haven't heard him
Okay.
say that.
He has said that.
Well, but he never came up with the PCA being anything but the tell-all until I started saying it to him. And now all of a sudden, when he's going to make these changes, he's like, "Oh well." And I just recently, I've been saying for a long time now, and I just recently reiterated again, and he almost quoted me verbatim what I said. So
Actually,
Dago's trying to make a turn, yes, because he caught heat, big heat from the BS that he was spewing because of this show. So he won't admit it. He's being a coward by not admitting it, and he thinks that people are that obtuse to not get it. When everything he did because of the heat that I brought onto his butt. Period.
honestly, I will be. I'm going to be honest, and please don't attack me for it. But if you do, it's okay. I can take it. But anyhow, he did say in a meeting with on Discord, and I know that well, you should know this if you have copies of his Discord, but he did say we can no longer have that. We're not having the cannibalism talk. We're not having all of this crap because this is not helping the case at all. Now, I know you said you have his Discord, so if you'll go back and look on his
You don't think that I was putting that out
on his
way
Discord?
before that?
That's
bullshit, and you know it. That's bullshit, and you know it. He was not planning that. He came up with that afterwards.
Well,
that's all BS. He wants you all to believe that crap. He threw up.
We can agree to disagree. I'm fine with this.
You want to buy that guy's BS? Go ahead. I mean, I just don't. I know what he's doing.
I mean,
I know
and
exactly
that's
what he's
completely
doing.
fine.
And it's irresponsible for him to say the things that he's been saying. Period. And for you being ex-law enforcement and supporting somebody like that, I have to question your integrity, because that is.
I question yours every time I watch, John. I don't go out bullying
to me, ma'am, that you being ex-law enforcement would support somebody that spews that BS. Where were you a law enforcement officer?
That's not important because you're not.
It is important. It is important because I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I will show you my law enforcement ID card, and we can do it like on, and you can show me yours.
Okay, email it to me, DetectiveJohn68@gmail.com.
Now, email's not at the same time. I also want to see yours. If you're going to have my personal information, I also need yours. Sir.
Mine's already been out there multiple times. I've provided everything multiple times.
Identification card? Because that's a lot of information. I don't know what yours has.
What?
It doesn't have your personal information?
If you support somebody like Dago, I'm telling you right now, there's no way in God's green earth that any cop would support the shit that he said. The first time that a law enforcement officer had heard him saying the things he said, they would be like, this guy's out there. This is not doing justice. This guy's not in for justice.
But John, and just, I mean, and I love that we can debate like this, because that's kind of how I felt about you when I seen your tactic of going and bullying. Because if you are a true law enforcement officer, not saying you're not, but just as you said about me, my tactic would not be to go and attack people.
Oh, so your tactic would be, hey, Dago, I think what you're saying is offensive. Can we have a chat? Because I tried that, lady, and he banned me. I have the video where he's going, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. When I simply ask questions, and all of them do the same thing. They all do the same thing. And then they start talking about that I would never come up and chat with them. So I get into their Discord, and then they're like, oh shit, here he is.
Well, quick question.
I don't think
John,
you're very informed.
Listen,
I think you're snowed like the rest of them.
Okay,
I really do.
And honestly, that's completely
crazy
fine.
To me that a law enforcement officer would pay any attention to somebody like that. That's my opinion.
That's fine. That's okay. You know what? I respect your opinion. I'm not saying that you have to like me or agree.
You're not a subscriber to me.
I'm not. How would you know that?
But what's your name?
Prime Jelly Flavor.
No, you're not a subscriber to me.
Yes, I am.
No.
You should look again, sir.
Wait, John,
Well, okay.
did you
I mean,
did you mention?
whether I'm a
Why
sub or
didn't you
not.
come in chat?
Do what?
Why didn't you come in chat when I asked you to?
I'm sorry, I was backstage and I didn't.
Yeah,
I
hey, John. I
Look
think
in
this
your
lady,
chat,
lady,
John.
I think this lady's. I'm on the side on this lady. I think
Tony,
this
please let me
lady.
talk. John, if you look in your chat, I've been in your chat several times.
Okay, well, I missed it, and I apologize. Hey, Tony,
you.
you're cutting like in and out, in and out.
But anyway, we don't have to agree, and I'm completely
No,
fine
that's
with that.
all right. I get it, and I get that you're defending Dago because you feel sorry for Dago because he wants everybody to feel sorry for him because I called him a no neck, no tooth.
No, I
whatever.
don't feel sorry for Dago.
That to draw attention on him to get him to come out and face me.
No, actually, I'm not.
Because no
I'm
one
not
else-
here to defend Dago.
You just called me a bully because I did that. I'd use those tactics. But do you honestly think being nice was going to work? Because now he's saying all you had to do was ask, and he's a bald-faced liar.
Actually, what
He's a liar.
You're making it sound like I'm Dago's right-hand man. I'm just a sub to him like I'm a sub to you. I was just asking you if there was some kind of receipts. If he is doing what he's doing, I would just like proof of it. You wouldn't?
I just told you. Yeah, you can go back and watch shows.
Okay.
I don't know exactly which one, but we had all kinds of stuff in Discord. We had his own mods coming in and saying that he allegedly ripped a kid off and asked for their money back, and he sent them a bounce check. Now this is alleged. I don't have the receipts other than what they're telling me.
Oh, so is there physical receipt that on a video?
I don't have a physical receipt of that, and I never said I did.
Okay, well, I'm not
All
saying you
I
did.
told you I had was what his former mods or whoever they were.
Okay, so it's kind of like
I had a chat from Discord.
Okay. Did you show that? Did you show the chat though?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, I'm only asking because you know
been a
how
while
it is.
ago.
Everybody is a suspect, and I apologize and I'm asking for this, but anymore, there's lies on everything. So I want to make sure when I say, okay, I want to unsub, that I have proof. I don't want to leave a channel because one sworn mod said
there's
something.
proof. There's proof, and there's comments, and there's statements made. There's all kinds of stuff. His own statements, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
He's
but
had
nothing
his
like
own
physical. No,
So when
no,
somebody,
like, no.
when somebody, you think that going on and asking people to help you pay your bills is not a form of scamming?
I don't think it's scamming when every YouTube channel
How's it
asks
not
for donations.
scamming? You're not asking for donations. You're asking to pay your bills, your home bills. You're
But I
making
don't-
people.
I don't-
You're putting a subliminal out there, and you're greasing people with guilt.
Okay, I guess the way I saw it was
In my
like,
opinion, that's a form of kind of, it's fraudulent to me. It's
well,
disgusting.
my thing. Let me explain like how I take it. Like when he says that, he says what he uses the money for. Where if you go on the Evil CJ show, he doesn't tell you what he spends the money on, or Harsh used to do it, he doesn't anymore, or whatever, whatever channel. He just explains what he spends that donation on.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
Yeah, I don't-
scamming. I think that's just saying what he's using it for. I guess
Yeah.
what
We have
is what I'm
difference of
saying.
opinion. These
When
are
they
my
request this money, are they like obtaining reports? Are they making requests? Or
See, that's what I
do?
mean. Is there a report or a cash app or some kind of physical evidence to show me, yes, he's done this? Because if not, then it's just one scorned mod saying something and run into a channel.
Well, let
You
me
know what I
ask you
mean?
this: why all of a sudden do you stop?
Stop what?
Why all of a sudden are you doing Cash App donations?
He's done cash app.
That's what I'm asking.
He's
Why
always done
all of
Cash
a
App,
sudden
Venmo.
is he doing Cash App and not using YouTube?
Well, he does. He gets super chats and super stickers,
He
John.
quit doing them for a while. He even talks about
I
it.
haven't ever seen him quit. I'll have to go back and look, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
and I will do that. I'll
It doesn't really matter to me. I know what he's all about. That's my opinion, and I have the right to my opinion. You guys can believe what you want to believe, but there's many people who actually believe the same way that I believe.
It's not me trying to just like change your.
It's not so much. It's not really about that. It's about the narrative that he's been pushing his whole time out there.
Narrative. What do you mean by narrative? Like which one?
His
What do you
narrative?
mean? The scamming or the narrative
His
of the
narrative.
conspiracy?
What he believes and what he spews on his show. His narrative.
Okay, so if someone disagreed, say I had a channel and someone disagreed with me, would that be my narrative? Or would that just
If
be
you
your
had a
opinion
channel and
of not
somebody
liking my
disagreed with
channel?
you, then I would expect you to be able to actually debate that person without blocking them. Not come out on your show and just spew whatever you want to spew and have one audience that agrees with everything you say.
Okay, I mean, I'll give you
That's the
that.
responsible
Blocking.
thing to do.
Okay, I mean,
That's
I'll
the
give you that.
responsible thing to do.
But I'm just saying, as far as like the only reason I ask is because if like you said, you were in law enforcement, you would want proof, like physical proof. That's your whole. That's what you do your whole time. You need proof. Follow the evidence, and I'm just not seeing evidence of scamming with physical proof. You said it was a mod. A scorned mod, probably what was her name? Something Chains or Chick Antique, or I don't remember their names, but I remember when that happened.
There's a bunch of them.
Very alarming that they did that, but there's
You
no
think
proof.
you think I'm the only one that thinks there's something wrong?
Oh no, but I mean, I'm sure there's plenty more of people that disagree with everyone. But I'm just saying, my question to you is just: did you have like physical proof of that?
Have you actually listened? Have you actually listened to his shows when he talks about his dismal life and how?
Of course I do. I
How
listen.
his financial situation is.
Yes, I listen. I've
Do
listened
you know
to
what?
other people's
You know, I mean, I'm just asking because there are laws out there, you know, and I'm not saying that he violated any laws, but there are laws called offense against the elderly that apply to things that people say, and when they imply them, they take advantage of people.
Well, sure, it's elderly abuse. Of course it is. What you're describing is fraud and elderly abuse, and it's yes. But you also have to be able to prove that audience is elderly.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I watch it and I'm not elderly.
So you're saying that there's no elderly people that come on a show and talk. So people that have,
I don't have everybody.
I mean, what do you consider elderly?
I consider the little woman that will do it. I know what you're saying. You're saying this little woman will do without to give to Dago because he may need to pay a bill. Am I wrong?
I don't know that for a fact. I never have said that for a fact.
That's my point.
That's indicative.
No, it could be a rich old widow who has a bush in the bank, and she's siphoning money from some street who wants to say, "Hey, you look good tonight."
Well, I didn't understand that, but good day to you. But John, my question is, I can't figure out like why you would think that his audience is elderly, and there's really no way to know that, and to say that he is conning these elderly people when no one has any idea how old any of these people are is a little odd. Now, yes, if I thought, hey, this 90-year-old woman is doing without to give someone money, oh yeah, definitely. That would have me all kinds of fired up. But there's no way to prove that Dago's audience is an elderly people from nursing home. I mean, that's a guess. Nobody knows that. And there's no way they could chat the way they do if they're that old. Some of them old women get real fired up.
Yeah, they do.
That's what I mean. I mean, I completely see that you care about elderly. I do too. Elderly, the disabled, I will protect them all day long. But I also can't say your audience is all young. We don't know that. Nobody knows.
I know my mean audience is 45 to 65.
I think his is about around there too. I really honestly do. Because of the way they chat. Now, do I know that for a fact? No.
I mean,
No.
typically in these true crime
I
shows,
don't
you'll
know it for
find
a
older
fact
people.
either, or not. And I'm not. What I say means nothing. It's what people tend to think. Everybody has a right to their opinion.
Who do you mean that what
And,
you say
and to
means
me,
nothing?
it's kind of like, and it's not, it's a lot of these creators. They all do the same thing. They're kind of like evangelists.
Well, who said that what you say means nothing, though? Are you saying Dago?
What
Or
I
you mean in
say
general?
means nothing. Why does what I say matter?
Oh, well, maybe it doesn't. I don't
It
know.
doesn't.
I mean, you're passionate about what you say.
It doesn't
I'm sure
matter.
what you say matters to someone.
What I say doesn't matter, obviously, right?
Well, I don't know. It depends on what you say. What do you mean?
All right.
I think you have a lot of good content. I think you're very valuable when it comes to crime. Absolutely.
Hey, John, can you hear me?
Here's the
Am I
problem.
echoing too?
Here's the problem I have. No, you're fine.
Okay.
Here's the problem I have. And it's like I said before, and I've always said, it's not that he makes money, it's how he makes money with his content.
Okay.
That what aggravates
So you
the
disagree
piss
with his
out of
content.
me, and I think it's 100% disgusting, and I have a right to that opinion.
Absolutely.
And I've
You're
voiced
right,
that
you do.
opinion all the time. So you're not going to change my opinion. My
I'm not
opinion
trying.
is that he can't. He can spew this nonsense and make money, and to me, it's sickening that people would absolutely, and it's counterproductive to our justice system.
And John,
So now he's trying to make changes and all this stuff, and I appreciate that, and I congratulated him on it when he announced that. I don't want any credit for it. So he made that decision on his own. Great, but he made that decision for a reason. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's not. I don't know what it is. That's not for me to decide. It's up to everybody else to decide. But what I think doesn't matter.
Okay. I mean,
right?
it's your God-given right. This is America. We do have the freedom to have our own opinion, and I respect that. I absolutely respect that.
Okay.
But I also think that how you said that what you say doesn't matter. I feel like to your crowd, they follow you, John. I do think that what you say does matter to them. Just because I disagree or anyone else doesn't mean that your opinion doesn't matter.
Hey, John, if you mute your mic, does that echo go away? Because it's pretty awful.
It might be me. I'm on a cell
Just mute it.
phone.
Well, no, mute it while she's talking for a second to see if it changes. Or just mute it in the StreamYard app. Okay,
It's probably me. I'm on a cell phone.
No, it's still echoey. I'm echoey too. I'm not on a cell phone and I'm echoing, so it's something with StreamYard.
I will get off here, John. I didn't come up here to make you angry or anything.
No, you're not making me angry at all. But I mean, you're asking me questions that I can't really answer. I mean, all I know is, his content is disgusting, in my opinion.
Okay, I mean, I didn't
And
know if I
it bothers somebody like me who's rubbed elbows with some great people that have worked hard in law enforcement.
And I think that's it. I honestly think that is why you're so passionate about what you think is why you think that it's happening that way. But for me, I keep an open mind.
And I personally think that anyone that would give money to somebody like that is, in my opinion, extremely ignorant.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to name call anyone. I don't think
that's not name calling. That's you know what ignorant means. Doesn't mean anybody stupid or anything like that. It just means they're ignorant as to what is going on.
It's just kind of rude, I guess, is my point. But I mean, you can be
always
rude. Everybody can be rude.
With that word. It's like it's a word. It's called ignorant. Ignorant does not mean
I know
stupid.
what ignorant. I know what ignorant
automatically think it means stupid.
No, I understand what it is.
That people who are in law enforcement then you understand that people don't understand how it works.
Exactly.
People don't understand what a PCA is.
I understand exactly where you're coming from with that. But
So I mean,
for them
I've
not
worn
to
that out.
know, but I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're not interrupting. I'm interrupting you. Go ahead.
But when they are not trained as we are trained, I could see where that would get under your skin because I mean, you're trained, you've done it. Boots on the ground, you've done it. But they don't.
Oh no, I'm a fake cop. I'm a fake cop.
Oh well, I mean, if you're a fake cop, you're a fake cop. But if you're
I'm being
not, you're
fake.
not. But I'm just listen. I'm
I
just
mean,
saying.
you've been around cops a lot. Do I sound like a fake cop? Like I don't know what I'm talking about?
Well, sometimes I think you're right on the money and that you know a lot. But then when you start the attack, and I worry, I do worry because I guess I would think professionalism. Like
I don't need to be professional anymore. I don't wear a badge.
Well, I mean, and that's fine.
I can
But I'm
use
just saying.
I can use tactics that anybody else. I'm a civilian. I've been a civilian for a long time.
You're right. You can do whatever the hell you want. It's America.
I can be a civilian.
But I'm saying, like you asked me, and I'm just answering honestly. Sometimes I listen to your content and I'm like, yeah, he's right on the money with stuff. But then with Dago and with how you think the scamming and the elderly people, I'm like, wait a minute. That's paranoia because everyone is a suspect. Because that's all you know. Am I wrong?
No. I mean, I'm not saying everybody's a suspect.
But I mean, in your mind, that's what we're trying to do.
I'm a realist. Lady, I'm a realist. I'm
Okay,
not,
well.
you think that I don't hear, that you don't think that I can hear someone's voice and know that they're elderly?
Oh, well, yeah, but how many of Dago's people that are giving them money are you hearing their voice, John?
They're on there all the time.
Oh, they're not giving you money. Those are like
Yeah,
people
they
that
are.
come on panel to talk.
He's thanking them, and then they come on panel. I've heard many of them. It doesn't matter. I don't care if people give him money. I care about the content. I care about the content that generates the money. I personally think it's wrong, and I have a right to say that.
You're right. You do.
If I think that it's wrong that he is using lies and telling lies and insinuating untruths, and he's getting money for doing that, I think it's wrong.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because you say they're all lies. If they believe that, and what if they aren't lies, though? What if sometimes it's not? And because you don't agree with them, that's fine. Maybe they are lying in your opinion. But what if they're not lying in others? Does that make them, you see what I'm saying? Like it's back
So
and forth.
you believe gargoyles went to the food truck and
No, I don't.
Not gargoyles, but cannibals and vampires went to the food truck.
I
know how long Dago put on a show entertaining that?
He really
those
said
guys?
that about the vampires?
But John, I mean, how long can you go on with that? You have mentioned that so many times. We get that. What else? What else do you
That's
got?
what set me over the edge. That episode was very,
else,
very
though?
bad and very, very irresponsible.
I'm sorry, but
and I'm a parent. I'm a parent, lady. I have 5 kids, and it disgusted me.
Wait. Hold on. So the guy said there was vampires in this case?
Listen, he admitted that show was uncalled for.
He admitted after I handed him his ass. He admitted after.
Well, see the fact that you came here to support someone like that makes me really, really question your credentials, like completely.
Me? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Who are you?
Completely.
His name's Willie.
No, completely.
Just say something like that.
No,
that
I'm
is
sorry, John. It's John's show, not yours. I can't understand you, but have a
So
good day.
so
too.
listen, let me
But John-
interject and then we'll, because I want to let some other people talk and
Okay. I mean, I can get off here. I'm sorry.
no, because if I heard something like that, that would set me off too, and it's setting me off right now that you're here defending a guy like that.
Well, I'm sorry you're big mad, buddy, but I don't know
Sounds
you.
like
You don't know
sounds
me.
like you need some mental help. Sounds like you need some mental help
Are
as
you
well.
big
Like you're
mad?
gonna talk about some
You're
vampires.
big mad, honey. You
All
big
right,
mad.
Nah,
y'all.
that's a
All
serious
right,
mental
John.
case.
Sorry for
We
the
can agree.
disrespect, but he's not
We
going to
can
talk to me
agree.
that way.
No,
I'm a
Prime,
female.
no,
prime
He can
jelly,
kiss my
no,
prime
big
jelly,
red ass.
no,
Goodbye,
Pri-
sir. Oh, yeah, and have a good
no,
day.
Goodbye,
Say,
lunatic.
prime jelly,
Bye,
Oh,
lunatic.
prime jelly, prime
no,
jelly. Listen,
no.
we can agree to disagree.
I tried, but
Okay,
obviously
No,
you
you can't.
can't.
I
That's
You
setting
can't
me
have a
off, man.
conversation, John.
I think, and that's my opinion. I'm not saying it for fact. I'm saying it's my opinion that what he spews is nonsense.
Okay, and you are entitled to that opinion.
And for anyone to be that obtuse to believe the things that he's saying is irresponsible reporting, because that's basically what we're doing here. Are we not?
Okay.
Are we not
Yeah.
reporting? Okay.
Sure.
So when you take people that are used to sitting behind a TV screen or a smart TV and watching it, and you see somebody behind it, a lot of people believe that person must be credible. Can we agree?
Most people would think so, yes.
Right. So based on what my other guest just said, talking about vampires and cannibals and things like that, and other things like what's been done to Bethany and Dylan, and the things he said about those two. I mean, just off the cuff bullshit, irresponsible, just crazy reporting. You think that's okay? You think that's okay to do that stuff? I mean, just from a moral standpoint, doesn't matter whether it's illegal or legal. I'm not saying anything he's doing. I'm not saying anything that he's doing is illegal. Never have.
Right, because it's not.
I'm not saying
the thing is, it's about morals and principles, lady. You have kids, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Imagine if something happened to your child.
Sir, you didn't even watch the
I think
video,
it's
nor
wrong.
did you know there were cannibals and vampires in that video. So until you watch it, please do not judge me.
What I'm saying though, imagine something happens to your child, right?
This
And
man
I go on
provided a
YouTube.
platform for 74 minutes talking about vampire, and then said he was going to have the guy back to talk about it again.
But
I have it.
Is that the main thing? Because that's all the content I'm hearing is that.
That's not the main thing, but that's a pretty big factor.
That's a big problem.
Sure, that was
That's
a problem.
pretty
That
huge.
show was a problem. I agree with that.
So the credibility for the Dago show at that point, for me personally, went out the freaking window.
And that's
Same thing for
fine.
me.
Unsub and move on to the next channel.
I'm not sub to his show. I never would.
I know, but you see my point, though. I mean, you said it went out the window. Okay, then never watch it again. I do
Why
that
is
to
it
JB
okay for
Gunner.
you? Why are you subscribed? Why
We're
is it okay
talking
for
about a
you?
community. We're talking about a community of people.
I am subscribed because I am able to watch what I want to watch, just as you
That's
are,
right,
sir.
and that's your right, and it's my right to say that I think that what he's doing is wrong, and I think it's morally wrong. I think it's irresponsible, and I don't like it.
I'm a little different. I'm a little different. You subscribe to someone like that, I question your morals.
Well, I question yours too, but I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know
you don't have to
so,
question mine because I
we
wouldn't
can
subscribe
agree.
to someone like that.
Oh,
You don't
well,
have to
good for
question
you.
mine because I wouldn't
Maybe I'll
subscribe
see
to
you
someone
at
like
church.
that.
I don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, John, thank you for having me on here.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Anyway,
I have nothing against you. Hey, listen.
I do.
Listen, for all intents and
Good, buddy.
purposes,
I don't like
Dago's
you
a
anyway.
nice
Have a good
guy.
day.
I
I'm
don't
not
like
saying Dago's a
lunatics.
mean guy.
Oh, well, I don't like big
well,
mad punks, but you sound
that's
like
fine.
one
I don't like lunatics, so it's
Oh,
fine.
well, good for you, honey. Anyway,
All right,
John,
fine,
you were
Bella.
saying?
I don't, for the record, I don't think Dago is a nasty person. I don't think he's mean at all.
Right.
I think that he's a smooth talker. How's that for you?
Well, I haven't met a man yet that's not, but that's just because I'm a female. But anyway.
Well, I personally have nothing against Dago. I just find his content repulsive.
Okay, and you can. Yeah, and that's your choice.
And that's my
completely.
opinion. And everything I've always said is my opinion. And he's got opinions about me, and he's voiced them, and many people have. So, if the big thing for him is me saying that he has no neck and no teeth, Well, he actually came on and said he doesn't have a neck because he did steroids. So,
Okay,
but
well,
obviously,
I mean,
obviously the man has a neck because his head sits on it. So is that something people would believe, that he has no neck?
oh, I don't know.
Is it a fact? Is it a
I
fact
don't
that he
even
has
look.
no
I don't
teeth?
even get in. I don't get into that, to the physical appearance of anyone. But I will say,
Well,
thank
he's
you.
done a good job. Have you listened to his show lately and what he's been saying about me and my appearance?
Oh, well, I've heard all of it. I've heard you. I've heard him.
So,
I've
so
heard
what's
Davy
good for
Gunner
the
on
goose is good
you.
for the gander, right? I mean, he can say it, but I can't.
Oh, well, I mean, everybody can say whatever they want to.
But that's my point is he can say these things and not be held accountable, but I can't.
Well, I think I have to say, I don't think he would have said anything about your physical appearance. I'm sorry, if it kind of wasn't. He wasn't attacked.
He's not only gone after my appearance, he's gone after my mod's appearance. He called a lady that just had a heart attack a tree beaver. So that's
was
okay.
this after he was attacked?
He was never attacked.
You didn't go after him and make all the comments about his physical appearance, and then he
That
come
was
back.
a long time ago, lady.
Oh,
Where
I
have
know.
you been?
I know.
I haven't
get
talked
that.
about that. Was to get
That's what
him
I'm
involved.
saying, though. That's what I mean. I think that's what it was. I think you two go back and forth on appearance because
But
one feels attacked.
that's irrelevant at this point. It really
Physical
is.
appearance is irrelevant anyway. These four
It
kids
is
deserve
irrelevant. But you
justice
know what?
either way.
You know what?
I mean,
It got him to talk, didn't it?
well, I mean, I guess so. I guess you both got to talk, and sometimes I have really seen a lot of you creators going at each other, but my whole thing was just to come up here and ask if there was any kind of physical evidence, like even a receipt, a screenshot of money funds or scamming, because like I said, in my eyes, there has to be following the
screenshots.
evidence.
Well, ask him about the child that you know. Was it
Well,
Zaza and Coco and all those sent that were really upset with him because some handicapped child? Allegedly, I don't know. I just saw the screenshots.
Yeah, but see, that's it though, John. It's hard.
They talked about it. I didn't talk about it until afterwards, and he actually talked about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get that, but without any kind of physical evidence, now I can't go off hearsay. It'd be like Bayou saying corn pops a mean dude. I mean, I can't believe that.
For what? What are you thinking? Are you implying that I said that he's a complete fraud and he's defrauding people out of money?
I've heard you say that.
You've heard me physically say that 100%. That
it's my opinion. I heard you on your video.
That what he does
is fraudulent,
use content,
and scamming,
and he manipulates people. In my opinion, he manipulates people to get money, and he claims that it's just him and his wife, or he doesn't work and his wife works, and blah blah blah. What does that have to do with the show?
I'm just saying.
What does that have to do with the show?
Yeah, can I say something,
I
John?
don't know. I'm not sure where you're going with that. I mean, I don't know what part
Well,
of the
what do you mean? What am I going with it? What does it have to do
John?
with the show? Your personal life should have nothing to do with a true crime show.
Okay.
But anyway.
And yeah, I mean, it's not safe. It's not safe to put your personal information out for sure.
Right.
I'm just saying, I thought maybe you had some kind of like screenshot or receipt before I went and unsubbed.
It's already been discussed. I'm not. You know what? I agree not to even talk about Dago anymore. But you come in here and want to talk about him.
Well, who else do you want to talk about? I'll talk something else. What do you want to talk about?
I don't want to talk about Dago. I don't want to talk about anybody. I'm talking about other crimes.
I think we really need to fix the echoes. We really need to do. It's
All right,
awful.
John.
All right.
Well,
Have a nice
for
night.
having me on panel. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right.
So now you're not echoing, John. Am I echoing?
It's just a problem with StreamYard right now. That's what.
Let me ask you this. Anybody, the other two that are on panel, are your mics muted?
Yeah, we tried to figure it out earlier.
Can you both
No,
mute
me.
them right now? So am I echoing still? Check. Yeah,
I'm gonna mute right now.
It's not as much as she was echoing, but it's echoing.
Yeah, I think it's a StreamYard thing right now.
Yeah. John, is there any way you can? I know you don't want to end the stream because that would end the stream. But is there a way like you can? I've seen people like the host of the show pop out and then pop back in. I don't know if there's a way to like almost like sending yourself backstage and then popping back in. I don't know if you have that option. I'm not even sure that's the solution.
No, it doesn't give me that option. I click on the three dots and it's.
I mean, the echo's kind of nice. I like the sound of my own voice.
Stop mic cam. No.
Because it is quite an annoying echo.
So, what's up? I'm about to end it in a little bit anyway.
But man, I can't even remember when I came on what you were talking about. It's been so long.
I don't know.
I can say this though about Dago. I mean, I used to. Dago was one of the first that I ever watched, and one of the. I know he was the very first show that I ever called into on the phone. I remember where I was in the car and called into him, and I enjoyed the conversation, the debate. Back then we were still trying to figure out who did this because Koberger wasn't arrested yet. You know, and then I'd go into chats, and now when I gave super chat, it was because you get the feeling like you see the chat going by and everybody's saying, what was that song by the Eagles? I don't know what it was. And you type in Hotel California and they're like still going, I just can't remember the name of the song, the band or the song. It's on the tip of my tongue. And then you're like, oh, forget it. You know, I'm just going to send a $3 super chat. Hotel California. There it is. Thanks, Jeff. Hotel California. So, I mean, that's what my, that's how my super chats work.
I just want to interrupt you, Jeff. Did you say I have been stroking on the Detective John show?
You've been what? You're kind of cutting in and out. You've been stroking. Oh, okay. You've been stroking the pee on the show.
You have to change your rating on the show.
Right.
Man, what were you talking about before I even came in here?
I don't
Wait, so Jeff, you found out you were on.
You said come up on panel. You got me out of bed. I came out of bed. Get up on here. I can't remember what you were talking about.
Wait, Jeff, you said you found out about Dago before you found out about T-Rev?
Yeah. I think I was listening to Dago before T-Rev. Maybe listening to them both at the same time.
Oh, okay.
But my first interaction, you know, with a YouTuber was over the phone with Dago. And I thought it was pretty cool. It's like, wow, we got to have a conversation, share thoughts on this case, and that's where kind of my passion for this stuff, you know, just having debates with people, talking about this case, and you know, checking my theory that was the current theory in my head, and checking it against other people's theories. And that's still today is the thing I love most. Now we got a lot of this, you know, drama with regarding the YouTubers, and that's. I mean, I guess I kind of try to see why you do it, John, but I wish it wasn't. I think I don't know. I mean, we would never know. We'll never know how far you would have gotten with not engaging them on the stuff they say. I mean, you stay in your yard, they stay in their yard, kind of thing. But I think for the viewers and the listeners, now it's unfortunate because it's like it almost reminds me of that song "We Didn't Start the Fire," because now you talk about the battling. It's like, well, over time you forget who started it. It's just that we're in a war now, and that's really unfortunate. And as time goes on and goes further and further, it's going to be harder to recall who did what first. It's almost like it doesn't matter anymore who did what first. You're in the battle. Basically it's a tennis match. You just keep hitting the ball back and forth at each other, trying to hit each other in the nuts. And it seems to me that it just takes one person on that court to decide to stop hitting the ball back over the net for it to stop. That would be my wish. I thought I'd gotten it near Christmas for about a day when we were all.
How about now? Hey, how
indecisive.
about now? Is this changed at all?
Check.
Can you hear me?
I'm still echoing.
Yeah, it's still up.
Yeah, somebody's telling me I need headphones. I don't have headphones.
I really think it's a glitch in StreamYard right now.
Yeah.
It's acting weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes things just need a refresh, you know.
Yeah, I don't think I can refresh though. I think if I refresh, it'll kick it out.
It's just computer program bullshit, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, Jeff, I don't. It's beyond that, man. See, people don't really. I guess they just don't get it from my perspective because I kind of have a unique perspective. It's not like everyone that's out here in YouTube world has put together cases or written, 707, we call them here, PCAs. Haven't walked warrants through. I have, and that's to listen to some of the garbage that's being said. I feel like I'm kind of obligated to try and help people understand the truth about.
Hey, John, I think somebody wants you to drop the StreamYard link. Misbehaving was asking somebody else. I think. No, it was just misbehaving.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, how I see it is John's just coming at content creators who are disingenuously like reporting and making content about cases that have real families and lives, and it doesn't feel like that shit is right to just make up nonsense when you have law enforcement actually busting their ass trying to figure the case out for the family.
But I think if people are going to say lies or they're going to say outlandish stuff, they're going to do it regardless. And I think if they're out there existing in their yard, they're in their yard telling their truth, and you're over here in your yard telling your truth. I think the public and the viewers and the listeners, when they compare the two, they'll know, okay, that over there in that yard is real truth. This one over here is talking about vampires and gargoyles and tunnels and stuff. Okay, you can see the difference. But when it's just yelling back and forth at each other and everybody's, and that's the unfortunate thing. You come at them for something they said. I don't think I've ever heard them defend what they said. They just come back at you and attack. It's just attack. It's never give an answer for what they said.
Well, because can I just weigh in on that? I've been around the YouTube sphere for a very long time, and the thing is, I hear the echo too. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's echoing. That's weird. It shouldn't, because I don't have you live. That's weird. Sorry, y'all.
That's all right.
But
No,
anyway,
it's a problem with streaming.
there's a thing called beef stream, and I don't know if y'all heard about it or not. But what these creators will do, these like tragedy creators, they will go, and what they'll do is they'll say, okay, this other person who we all, my crowd or my crew hates, they will literally on the channels, and they will basically make a game out of how they can get more super chats than their enemy. And I see that going on, and I don't know where the vampire rumor came from. I mean, that's out there. But it's not surprising to me because there is a very dark side of YouTube. And I think a lot of people don't understand that just because it seems like it would be like YouTube would catch it. No, YouTube is so oversaturated, they don't catch the vile people. So I'm very grateful that this community is all about holding those vile people to a higher standard, because somebody's got to do it. And the only person to think of that has the credibility and the knowledge and the wherewithal, because none of us have ever been detectives, would be Detective John, right? So that was just my 2 cents on the whole, like why they stream, why they do this. That's why. It's money, you know.
Well, and that's basically what I resent. I resent
too.
lies. I resent people that tell lies or imply false narratives to make money.
Well, another thing that bothers me too is the fact that they have these TV channels, right? And what's happening is they're forgetting that even YouTube is a sea of creators, right? When someone comes to your channel and they hit subscribe, that means that they bookmarked your channel because they like what you said so much that they want to be able to find you again, right? Well, these tragedy films, they could give a damn. Sorry, but they could care less about their subs. It's just another body. You know what I mean? They don't care. And I think that's where John, like, that's where he kind of like is different than them. He doesn't look at it like that. You know what I mean? And so he's always going to catch heat because of that.
But I think too, they have an audience, and it's no secret to that audience at the beginning of the show. I mean, I hear Dago say this show is crowdfunded. I'm only able to do this because of the generosity of you guys. It's a job.
That makes too much money.
It's a job. I don't see that anything wrong with saying, this is a job. I'm able to do this as often as I'm able to do this by the generosity of the audience. And I think it's, I mean, I see JB Gunner says it, at the beginning of his show. Tyler Feller's big.
But we can't sit there and say that some of these people, if you go back to some of their streams, okay, they are pandering to their audience. They know when they say certain little bit of things, even though they're not affirmations, okay, they can say certain preemptive words that will then prompt their audience to cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. You feel me? And that's what David does. I've seen it with my own eyeballs.
Coley, look what Misbehaving just said.
What'd she say? I can't see it.
Dry begging to ask for in an indirect and roundabout way, dropping vague hints that are not clear or straightforward in making a request.
Yes.
So,
exactly.
Yes, he has said it the exact way that you have said it. But him and many others are using other tactics to try and get money.
And I know that. I have been on YouTube for a very long time. I had a channel that had over 130,000 subscribers, and I literally deactivated my account due to the vile people that were coming in the sector I was in. Then I started a new channel that I have now that's very tiny, but I'm very loud. So, But I'm just saying these people are very greedy. They don't care, and they make up anything, like Detective John says all the time, anything that's salacious and outlandish and crazy, so people can watch the crazy. It's like when you drive by a car wreck and you're rubbernecking trying to see what happened as you drive. It's the same thing.
And then you rear end somebody.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it feels like. And it feels like Detective John is like one of the only people out here calling these people out. That's why now that he's opened my eyes to it, I don't have a big platform, but I'll be damn straight. I'm going to be calling these people out. It's disgusting.
Yeah, you need more people to do it. It can't just be only John.
Yeah, nobody else is doing it.
It's not like it's not like it's. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's immoral.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was going to say that. It's immoral.
I've never said it's illegal.
No,
I'm saying it's immoral. And to me, when you take it, when you strum the heartstrings of somebody with, let's face it, bullshit.
Thank you.
And you get paid for it. I think that's I mean, it's immoral to me.
And then what happens is it becomes like a cycle, because then what happens is they get a taste of money, and they start seeing what they can make, and then they literally have based their life around what they're going to get paid on YouTube. So they have to keep making it more salacious and more salacious to continue to get those views, to continue to make that money.
You've heard me say multiple times, greed has no conscience.
Yes, and it's disgusting.
But I think, I mean, at least with regards to Dago, I mean, I'm blocked on all my 9 accounts, which in essence means that Dago is fine letting the hundreds of dollars go that I would amass in super chats to him. So
you know how much money I've given to T-Red? You would literally make you throw up.
Oh yeah, I think I was almost at 1,000 with T-Rev, and I guess he's okay letting that go too. So, but say that's the thing. That almost proves that they're not doing it necessarily, at least for my money.
Yeah.
So
they have to. I think they have to remain loyal. It's their subs and their members that drive the bus. If all these members, because I know when Dago was considering unblocking me, and twice I think he said, I've got to talk to my mods and talk to everybody, because you trigger a lot of people over here. I was like, oh, I could have sworn it said Dago show on the door, but I guess it's their
I
show.
didn't say, wait a minute, isn't it his channel?
Yeah, I thought so. And that's fine. Maybe he's got other reasons that he doesn't like.
That's called someone that doesn't want no balls hanging. He's not swinging loathing, because if he's that scary,
it's his channel, his choice. I gave him 9 accounts, and I wasn't about to make a 10th. There's two others that have gotten to that point too, and I'm like, part of me is like, okay, fine.
You know what?
Yeah, but John has really eyes to a lot of things.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I just did watching Detective John and seeing him analyze things and break things down for me really opened my eyes to a lot of things that I genuinely did not see. I did not understand it, because I mean, my brother's a homicide detective, but there's only so much he can tell me. You know what I mean? So having Detective John, in my opinion, is very valuable to me personally, because I learn from what he's saying. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that there's a place to go that is not absolutely off the rock.
I mean, I love listening to John talk about his experiences, the cases.
So do I.
It was December 15th on 2022. That's the day he called into T-Rev show for the first time, and that's when I started listening. It's like, oh, Detective John is on again. Let's hear what Detective John's got to say. What does this mean?
What made me start liking Detective John is a story he told on T-Red's channel, where he had an infant that was walking around and in the projects, basically. And he had picked that baby up and had to continue. He saw that baby multiple times outside, diaper soiled, mom just wherever. And when I heard him say that, I was like, wait a minute, he really has a heart for people. You know what I mean? He's not a bad cop. He's actually a cop that really wants to help, which is very similar to my brother. So that's another reason why I listen to him and really take in what he's saying. You know?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not. There's far more people out there way more versed than I am that have a lot more time and experience than I have. But I think that the experience that I did have for as long as I did, I learned a lot. And then I went into the private sector and I learned even more, because, believe it or not, the private sector and the capacity I was in was absolutely crazy.
Yeah. My brother was talking about it. Yeah.
It involved drugs, and you have the PDMP, which your brother knows about, prescription drug monitoring program, and what people will do and say to get their twos is unbelievable.
I know.
There's drugs, there's crime, and me, and I had a whole deflection video done tonight, and once again tried to attack my character, my credibility, everything else with absolute lies and insinuate that, you know, they keep saying I was never a cop. Now they come out with I was a cop, but then, you know, I was fired. I was
You
never
know what?
fired.
Here's the thing. They don't have, they're grasping at straws here because they know there is nothing else to do but to make these random lies and grasp at some kind of straw, hoping you like throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping it sticks. You know what I mean?
Right.
But everybody can see right through these people. And if you watch John at all, one stream, you can watch one stream where he's talking and you cannot tell he's not genuine. I'm sorry. You can tell. You
Yeah,
know?
it's not like I'm trying to spew lies.
Yeah, you're trying to debunk them.
I mean, it's not like, you know, it's like that lady who was just on. What's your point, lady? I mean,
that's exactly why I wanted to come up. I was about to say, girlfriend, you really are drinking way too much of the Kool-Aid.
You know, there's no way, in my opinion, that lady was ever in law enforcement because
she has too much bias.
She might have worked in records or something, but I don't believe she ever.
No, she's too cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. She's not in the law enforcement.
You know, and trying to ask to ask the things she was asking. What do you mean? You know, it's freaking 4 o'clock in the morning, or 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't even read. My eyes are so. You're asking me questions that don't make any sense.
Yeah.
You know, I've never said anything that was illegal anyone did. I think it's immoral, and I've always said it's immoral, and I think it's tragedy pimping.
It is exactly that.
They're riding the coats on these poor people and their families.
Yeah.
And they're you know, the more crazy you can spew something, the more clicks you're gonna get. It's like the Jerry Springer show.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. I don't support anything like that. And
you know, it's disgusting. This is not a game. This is people's lives, y'all.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
disgusting.
It's just like, you know, the attacks that I got the moment I said I was going to start my own show from T-Rev.
God.
And his crew.
And I'm not usually easily fooled, but he really got me. For real.
Yeah. No.
And I feel so betrayed. Like I've emailed with him, I've DM'd with him. I feel betrayed as hell. I mean, it's horrible.
But you know what? What do you do? I mean,
I know better, so now I do better. And right now, I'm working on a deep dive on him, and I'm going to drag him across the internet. That's what I'm doing. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's plenty out there now that people, you know, didn't know that they know now. But you know what's sad?
What?
The man will go to the depths of hell to do something for his show, but he won't do anything for his children.
I know, it's amazing to me. It almost is like so crazy that I can't wrap my mind around it. Like I don't understand his way of thinking. I cannot understand and why you would do what you do, say what you say God bless, and then do spirit boxes, and then say you use sage and all these incense, and then your girlfriend's a witch. Like what's happening? Like you have to pick one, okay?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the last I checked, I don't know, Jeff. Do Christians typically do spirit boxes?
No.
Well, I mean, I've never. I mean, just because T-Rev says, you know, God bless you. I mean, I don't think we've ever had a conversation regarding Christianity and whether he considers himself Christian or what he considers himself. So I don't know.
But, I have with him.
But I mean, I still hold out hope for. I mean, I always liked T-Rev. I still like T-Rev, even though I'm on the block list because I'm friends with you. But unfortunately, that's my faith, and I'm friends with everybody.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be on the block list as soon as he sees this stream. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
You know, I I don't know. I hate to see it. It has gotten so ugly, though, John. I hate the ugliness of it all.
Yeah.
I don't, and I gotta ask you. I don't know if you could have gotten the same results regarding T-Ref's situation without involving the whole YouTube community and just talking to him, getting
You can't.
There's
the
no
mother
way, dude.
involved, and
Have you gone back and looked at his channel? Have you really gone back and looked before he did true crime?
Oh, prior to? I think
Yeah,
I don't know.
he's not one that you can reason with. No,
Yeah,
you cannot. It's his way or no way.
He's only become refined recently.
Yeah,
the man couldn't even wear a shirt a lot of times on his show. I had that conversation with him. I'm like, look, man, if you want me to stay on this show with you and be a guest, I can't have you smoking weed all the time. I can't have you freaking not wearing a shirt. If you want me to come on and be your guest, then I kind of expect a little bit of at least a little professionalism. I gave him some words that he should use. I said, it's all about developing your character, and you want people to think you have integrity, even if you don't.
He would still be on. I'm sorry to cut you off, but he would still be on the whole conspiracy train if Detective John wasn't around.
Yeah, you just nailed it, because he was on that conspiracy train.
I know.
And until I lost my mind that day and called everybody a bunch of idiots, basically. And said, we have a suspect now. We can get off this crap. And then, with WSU Kim and her garbage, I'd had it. And I'm like, and then when he saw the actual applause that he got because I said that. Now, of course, some people hated that I said that, but a lot more people liked it.
Yeah.
And that's when I had the real hard conversation with him. I said, look, man, I said, you gotta pick a side. I mean, you're gonna have to pick a side. You can't just be a conspiracy guy one day and then agree with everybody the next day.
Absolutely, because and that's where, and you know what the irony is now. You told him he had to pick a side, right? Well, now he tells he literally tells his chat all the time to pick a side, meaning like Detective John's side or his side. But yet,
I don't watch him.
I mean, he's always said that. Like, I've known who he is before. I've known who he was since before he was even monetized. And then I started watching him regularly when he was at 11,000. So, I mean, I know who he is. I've had communications with him outside of YouTube. So I know who he is.
Well, that makes it appropriate to call it a gang.
Everyone, somebody just made a comment to take the cell phone off speaker. And you know what? That's probably it, because this happened before. So
well, mine's not on speaker. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, but Tony, are you on speaker? Are we still having a problem, by the way?
Yeah, I'm not here.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. You're back. Are you?
Yeah, I'm here now.
So are we still having an echo?
Yeah, I had the headphones on before and it didn't work. Good.
Yeah. All right. Are you still there?
But I wasn't here. You still have echo.
No, Carrie, she disappeared. Come back if you want to. Sorry, hopefully I didn't click you out. But I wanted to make sure we got rid of that echo. Somebody was on speaker. So, yeah, man, I'm like, I just want people to be responsible. That's all. I think that we owe it to these victims of any case. Just be responsible. There's no sense.
I think, John, we were talking about it earlier. Like when I see a police officer pulling over a person, they're standing at their door. They've done something wrong. They're going to get a ticket most likely. I would rather see that person behind the wheel they pulled over. They can go off on the, you come to me as an officer and you're saying I did something wrong, and then that person can go off on a minute. I would rather see that police officer not go off on them in return. That's the troubling part for me. If I pulled over somebody and they started going off at me, and then I said, "Hey, buddy, you were speeding and you have no neck," right? There's just the position of, like, what does Spider-Man say? Where there's great power, there's great responsibility. And I think the way you go about it, you can do it with more control, without reacting to whatever their reaction is. Because if you react to them after whatever they do, then it, like I said, it just starts the war. Everybody forgets who went first, who's to blame, and then you're in it, and you're in, like, everybody's wrong.
Yeah,
and I think that's why I keep saying a soft answer turns away wrath. It's not just a soft answer, like a weak answer. It's a controlled answer. My emotions are in control, even though you're freaking out. I'm an officer of the law. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to write you this ticket. And maybe with time, that other person cools down. Says, look, I'm sorry. We don't have crosswalks in Pennsylvania. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there is this, for some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason there is such a divide in the true crime community, and it doesn't need to be that way. It doesn't. It's like people are choosing to stay stuck. It's weird as hell.
Well, I can explain that.
Okay, well, please do. I'd love to know.
The reason why there's a divide was because when there was no suspect in custody, everyone got along because it was a real, like you've heard me say before, it was a whodunit. So everyone could speculate, and everyone could come up with their
I know where
theory,
you're going with this.
But once BK was hooked up and things started lining up, even from the PCA that I read, because I understand what the PCA says and I understand what it took to get to where they got. That's when, in my opinion, all that BS should have stopped.
And also the fact that there's a gag order is making it worse.
It's you've heard me say that multiple times.
That's why I just said it, because you're the one who told me. Yeah, I know.
I would hope that in the future that judges will look at this case and reconsider doing a gag order, because it's really not
because when you give the general public, especially the internet, nothing, it leaves room for narratives to be spun.
Right.
So
what happened is, once these creators started realizing that, oh my goodness, there's not going to be anything to talk about. I mean, there's nothing hotter than this case right now. So what do? They jumped on the conspiracy train.
Because that's the only way to keep it alive. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So now all of a sudden BK's innocent. And these cops are all crooked. And there's corruption.
I mean, true crime. What's her name? Truth and Transparency, Lana, whatever her name is. Do y'all know that she literally was on the side of Chris Watts?
Yeah.
Like,
we know all about that disgusting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to cases and she always picks, she goes against the grain every single time. And I think it is definitely a calculated decision, because she knows going against the grain gets her views, period.
So do you think, I mean, let's seriously think about it, because she's a smart person. She's not dumb. No. So do you honestly think in her deck of cards that she believes half of this stuff?
No.
Because I find a hard time believing that
I think she goes against the grain for the sole purpose of making money, not because she believes what she says. No.
Right.
No, I don't believe that.
But what sells?
Exactly.
Crazy.
And she,
So,
yeah, stupid is and stupid does, and that is what she's doing.
right.
Hey, John,
I mean, so,
I'm wondering. I got one thing you could maybe try to get rid of this echo. Try opened up another window and try to live stream myself. But on the three little dots that show up when you go into your picture, your screen,
yeah.
your image, click click that and go to remove from stage.
Yeah.
And then go. This is for John to do, not anybody else.
Oh, okay.
I don't have that, Jeff. I've got edit name, edit audio, avatar, and stop mic cam.
You don't see remove from stage.
Do you have any other tabs open?
No.
It's three little dots in the upper right corner of just your rectangle with your image in it. Of you.
Yeah, at the bottom of the screen now on StreamYard.
Is it still on there now?
What, the echo?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody. I have everything closed out, so I know that's not on my end.
All right, maybe it's just because I'm doing a recorded live stream. That maybe it's
No, the echo on my end has been bad all night, and I think honestly, John, the process of elimination, it's on your end.
Yeah, and I don't have anything open other than StreamYard.
No, I think it's just
It might be.
If there's a way for you to jump out and jump back in, it might reset everything.
There's not, though. I don't think.
But I've seen people do it when they get like I bet on Brittany's show and like her something glitches and she goes off. And the other person on panel is like, oh, I guess it's my show now, and she jumps back in. Without interruption.
I don't know I'm sorry about my ignorance, y'all. I mean, I don't know if I hit refresh.
It's okay.
What if I hit refresh?
Maybe try that.
On your browser?
Yeah. On the StreamYard.
Because you're the only one that's not echoing. We're the ones who are echoing.
Yeah, and I'm not echoing, correct?
No, you're not.
What are the choices in the three little dots in the upper right corner of your image?
Edit name, edit audio avatar, and stop mic /cam.
Now, are you clicking on it right up in? You're right above the young lady that's been talking. That image.
No.
Yeah, click that one. The three
okay,
dots.
Remove from stage.
There you go.
Solo layout and mute.
Yes.
Just remove from stage, and then that'll put you backstage, and then all you got to do is add to stage.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That might work.
Hopefully.
Hopefully it does.
Cross your fingers.
Well, no, I still hear that.
And then click on your image down in the lower left to add to stage.
All right, I'm back.
I don't think it fixed it.
No.
Yeah, it didn't. No. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a StreamYard thing, guys. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, because this happened to another creator. I forget who it was. Same thing was going on. So
I don't know about you all. When I'm not talking, I mute my mic. So I don't know if everybody else is doing that. I think just good practice.
Yeah, we all tried it.
I always mute throughout this whole thing. I've been on mute. Now I have a headset on. It's still echoing.
Still
Like
echoing.
crazy.
Yeah, it's you, John.
It's me.
It's okay, though. It's okay. It's not that serious. And if somebody's got stressed about echo, they can leave. You know what I mean? It's not that serious.
How do you plead?
You know what it is? We're always criticizing the echo chambers of the other YouTubers, and now we get on echo chamber, literal echo chamber.
Right? That's funny. That's hilarious. Hey, I have a question. When you say dinky, who is that?
That's that guy over in Britain that's like
harsh.
No, he feels like, I think he truly feels like these people are his friends, and because I use some tactics to get my point across, to get people to actually converse with me.
Yeah,
he's offended because he's the bully.
Well, what do you think about just what's her name? Just Jules, our true crime reaction.
I think she's a very intelligent person.
Yeah,
but I think she's just there's something, and this is my opinion. I think she's just, very, very against law enforcement and the process. I think
Well,
there's
I mean,
something that we
when
don't
you name
know
your
in
channel
her.
True Crime Reactions, I don't think true crime is like something you should be reacting to. Like, I think
Right.
that's too, I don't know. It's just tacky. in my opinion. That's just me. That's just me.
The thing about Jules that kind of aggravates, me
Yeah.
personally, is, the way that she presents herself is that she knows what she's talking about. When really, in reality, she's got
She
no
just has
experience.
a headset and a mic.
What's that?
I said, in reality, all she has is a headset and a mic. That's the
Right.
only reason why people think they have credibility. It's crazy.
Hey, that's not that's unfair. She also has a very bad haircut.
I think that if this is just my feeling, I think that if you can spew it, you ought to be able to have to debate it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not like you should be able to just go out there and say this stuff without some fallback.
Yeah.
With some
Like you
debate.
always say, bring it, don't sing it. Yeah.
Bring it, don't sing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I
All
agree.
right,
And
we're
I
gonna
noticed
bring
that
we're gonna bring somebody on right now. Dago wants to come on, so I'm gonna bring Dago on.
Oh Lord Jesus, help us! Let's have holy water ready.
I don't think Dago's like that. So
Well, no, I'm just saying because if it comes at me sideways, it's gonna be a problem.
yeah,
He's trolling the back chat. So let's see how he comes on.
Okay.
He's trolling the back chat because I'm not looking at the back chat. So let's see what he has to say before I bring old Dago up. Depending on what he's had to say.
Is that the real one, or is that just another one, or?
I don't know. We'll just have to see.
That Dago.
You never know nowadays.
His name should be Count Dago. Freaking vampire bullshit.
That is.
All right. So Dago. What a joke! Dago. What's a joke? He's ridiculous. Who's ridiculous, Dago? I'm ridiculous. All right. Let's bring you up. Go ahead, Dago. What's up?
Hello.
You sound like
Hello.
Listen, John. First of all, it's driving me insane. Go into your settings in your StreamYard. Okay, and click on the audio tab. Let me know when you do that.
I've never had to do any of this, Dago. So.
Oh my God! Thank you,
So you
Dago.
came on to give us a class on
Hold on.
And what am I? My audio tab.
Click on audio, and there should be a little box that says echo cancellation. Is it checked?
Yep.
Okay, uncheck it and see if it changes it.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Any echo?
Any echo? Yeah, there's still echo.
No, I don't hear it.
Okay, everybody else might have to uncheck theirs as well on their own personal settings, but that's what the problem is.
No, it's clear. It sounds clear.
Thank you, Dago.
Okay.
Well, the only reason why I can't is I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone. So every time I do, it'll knock me out of it'll knock me off. That's why.
But John,
Yeah, it sounds
John,
better
put
now.
your volume up. Put your volume
It's
up.
much better now. It's much better. Thank you, Dago. It's much better now.
Yeah, Dago. I appreciate it.
See, I told you Dago was not a bad guy.
Anyway, it does that on its own from time to time, depending on how many people you have on your panel. You have to re-roll it and reset it.
Gotcha.
Bless you.
All right. Learn something every day.
Good band. But John, put your volume up because you're low.
So moving on to whoever that is in the middle between you and Jeff. I don't know you. I never personally, out of my own mouth, said anything about vampirism or anything else. Some idiot came on my panel that came from T-Rev's channel. Purposely, I found out, and did it to make me look like an ass. I let the show go because I let people put whatever they're saying out, and then I put underneath it a ticker that ran across the screen the whole time that said, whatever is involved in it, I can't give you exact words, but basically, in essence, it said, this video does not depict the creator's true feelings about this video. That was rolling the whole time. Then I took the video down, and I apologized to everybody because it was stupid. I don't support that kind of dumb shit. I never did.
Okay, well then I apologize for my harsh delivery.
I'm sorry.
Well, you
I've never said
you know
anything
what,
bad
Dago?
about you,
Is
Dago,
T-Rev
and
doing
I
is
didn't know
T-Rev doing
anything
an
about
Ask
that. So
Dago thing now?
it's bad.
I can't hear you, John.
Really hard to
I'm
hear you,
sorry.
John. You got to move
Is
closer to
Dago
your mic or turn it up.
is T-Rev doing an Ask Dago thing or something now?
I have no idea. I don't watch him.
There's some he's doing this little on a stream deck. I think he's doing a thing that says Ask Dago or Go to Dago or something. I heard it the other day.
I don't know. I don't care. But
John, do you have microphone level on your mic itself? Do you have
Yeah,
cable
it's
mount
low.
in front of that?
All right, what's it like now?
Keep going. Keep going.
Average, go up.
All right.
Talk while you do it.
That's all the way.
That's all the way.
That's all the way to the left. Is that
Yeah,
good?
you're
or no?
low. You're low.
Yep.
All right. How about
You're
now?
still low, yeah.
Low.
Still low. How about now? That's all the way
Still
up.
low.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not knowing. Can you hear me?
StreamYard can kiss my butt today, apparently.
The vampire thing for the vampire thing was explained a long ass time ago. Okay, so people that don't want to hear it, I don't care. It's a fact. It's true. You want to run with that forever and ever and ever and ever and ever? Do what you got to do.
Can you clarify what you mean? Do I want to run with what, babes?
Not you. Anybody.
Oh, okay.
Not you. Any
All
particular.
right, so I just want to
anybody.
clarify.
Anybody.
So you didn't. So all right, so I just want to clarify. So you're saying that
Hey, hold
you
on.
didn't
How's
say
this right here? I got a
vampires.
mic volume. Is that
I
better?
would never say something like that. I did 17 years in fire and EMS. I'm not stupid, okay?
Okay.
All right, Dago. We're here to listen to you, man. I've heard your stuff. I
But
agree
you
with
still
you.
keep going on and on and on with it, John.
You know what, man? To be totally candid with you, dude. This shit stopped a long time ago, really.
Then why
I mean,
did you talk for 2 hours about it tonight?
Because I keep getting attacked about it.
You didn't get
You know,
attacked.
basically,
Somebody defended me and you didn't
yeah, I
like
have.
that.
I've been attacked about it multiple times.
Because people defend me and you don't like that.
I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't
but
like
it's the approach. It's the way they're defending you.
That's not.
Okay, but it's
that's
the way
not
that
the
he
point.
comes after me. That's why they defend me.
That's
if he
not
didn't
the
approach
point.
that way, it wouldn't be that way. Just like Jeff just said. If he would have chose to come to me, whether he believes it or not, and would have said, dude, that's fucked up. Why did you say that? You probably shouldn't do that. I would have stopped it right there. And I would have actually given him credit. That's the person I am. I'm not like him.
All right. Well, that's fine.
And the danger too.
I accept it.
John, the danger too in this is, like, you notice you mentioned vampires. The guy in the middle there, I don't know who he is, but he believed it, and then he carried it forward, and he cursed out that woman because she believed somebody that talked about vampires, and that was untrue, and that's dangerous. This is like what I'm talking about. This is the type of stuff that just gets people. They don't even know why they're mad. They forget over time. They just, like, something made them mad, and it was an untruth. And then they're just going to continue with that anger. It's just
all right. Well, Dago,
crazy.
during that episode, did you not say multiple times? Interesting. I believe you.
You know, have you heard me? Have you watched my shows, John? Because I say that to a lot of people.
I've
being
watched
respectful.
them.
I say
I've
that
watched-
out of
that's not-
respect for people's opinions. I respect
But
everyone.
man, listen, Dago, hold on. My point is, it wasn't like you entertained just a few minutes of this. It was
I listened to the whole thing out of respect. You're right, I did.
It was
Just
74
like I do with you.
minutes, bro.
Just
It was
like I do with
74
you.
minutes.
You're right. I listened
So-
to it for 2 hours.
So when I talked to you about it, and I sent you basically these subliminals, and I said, you know, what
Like
if
I
it
do.
was your child? And I think it kind of resonated with you, because when I said, what if this was one of your children? And you actually came on the show the next time, and you acknowledged that.
You're right, I did.
It started to make you think, and that's
listen.
I want to stop, bro.
Listen to me
This
for a
is
minute.
Crap.
I know that you don't care for her, but she's in your chat right now. She was in my Discord, Rock Chalk, okay? I had a meeting just like that lady that was in here before said. And I said, things are crazy in here, and I don't like the way this is going before you said a word. I'm going to tell you, and I told you this, yes, you made good point. But I was already on the path for changing shit because it was going crazy. I got rid of people who came to you after I got rid of them because they were pissed at me and told you all that crazy wild bullshit about grifting and everything else. because they were mods of mine that were booted because they were crazy. They were the ones that were leading those conspiracy theories, and Jeff was in there multiple times.
Hey, Dago, to be honest with you, most of that stuff just rolled off of me. I didn't even pay attention to it. There's so
you
much
just
stuff
brought
that
it
they
up,
sent
though.
me that I could no. I brought up a very small amount, but the most of that stuff they sent me, I didn't even pay attention to.
But also, in all fairness, this is actually just an open dialogue about true crime and your feelings about it. You know what I mean? So that's all it was. It wasn't like an attack on Dago. You know what I mean? It was more like,
I don't know who you are, hun, but it's been an attack on Dago for months. So that's
no. I'm talking about specifically tonight. We
Well,
were all
I'm
just
talking
talking about stuff. That's why it got brought up, babes.
It
That's
was
all I was trying to say.
the same shit that gets brought up every time, and I'm fucking tired of hearing it. Excuse my language.
When we had that,
Well, I mean, you could also change the fucking channel. That's just,
And so can anybody else that doesn't like what I'm saying.
I mean, touche.
So,
moving on. Anyway, and to explain the other thing you were talking about, it was a scam that I have an email from an attorney that was proven that it was a scam played on me, which is why my other moderator left. The young handicapped kid that never existed, that sent money that we sent back. It was a whole scam against my moderator, and I have an attorney's letter from the attorney of the person that they were impersonating, and I showed it on one of my shows that you say that you watch. So everything that was done, and nobody clocked me, Jake, so shut the fuck up. Anyway, moving on.
So listen, hey,
Can you please respect his chat and his panel and not drop the F-bombs because you know he respects that?
You're not on your own here.
Hey, y'all, let me talk for a minute to Dago. So, Dago, why didn't you send me that information?
Why should I have to? I spoke it on my live stream. That's all I need to
I
do.
don't watch your live streams, bro.
Then don't tell people lies and say that you do.
On your live streams, and I swear to you, is when somebody sends me something. I don't have time to watch your live
Somebody
streams.
sent you something, John. That's why you spoke about it. So why didn't you watch it?
If somebody sends me something, then I go in and watch it. But if you based on what you just told me, if you had a letter from an attorney confirming that that was all BS, then you should have let me know.
I did. I told you. You never let anybody.
You could have used email.
You never.
Once again, I don't need to defend myself against stupid shit. You should ask me instead of judging it.
Then why are you on this panel?
You should have. You should. First of all, I'm on my panel to talk to him, not you. So please stay out of the conversation, okay? I don't want to be rude to you again. Anyway,
let's just hold off, everyone, and let Dago talk.
Like I was saying, and same back to you, sweetheart.
All right, so do you? I mean, I'm just trying to be.
You are supposed to vet things before you talk about them, as you like to tell everybody, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when you got that information, maybe you should have picked up your little hand and typed to me a message in the email and said, "Hey, dude, is this true?" And maybe that would have been vetting the information before spitting bullshit on your stupid ass channel.
The way that I phrased it, though, Dago, was a question.
No, you didn't. I just listened to you say it again. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? That's not a question.
What about is a question?
You're making an accusation based on stuff that you never vetted.
It's a question.
It doesn't matter.
It's a predicate. Yeah.
And I gave you the answer to it just right now. I just told you the answer to it.
Then I've never heard that before.
Then you shouldn't have talked about it before talking to me about it.
If somebody said something that I knew was wrong, then I would reach out to that person and say, "No, here's the truth."
No, so that's the problem, Delay. You didn't see any real receipts. It was all word of mouth.
Dago, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you'd have told me that, then I would have owned it.
John, I did tell you that when you were on my panel, and you never let anybody talk enough. You kept talking right through it.
You never told me that. You never.
Yeah, I did.
You never said. I would remember, bro.
I didn't give you the whole description of it. I didn't get a chance to.
Listen. I thought we had a great show the other day, and
until you went off the next day and called me the biggest fraud on YouTube and everything else.
Where did you go after that show?
I went to bed. That's a lie. You keep telling people.
Show. Come on, bro.
It ended at 2
a.m.
Went
over to Dinky's show. Willie went over to Dinky's show. John. You went over to Dinky's show. Don't go there with me, man. It wasn't until like 2 days later that I sent in. I sent her a message. And I
This is
sent
how
her a
you-
message in her chat, and I said, "Look, you need to know that I was going to uphold my deal, and these other people on your panel that night went over to Dinky's show and totally slammed me."
All right, now are you done? So I can take my turn now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so that show ended at 2 a.m. here. Okay, Dinky's in the UK. It was 6 a.m. over there. Dinky was in bed sleeping. He wasn't live. I went back and checked. There was no fucking show.
There was a show.
I went
It
to
was
bed, John.
The next day, whenever
I went
he
to
started
bed.
his next show, the next day.
I was locked out because somebody on your panel did something and got me locked out for 3 days. That's a fact.
Well, there's no reason for me to go back on what I said I was gonna do. There would be no reason, man. I was totally
So somebody came to you and told you some bullshit and it wasn't true, and you ran with it
I
again.
actually watched the show. Willie
Then I want you to show
was
me the show.
prime instigator. Willie
I want you
was
to
the
show me
prime
the show.
instigator.
Show me the show.
I'm not on the show.
Well, I'll give you till tomorrow to pull it up and show me. And if you're right, then I'll apologize. If not, that's
I'm
done
not
because it's
taking tomorrow.
bullshit.
I gotta work at 5 a.m. I gotta work in like freaking how many hours? I don't really care about the damn show.
Well, then don't
There's
talk
no
about it.
reason for me. I went directly to her and said, "Look, I just watched those guys go to another show. I don't remember how long after it was. It might have been 2 days. I don't remember at this point. It's a moot point. I don't care. All I know is I didn't."
But it
And
is kind of
neither did I.
important though,
did.
John. If
Other
it's
people did.
Neither did I.
the videos should still be there. So we, if you guys can't look for them, I'll find it. It's important
You
enough to
find it.
me because, like I said, this war has started again. It was so nice for like a short period of time. I thought, okay, we're back to the way it used to be before all this craziness started, and then it was gone. It's important enough to me to find it. Right? We should be able to say, here's where Cluminati's show ended. We're in the deal, right? And then someone broke the deal.
All right.
Personally, I don't care who broke the deal
You're
because
right,
I think
Jeff,
we should be there should be peace regardless.
Here's the
Start right
thing,
now.
Jeff, look, you're right. And look, if you look in the chat, this is what goes on. People that are in his community over here, like Sportsy Girl, saying things like, Dago, even in your chat during Truth Night, you were talking shit and rolling your eyes. I wasn't talking shit. All I said to John, and he agreed with me, was, I don't take people's words for it. Actions speak louder than words. And I repeated it 3 times. I wasn't rolling my eyes. I wasn't doing this. And I'm 49 years old. We're not like high school kids. You were rolling your eyes at me. I'm telling mom, are you guys serious? Like, grow the fuck up. Okay?
Hey,
And the last thing,
Mike, that's a
the
really.
last thing that I'm still talking, Tony. I'm still talking, Tony. I'm still talking. The last
Well,
thing
that
I
just shows your character that a comment like that can tick you off that much.
The last
Come
thing
on,
that I
man.
said was, and this was been stated 14 different thousand times. The last thing said was, so from here on out, if somebody makes a comment or says something, we're just going to let it go, right? John's words were absolutely, Dago, twice. That's what the plan was. It was. And Cletus is the one that even reiterated that it never happened. That's why all this fell apart.
Well, these
So
videos should
you're
exist
basically
with
saying that I
timestamps
should
to
agree-
prove,
I
right?
should agree to disagree or agree.
And the
to
reason why I
someone
rolled my
saying
eyes, to be honest
that
with you,
if
is
you
because I don't
say
believe it.
something, if you say something about me, I'm just going to let it go.
That's what you said.
Well, if I probably did say that, but I was extremely tired for one. So, but
Okay,
I
and
don't
so was
really,
I,
I
because
don't
it was
really
2 in the
care.
morning. That's how I know I
don't
didn't go
really
on another
care
panel.
at this point. I don't care, dude. All I know is I know people were talking shit afterwards, and I had no intention of doing it. And I don't really care who said what or when or whatever. All I know is I went right to her show in her chat. It was an after chat, and I said, I just want you to know that this, and this was just happening, and I fully intended on keeping my word. But moving forward, I'm fine with that. I don't care, dude. I don't care about anything, but I want people to just be responsible. You've taken a
So do I.
step to change that. Have you not taken a step to change it? Yeah, and I congratulated you.
You haven't, though. That's the
100%.
problem. You continue to throw the digs in every one of your damn videos and making comment, and I don't give a fuck about the teeth and the neck and all that other dumb shit.
Wait a second. How am I supposed to feel about Dinky attacking me every single day and you being on his show?
Because I support Dinky.
Well, there you go.
He's a good person. You don't see that side of him because you don't want to.
I'm just saying, how am I supposed to feel about the man makes like 25 videos about me and my mods,
and that's the same way I feel. That's the same way I feel with all of your people.
Times more than I've ever done, dude. You want to talk about a bully?
Listen.
I could end that guy's show in 0.2 seconds for the shit.
It's too late for this shit, okay? I'm not coming in here trying to be your friend. I'm not coming in here trying to be anybody's fucking friend. I don't care anymore. I'm sick of hearing the bullshit. I'm sick of hearing the lies. I'm sick of being ground into the dirt for nothing because I have a different opinion than somebody. I'm done with it. And I said that earlier today. I am done with all of it. I came in here to set something straight. I came in here to set something straight.
It's not about opinions, Dago.
It is about opinions. We're all equal.
These aren't opinions. Yes, it is an opinion. You say, you think that the things that these people that come on your show as guests and you agree with are opinions?
They are opinions. Everybody's
they're
equal.
Not opinions, dude.
In the same way. Nobody's better than anybody, and they're allowed to have their opinions.
Put out there as their opinions, but they lead people to believe they're facts.
John, what is speculation?
I know what speculation is.
What is an opinion, John?
Right, but the thing is, it's not about that. It's about the moral standpoint. That's why you took down the video, right?
That video, and that's done. That's been done. That's not what I'm talking about. He's talking about people's opinions, and I don't like the conspiracy shit either.
So why are we speculating at this point about the Idaho 4 case?
Because the whole world is. And I've literally been trying, what I've actually been trying to do for the past 2 months is stop people from bringing in all this ridiculous, dumb bullshit. Aliens did this, and people are parachuting into other people's fucking balconies and all that dumb stuff. And my whole crew has been trying to keep people on the straight and narrow with that stuff because there's too much of it. So I'm not spitting crazy opinions or theories or speculation. I base everything, and I always have been on the same thing. And yes, I'll say this much. I've been paying more attention to the PCA than I was in the beginning because I thought it was a bunch of bullshit. I still think it's bullshit. But I tell everybody, this is all we have to go by. We have to stick to this.
Right.
There's nothing else to go with.
So hang on, Dago. All you have to go on is bullshit. Is that what you're saying? The BCA is bullshit, and that's all you have to go on is bullshit.
No, I'm saying that I've been telling everybody that people. Okay, one more time. Listen clearly. I've been telling everybody that because we don't have anything to go on, they can't just make up their own bullshit. We have to stick to the PCA because it's the only fact-based stuff that we have. Whether I agree completely with it or not, that's all we have.
That's fine.
But you know what, Dago? You have to admit, I mean, for a PCA, which to your own admission, I mean, you don't really know a whole lot about PCAs, but as PCAs go, that PCA had a lot in it.
It's too much.
So you think that yeah, and we agreed on that. I think it's got too much in it because it did open up a can of worms on some certain things, but it still has a lot in it. But why can't we lean to, okay, let's give law enforcement the benefit of the doubt and say that, hey, they got to this, and this because of probably this and this and that and that and that. Okay, and it's just not part of the PCA because the PCA is not the tell-all. The rest of this and that and that and this is in the incident report and the supplementals that get attached to that the judge has. So that's all part of discovery. So what we have there is we're going to have that all laid out. But why do we have to be disingenuous and attack law enforcement and these good investigators that have got a hold of the guy that potentially, I have to say potentially, unalived 4 people with a 7-inch K-bar knife, and we got this guy
do
off the
that.
street.
I don't
Why
do
do
that.
Why do? But Dago, come on, man.
Just because somebody comes into my channel and says something doesn't mean it's what I believe.
But man, how many times, and we've been through this, how many times did you say, and you're going to tell me right now, please don't tell me that you didn't say it, that he was not guilty?
I said that I've been
That
on
he
the
didn't
fence.
do it.
Okay, hold on a minute. Jeff, how many times have you been in my stream?
I've been in there many times. Not lately, because I've been blocked for a long time.
And how many times have you just listened to my
I know where you're
stream, Jeff?
going with this, buddy. I know what you're going to say, but I already proved
No,
it.
I usually don't listen
already
too much
had
if
you
I'm not.
saying it.
All right, well, for a long time, though, before that, how long have you heard me say that I'm on the fence, whether he's guilty or innocent?
You just recently started saying
No,
that.
I didn't. I've been saying that forever, John.
I can't say for certain, but I don't think it matters. I think what anyone says today, they might hear something tomorrow that could change their mind.
No,
which
I've been saying that for a
normal.
long time, is what I'm trying to say, because I can't.
I mean, I take your word for that.
But here we are. But here we are, Dago. You're missing my point. Okay, my point is that why do you have to always go to the other side? Why can't you just have a show one time and say, look, okay, well maybe this and this and this is why they got to that, and that.
John,
And
you don't watch my shows.
We do that?
You
We
don't
never
watch
do
my
that.
shows. I've had multiple shows like that.
You've done that lately. You've had some like that, but I'm going back then when all this shit
What does
started.
back then have to do with now, like Jeff just said?
Because it does. It's relevant.
No, it's not, because it's in the past.
We can move forward, but you guys continually do the attacks. This Dinky guy, I mean, I actually think his stuff was funny as hell. They were like tributes. He thinks they're like disgraceful.
I've
laughing
constantly
at him.
said,
He looks really silly for doing that stuff.
Listen to me, from the very beginning.
To threaten to come to Florida and do bodily harm to me was way out of the question. Should have never done that.
So be it. You should have said some of the things you said.
What did I say?
That you would kill him if he showed up at your door.
I
Yeah,
would.
but Dinky said that right in the midst of all that peace. He was the only one that wasn't embracing the peace, and here he comes in, and he was late to the stream, and everybody was getting along.
I'm not going to speak for Dinky. Dinky's upset. He's still upset.
Yeah, but he really shouldn't have made the threat. I mean, I think somebody gasped, I think, on the panel too when he said that. It's like, oh, geez, because he went complete opposite direction.
When you guys
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it said. I heard it was said, but I didn't hear it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I still support Dinky no matter what, because he's a good person. You guys don't know him like that, and I will.
But Dinky is now the instigator.
See, I don't understand why you guys can't respond the way I responded to Stevie Irwin. Stevie Irwin makes a YouTube channel in my name. Everybody thinks it's my videos, attacking John, getting John pissed off at me, and it's Dinky's videos. And what do? I don't ever say anything negative towards Dinky or towards Stevie. Other than you're a good editor. You're a good editor. You're probably a better video editor than me. And why are you wasting your time doing this kind of stuff?
How do you know that Stevie did that, though, Jeff?
I know it because he did the last video he did was making fun of me. I would make a video making fun of myself. And if you want proof, because I got receipts, Stevie uses a 25 frame wipe transition in the video making fun of me and in John's video. And he uses it in his own videos under his own name. Video editors use the same effects over and over again, and I had a feeling he would do it.
Oh,
and I went looking at his videos.
Hold on, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to say something that you are right about. I just realized something. Somebody showed it to me. They went looking for me. I made a comment on Dinky's community page, and the comment was that nothing has changed until I see that it has changed. So I did do that, but I was not on a panel. So that is true. I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
Yes, and
I'm not sorry that I made that statement though, because I stand by that.
So Dago, so I was sent that, and then I went and watched the panel, and it was disgusting. Bro,
there was no panel,
I'm
John.
I'm telling you right now, I was 100% sincere in what I said.
There was no panel, though, is what I'm saying. It was a community post that I posted. Okay, I'm not going to go around in circles. This is just a merry-go-round. I'm just telling you.
At this point, it's
I just don't care.
moot. But
I don't care.
It was things that were said that should not have been said. We should have moved on with that and all just started doing our own thing. And
You should have. You're right. You should have.
And I said, and I held my ground. I said, look, if I'm not going to stop, if you guys get out there and say some irresponsible stuff, I'm going to call you out and I'm going to have a show about it and I'm going to dispute what you say. Now, me doing that does not mean that I would have to attack you to do it. I would just do it. And we all agreed. Okay. But I never back down from the fact that if I have an opinion on something that you say and I can't come into your show and debate with you, that I'm going to say it on my show. That's my content.
Well, then so am I.
Exactly.
Okay, then there's no qualm about it, and it's not going to stop.
So if you disagree with something that I say, then feel free to take what I say and make content out of it.
No, I'm not going to make content out of it. That's what you do. I'm just going to make a comment about it.
Why wouldn't you make content out of it? If you strongly
because I can make my own content. I don't need to use yours.
If you strongly disagree about something that I say about a case, you're kind of silly for not.
No, I can make my own content. I don't need to use somebody else's to do that.
See, you take it that way, but I take
that's what it is.
What you say, and then I create content about it, and I opine about it, and I try to debunk what you say.
John, do you realize that your content, every bit of your content except for one video out of 33 videos, I think it is everybody else's content? You've never made your own except for one.
Dago, that is making my own content.
No. Taking somebody else's content.
Wait a second, dude. I said before I even started my show that I was going to take what each and every one of you said. Go back and look at my first intro video, and I'm
sure
going
you
to analyze it, and I'm going to hold you accountable for what you say. So by me going to your shows and taking what you say, taking excerpts of what you say, and me debunking what you say based on what I know as fact, that is content, and that is creating content. And I'll tell you right now, it takes a lot more time to do that than to just flip a mic on and start a StreamYard.
Okay, I'm original. You're not.
Dago,
I'm original
because it comes from your mouth, and I use it in my show as content. Does not mean that I'm not creating content, Dago.
See, that's the problem. Truth Exposed. I don't have conspiracies. I don't put out conspiracies.
Debunking stuff, bro.
No, you're bullshit. Truth Exposed. Okay. I don't put out conspiracies. Okay. I talk. I have a commentating channel. It's different. That's what different creators do. Different things. We commentate about certain situations. That's what it is. Okay. I don't come in here and take what you said and turn it into a whole show. I don't do that.
So you don't do any conspiracies. You don't talk to any. You don't do the tunnel stuff.
No, the tunnels are bullshit. I don't do any of that bullshit. It's a joke.
So where do you stand? What do you think about the case?
What's my stance?
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm in the middle where I have been the whole time because there's not been enough proof shown to me to make me believe that Brian Koberger went in that house and did this by himself, period. At all. That's my only stance on it.
If the PCA is BS, does that mean that shouldn't the judge have come out and said
it's not the whole PCA, Jeff? The whole PCA isn't BS, and I've said that. It's like Swiss cheese. There's holes in it that I don't like. I don't like Dylan's statement. I don't like the 8-hour gap, just like everybody else. There's no conspiracies in any of that.
What's the big deal about the 8-hour gap? You go to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not getting up till noon.
Because I don't think she was asleep. There's no way that there was not screaming and yelling.
What does it matter? Who's to say she didn't put her headset on and go to sleep to music like
I did say that was a possibility. I said, but it's hard to believe.
But why? Why do you have to say you don't believe it? Why?
I said it's hard to believe.
Do you sleep heavy or light?
Very light.
I'm a light sleeper, but you know what? My son, you could drive a freight train through. He won't wake up.
Okay, that's fine. And all I said was like, see, you have to add all the words into what I say, not just pieces of them to make it sound good. When I say
No, dude, that's
it's
not what
hard,
I'm doing. I'm just saying you just said you don't believe her story. Why would she lie? Can you
why
answer
wouldn't
that
she?
question? Why
Why?
would this young lady lie?
Oh, now I'm a victim basher. Okay, this is what
No,
I'm
I'm
talking
just
about.
asking you. I didn't say that. You said that.
No,
I'm
you're
asking you.
the idiots in your chat are saying this again.
Wait, Dago. You're accusing Dylan of being a liar. You just said you didn't believe her story.
I'm
So
telling.
that is
Okay,
accusing
go
her
ahead
of
and
being a
finish, and then I'll
liar.
go. Go ahead and
Okay,
finish, and then I'll go.
so that is an accusatory statement. You accused her of being a liar. So tell me, what reason would she have to lie?
Okay, now what I said was it's very hard to believe, first off, that there was not a lot of screaming, and I read an article today that had a statement in it that said the same thing. There was not a lot of screaming, and that she didn't hear that in that type of a house with no carpeting and things like that, is what I said. Now, I said it is still very possible that she may have put earplugs in or earphones or something, but if you read through her statement, it just doesn't make a lot of sense based on experiences that most of us have had and what we would typically do. That doesn't mean that that wasn't a specific situation, that it's outlandish, but maybe it did happen. And I've said that before.
Okay, but here's my next question. What difference would it have made? Would the end result have changed?
If she would have heard the screaming, I said this just the other day. If she heard screaming going on, okay, for instance, if it was me, I would have maybe called 911 right there, and maybe with the 2-minute response time that the police had, maybe they would have interrupted the situation or scared the person off, or somebody could have possibly lived through the situation. That's what I'm saying.
We can run hypotheticals all day, but the bottom line is,
That's
yeah,
the
maybe
answer.
they would have been able to set a perimeter up quicker, and maybe they would have apprehended the perpetrator then. But you know what? I guarantee you that when they put her on the stand, her answer is going to blow you away, and you're going to be like, "Oh."
And if it does, then I'm going to say, "Damn, I was wrong."
Now, is there no possibility that BK went in there like Ted Bundy? Ted Bundy knocked out his victims with a piece of firewood first before he strangled them.
There's every possibility, Jeff.
So then why couldn't he have gone in there with the K-bar butt end of the knife is very much a hammer as any hammer I've ever seen, knocked each victim out, and when you're knocked out and then you're stabbed, you're not going to make much noise. And if he did that to all four victims, I'm just saying there's possibilities.
Yep, I said that. I said that he could just be that good. I've said that in multiple shows that I've had. I said it's crazy.
It's
to
not
believe
that he's that good. It's that it's possible. You just look at other cases.
No, it is that he could be that good, just like Bundy was, or that it is possible. It can be both of those.
Yeah.
How about this, Dago? If I walked up to you or you walked up to me and I punched you in the stomach as hard as I could, are you going to scream?
No.
Are you going to be able to scream? So if I
probably
plunged
not, depending on how hard you hit.
If I just sliced you or plunged a 7-inch K-bar knife into your body, you're only going to hear.
John, I know how that works. I have medical background. I know exactly how that works.
I know you do. That's why sometimes it's so hard for me to believe that you buy some of this stuff, bro.
It's not that I'm buying into it. It's that I'm listening to both sides of it.
But yeah, but the only person that I think that would probably have screamed would have been Kaylee, and it wouldn't have been very long. If things are the way that we think they are, Maddie was done first, Kaylee was pushed up into the corner and tried to get away, she might have screamed. But again, you got to consider the house. These girls were just out partying. These girls were just out partying. Who's to say that she said she thought that they were playing with the dog, and maybe the dog, they probably scream often when the dog jumps on them or is playing around. So, you know what? She may not have thought anything of it, Dago. Now, if you'd have had a house that never had that kind of activity, let's say it was your residence and you weren't in a college town, it wasn't a party house, and that kind of stuff happened. Now, that would probably, any prudent person would probably say, yeah, they should have raised some eyebrows when somebody screamed in the house. So I just think that people running with the victim, and I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying people that run with that.
You know what? Hold on a
scenario
minute, John.
against-
Hold on.
against
Hold on.
this
And this
lady-
is not.
against
Hold
this
on,
young
John.
lady is horrible.
Hold
bro.
on, John.
It's horrible.
Hold on, John. This is not against you either. This is what I'm talking about. There are some really ignorantly idiotic fucking people in here that are bringing up stupid shit like the fact that I ran over a flat fire hose because my wife's sister's house was engulfed in flames, and I was trying to hurry up and park my vehicle and jump out to run up to the house and try to see if they were in the house alive or dead. This is what people do in your fucking community.
What?
Okay?
Wait, dude, do you not think your community is
That's chat.
any
That's
better?
chat room basics.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But I just ignore the chat. Come on, keep talking.
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
nice to
man.
see you guys actually talking about the case instead.
It's
of,
disgusting that people. I don't do that kind of shit to people, though. Is what I'm saying. I don't understand how people do this.
But it can. They do it to me all the time. You can take
I'm
it.
trying.
It's just
we're
ignore
all
it.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, Lombardi, you're a fucking idiot as well. So
you can't
walk away.
You can't just get some blinders and just don't look.
No, I'm sick of doing that, Jeff. I've done that for months. I'm done with it. I'm tired of the
Pay attention to chat.
Why do you act like that?
They're keyboard
Behavior-
warriors. That's all you. That's
Listen, I'm done. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I need to go to fuck to sleep. I have to get up.
You should have gone to bed a few hours ago.
Hey, John, can you let me share screen just for a second?
All right.
John, can you let me share screen for a second just so I can show this?
Sure, man.
Just hit the button so it'll share.
Oh man, I can't even read the screen. Hold on a second.
There's no sound. I think I have the sound off. It's just a little video showing Stevie's wipe. I just had to get this out there while I forgot that I had it.
All right.
There you go. So on the left, you'll see the Jeff H. Productions video that Stevie did, and on the right is one of Stevie's videos from his channel. Notice anything similar about that wipe? 25 frames exactly. But the real proof was that he made a video making fun of myself, which I wouldn't do. So, and he's pretty much admitted it. Although I think somebody said,
He did.
"Oh, was it used?" No, maybe it wasn't you, Dago. On the live stream earlier, somebody was saying to Dinky or Stevie, "Oh, about that video you made, wink, wink." They said wink, wink, like they knew. It's like
it wasn't me because I don't know anything about this.
All right,
Dago, you wouldn't do something like this. This is an antagonistic freaking jerk.
He's a very good editor too, and that's what's so sad. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of a good editor with skills.
Regardless, again, like I said, this is not my business. I have nothing to do with this. I don't know anything about it.
But this came up.
But you can see it right in front of you, right? I mean, everybody else is talking about stuff like somebody said something. Somebody said something. Do you not see the two videos and see that they're the exact same wipe?
No,
I mean, I don't know anything about like videography.
Okay. Some receipts are.
Dago, I didn't get it either until he showed me, and it's like a fingerprint. You can't be denied.
Okay, here's the thing though, guys. It doesn't matter to me. This is not important to me. I'm sorry if it's respectful sounding, but it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with me.
No, it almost ended me up in a lawsuit. That's all right. You know, it's not important. Just a YouTuber faking another YouTuber to get them in trouble and cause even more people than in the chat that are bothering you right now to create tons of people that I've had to go and say, no, it wasn't me. I swear it was not me. This was Stevie. It was not me.
And again, I didn't know anything about it, nor do I. And
well, now you do. Now go tell your
friends.
friends.
Any of that stuff.
Now you can tell your friends. You've seen the proof. That's the first showing of that video. I thought about putting it out at the time, but I thought, you know what? I don't care. It's just Stevie Irwin. He's just gonna
again. Like I said, anyway. Not to be rude, but I don't understand what I did. I saw two videos. They both look the same to me.
Yeah, you'd have to spend a little time. I didn't get it either.
What was that? What was it?
It's basically
It's the wipe, the same exact wipe. It's a unique wipe.
Same wipe. Yeah, but that. I'd say a wipe, probably one of 16 or something.
It's a wipe transition that is. It's not like something that's standard in like Adobe Premiere or I don't know what program he's using. But
2021, that's what happens. That's what his community does constantly.
Wait.
So he basically.
All right, guys. Hold on a second. Dago, I don't control what my community does.
Just like I didn't either.
Nor do you control what your community does. Listen, man.
They're their own people.
I said don't even pay attention to what people are saying. We're trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to convey my points. You're trying to convey your
The thing
points.
is, though, John,
My
and this
point
is the problem. This
my
is the
point
problem,
is
okay? Your community is
I've
based
ever
on hate
asked.
mongering. Mine's not. That's the difference.
I see
Now,
both
just
being the
because
same,
I
Dago.
disagree and I call
Have a good
people
night, guys.
out, I'm a hater. This is what you guys have done. I mean, see, he can't have a conversation. That's the facts. He knows down deep, that man knows he's wrong, y'all.
It's high school
He knows
cliques.
he's
It's
wrong.
like it's very much like high school cliques. We are our group. We got to hate them. They got to hate us. It's really silly. It really is grade school, and is why I hate seeing this. And it's really,
It is. It's
I'm sorry.
infantile.
You guys were
shit.
talking for a moment there. You had the opportunity to try and make peace. Maybe it's just impossible. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a dreamer.
I don't
and it's,
think I was being antagonistic at all with the guy. I'm just
I
saying.
don't understand the problem here. What's the problem? I mean, he facilitates conspiracy and all that sort of stuff on his channel. I've only seen him once, and he had Jules of All Trades and JB Gunner on his show. And as soon as I saw JB Gunner, I switched off.
That guy's
but I
like
don't
freaking.
know anything about him. All this feud. He seemed triggered, but and.
now, Matt in the chat is asking who started that.
People who
John, who
says
started
things
that?
like, "I don't want to fight," and then start screaming like they want to fight.
Let me
So
go to comments. Hold on a
I
second.
don't know how to read that, but I have
Yeah,
nothing
Matt-
against the guy. As I say, I've only seen one show, and I switched off pretty quick. And then after that, I just saw his name come up here and there and moved on.
Yeah, Matt
Thank
said
you
who
guys,
started
Scene.
that,
I'm sorry
Jeff.
I missed that.
So I'm how should I answer that? Who started that?
Who started? Dude, I'm so far behind. I wasn't.
Well,
even
that's all. That's all the
watching chat.
question he asked. Matt just asked. It's a recent comment. It's like 10 back.
Holy
Who
cow,
started
this is
that, Jeff?
crazy.
What should my answer be? What would you say?
Who started what?
I guess
I
I
needed
guess
to
the
be-
thing between you and Dago just now.
Dago came in to StreamYard and I allowed him to come in.
Right. But he said he'd been
I
watching
guess-
for 2 hours. He knew the fix. I don't know why we couldn't have given him some grace because he helped fix the audio, which was driving me nuts. I was about to jump off long ago. But when he was listening, I'm sure he was listening to you bringing up senior citizens and him wanting the money from them. And what was the other thing that we were talking about with that woman? Well, the vampire stuff that got explained. But I don't know. I mean, the thing is, that's the whole point of a soft answer turns away wrath. What we say and how we say it to each other gets us angry. And then now when we're in anger, then we're like, now I can come at you because you're angry at me. I mean, the person I respect the most is the person that should be angry, but doesn't get angry. That's the person I respect most because that's the person that's going to change things. And that's the person that's going to, we're going to progress towards something better than fighting.
Did I seem angry? Y'all, did I seem angry at all?
I think Jeff's talking about Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, John, I'm going to suggest a hunger strike. Could you go on a hunger strike?
Yeah. I should. I got gout on my foot. I need to do something because it won't go away. So I'm gonna have to, do something. I mean, I don't.
Well, of course,
I don't
Dago was
get his
yelling. Somebody
point.
said Dago is yelling. Of course, he's yelling. He's coming in here and he's just heard him being talked about like that. He's out to get super chats from senior citizens and the vampire stuff. And the guy that was in the middle of the screen there that believed the vampire stuff just because you said it, John. And then he went with it. And then he attacked that woman for what he learned from you that was false. I mean, that's, of course, Dago's going to be upset. And then we all welcomed him with just
Dago's
grace.
he's taken hell for that. For that show, he has, and rightfully so.
But he explained it. I think that was a good
show.
explanation. He's taken the show down.
Yeah, but the damage was already done to the food truck, bro. That guy's pissed.
The damage to the food
guy
truck?
that owns the food truck.
Oh,
is
the food truck
pissed.
owner.
Yeah.
Well, I can't really speak on it because I've never
you
seen the
can't,
show or heard the show,
you
so I
got to
don't know.
think about a business owner and somebody entertaining a show, showing the food truck the entire time, okay, and having people come on there and talk about cannibalism and vampires related to the food truck, and that you've even got one of his mods saying, what, human flesh burger or something sarcastic. I'm gonna get me a human flesh burger. I mean, that guy, what about that guy?
Yeah, no, I'm
just
like I've
saying,
said,
what
it's
about
like
that
the
poor guy?
it's the Spider-Man thing, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. And when you've got a YouTube channel and you've got people coming in saying things, you know, you're responsible for
74
what they say.
minutes of that, Jeff. 74. I mean, I would have listened to that guy and the other guy for a total of about 30 seconds, and I would have said, bye-bye. If you're that hard up for content, then don't do a show. Because that kind of stuff is my point exactly. Victimizing Dylan, who are vilifying Dylan, who is a victim. She is a victim, no matter what anyone says. You have Friday go, she's a witness, she's not a victim. She is 100% a victim. Do you think that this poor woman is not going to remember this and have that etched in her brain for the rest of her life? You talk about PTSD, and these people are attacking her.
Right, and I think the other thing they forget is that she's being
sickening.
she's being interviewed probably after an 8-hour sleep and waking up to all kinds of confusion. Probably thinks she's still dreaming or something to see anything crazy or whatever happened with her that morning. I mean, and so the thing that they're going to criticize her heavily on is she used the word clad. They were clad in black, which I could have been the what is his name? Payne. That could have been his words summarizing what she said, that the guy was clad in black with bushy eyebrows.
All right.
I mean, maybe I'm just old, but clad in black does not raise any red flags to me. Like, oh my gosh, nobody says clad in black.
Yeah, no one says that, and I don't believe, I don't believe that she actually said frozen shock syndrome. I believe that the officer.
That was a summarization of.
I think that he put that in there, and that's not his job. That's what I do disagree with. You can't. It's not an investigator's. He's not supposed to give his opinions, just the facts. So the facts go in there. You shouldn't put any. Now, she very well may have said she's a psych student. Maybe she knows about frozen shock syndrome. Maybe she said, I was in frozen shock syndrome, and he quoted it in there. I don't think so, but, I don't know that for sure. But there are certain things in there, the way it was written, highly, unprofessional, in my opinion.
I mean, it sucks that those words were chosen.
It opens up Pandora's box.
Choosing those words is to like, go ahead.
It sounds like it was written by Santa, the prosecutor, or someone from a different generation. I mean,
yeah,
red and black. Who says that?
Well, I was on panel with I'm so tired right now. What's the lawyer's name I was on panel with the other day? Anyway, I was on panel with a lawyer the other day, and he seems to think that the PCA was not written by the detectives or any of those detectives involved. He believes that the SAO wrote it. So somebody from the state attorney's office wrote it.
State attorney,
which is it's very possible, and it's plausible.
Yeah, someone about 90 years old wrote that.
Yeah. So I don't know. We won't know that for a fact. He signed it. I've never had anybody from the SAO, even on a major case, write any of my PCAs. Now, I have had informations filed, which is when they want additional information, and they kind of tell me what they want, and then I write a supplement to it and give it to them. But I've never had an SAO write a PCA for me. Now, this is a capital, quad homicide, so, very well they may have been very hands-on in that. I don't know. But I just know that I wouldn't think that a state attorney would see frozen shock phase and allow that to stay in there, because that's not fact. That's a medical determination.
It kind of sucks having a phrase like that makes you say, what does that mean? I mean, it's too bad that it wasn't, much clearer.
It didn't need to be in there.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
It didn't need to be in there.
I mean, I've often thought, I wonder, is frozen shock phase nothing more than to be standing there and see somebody walk by you that you probably think sees you, but just walks right by, and you're kind of frozen, like, what the heck was that?
Well,
Why didn't this person acknowledge me?
Does Kaylee and Maddie got a boy?
Although it does say she went back into her room and locked the door, so there is an element of fear right after that. But I'm sorry,
she locked the door doesn't mean that there was an element of fear. I mean, I'm sure she always locks her door. You got multiple people coming in and out of there. I mean, she went into the room and locked the door. Did she say that then I curled up in a fetal position like we all kind of speculate she did, because that's the only thing we can think of? We even did a video on it, remember? I mean, but did that actually happen, or did she just see a guy walking out and figured, yeah, one of the girls might have met some dude and he's leaving, and she went in, didn't think anything of it, and went to bed and woke up 8 hours later? I mean, that's very plausible too.
It says the male walk.
I mean,
the male walk.
We don't even know how much she had to drink that night. We don't know how drunk she was, if she was even drunk.
Right.
We can all speculate on that kind of stuff, but all I ask is that why not lean the other way every once in a while? Because they never do. Now, recently he said some things like, we gotta kind of come to terms that he may very well have done this, and I hope he did do this. But we all know why that's being said. I mean, hopefully no one in here would actually buy that crap. I mean, I don't have anything personal against Dago. And you know what? I was totally sincere in what I said the other night. As long as they want to be professional, or whatever they want to deem it, and do their shows, as long as they don't get crazy with some of their theories and start attacking parents, like, Miss Chapin, that was ridiculous. To attack the mother of a slain, beautiful kid that had everything going for him, and you attack the mother.
Disgraceful.
Illuminati attacked that woman and accused her of defrauding her own charity. I mean, that was like unreal to me. And then she doubled down on it.
Yeah.
That to me is irresponsible and should not be tolerated.
But like I'm saying, you can things that are said today can be regretted the next day or the next week, and you can clarify and rethink it. I mean, I don't think we need to, convict each person on what they've said. I don't know. But you were right about the frozen shock phase. I guess I was reading into it like an assumption of fear, because it does say the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. Well, I guess I don't know. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. That's worded as if it was because she saw the male, she locked herself in a room. But that could just be what she does. She locks the door and goes to sleep.
Right. So,
I don't see why, everybody goes off on Brian Kohberger is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And personally, I think law enforcement, same thing, presumed innocent or presumed competent and professional until proven otherwise. And I see no reason to look at this. The thing that makes my stomach a little bit sick is to see people cackling with laughter, calling law enforcement idiots. And this is PCA is crap. And these guys and Willie with get the F out of here. You know, this PCA is just a joke. Get the F
All
out
he
of here.
knows how to do is be abrasive.
Yeah,
You know?
I just don't. But and
he's
you
high
know,
most of the time.
I don't know. I hate feeling like I just need to give up on the idea of everybody getting along. But man, I don't know.
It's not. You know what, Jeff? I applaud you for your commitment to trying to make that happen. But you know, sometimes, and we've had this discussion many times, bro. And again, I respect you, but you know what? It's like, you know, Jesus trusted Judas, and what happened to Jesus?
Yeah, but he knew that was going to happen. He said it was going to happen. So I guess that's also saying he knows human nature.
Right. So this is human nature. These people, for the most part, and although Dago will disagree and say, that's not true, I don't feel that way, my dad, my uncle, my grandfather were all cops. Look, most of the people in your chat hate cops. They hate the system. All of these people have some kind of a beef with cops. So there are people like Sergeant Friday, who I will repeat again, said, I hope that if it's found that Brian Kohlberger did commit these 4 murders, that he gets off on a technicality. It'll teach the American people a lesson. The man said that to thousands of people. And he's serious. Who says something like that? You can't justify saying something like that. Can't do it.
Okay, so
But
what
he
we're
gets
looking
away
at,
with it, and he's embraced. Go ahead, Tony.
well, YouTube hits like 1.5 billion English speakers who access it. And you're going to find a small, very, very small minority of people who are unhappy in their lives. They've made bad decisions. They found themselves on the wrong side of the law. And they blame everyone else for it. And they find YouTube true crime. And they find people who spout the same sort of things they spout. They're not prepared to wait for a trial and see what happens. They want to be anti-police and they want to be anti the system. They are anti-social people. That is their characteristic. And they find someone like, say, Lana or Truth and Conspiracy, who's completely antisocial, and they think they've found their home and their idol, and they become like a cult. That's what you're dealing with, Dr. John. Dr. John, sorry.
Dr. John.
So
That's a good musician.
I was giving you a bit of a psychiatric thing here there, but the thing is, you're dealing with a psyche, and there might be 1 million people who watch the YouTube true crime channels, and you're not the people you're going after, John. They're not lawyers who have practiced law for 20 years and started a channel. They're not people like the Greek boy, that beautiful Greek boy Peter. They're not like him. They are not like Vanessa, unmasked. They're not people with credibility. They're people who have no credibility, and most of them have criminal records, and they're anti-law, they're anti-establishment, they're anti-everything. Most of them are First Amendment people, but they don't own a portable camera or an iPhone that's good enough, and that's what you're dealing with. So there you go.
But I think what's also human nature, John, is that you notice how Dago couldn't ignore what was happening in the chat. Couldn't ignore what was somebody saying something about me. I got to respond to it. You're doing that. They're doing that. Okay, we didn't start the fire. Who started it? Who cares, right? It's at this point. But it's that, why can't you just let people say what they're going to say about you and then just let it go? What? It's just a YouTuber.
Right.
And the thing is if you just attack them, then you're always going to be an enemy. But if you just go on and do your show and you just state facts, and you, as their show goes towards, it was a unicorn that stabbed the four Idaho students, and then you're going towards more scientific truth. Eventually, they've got to come around and say, "What am I doing? This was no unicorn." And as probably as it gets closer to the trial, it's like, I better get off this unicorn train, because I knew a long time ago it wasn't working and this wasn't true. But I just really wish that, I don't know what it is. Why can't, well, I do when it is. It's too fueled up right now. The fire is just way too hot. And it literally is the question, who did start the fire? And it's really not that important who did start the fire.
Hey,
It's
you
the
know
fire
what,
is
Jeff?
going.
You know what, Jeff? I started the fire. And
The
I wouldn't
fire was
change a
always
thing.
burning.
I started the fire because from what I was seeing and hearing, I was disgusted. You know what I was even more disgusted at? Is no one was saying anything. It was just allowed to happen. These horrible things were allowed to be said without any consequence, without anybody debating what they're saying. Nobody was doing it.
There
No sense to
are a lot
me.
of people objecting to it, John. There are a lot of people object to it, but they get blocked.
Right, exactly.
This,
And I
this
did
is what
the first
this
time.
is what YouTube allows. This is the behaviour they allow. They're not a moral compass. They just take the money, and if you're spouting a lot of crap and you get lots of donations, they're not going to hit you.
You're right. And here's what's going to happen. And I've said it, and I'm calling it now, because it's already starting to happen. Because the more and more time goes by, the more guilty he looks. But the day that the opening statements are dropped, you're going to have these creators that have been rolling down the tracks on that not guilty train and the conspiracy train. Oh, yeah, well, I just needed to know a little bit more. And yeah, he's guilty. And then they're going to jump on that wagon and run content on that about how guilty he is.
There's a number of channels. The number of channels, John, that have made their name or their fame or whatever on this case. And once this case is over, they're going to have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They're so short-sighted. They're just taking donations, conning people out of their money. Hello, you look great today. Bing, bing, bang, bang, ching, ching. It's all a con job.
But I think, the moment that Koberger was arrested, that's when it did change. I think you were talking about that earlier, because that's when it became like Republicans and Democrats, we're just going to fight. And the thing is I think what it is there are people that will think, oh man, I got an idea or understanding of this crime, I think, that could help the prosecution. But then you got others that would be like, for some reason inside, they would feel they wouldn't want to help the defense. And you can see it when they start to say something that in their rooms, if they say something against like the general consensus, like if the general consensus is we're kind of pro Koberger and we would love to help Ann Taylor if we could, and then they go to try and say something like, you know what, this one piece of evidence makes it look like it could be Koberger, and you see the disclaimer that comes with it. Now, don't everybody just dox me and block me, and please don't take this the wrong way. I know I'm speaking out of turn, and it's like, I don't know why we just can't speak freely. And it's just a puzzle. It's a mystery we're all trying to solve. We got just a couple pieces of this puzzle. There's a gag order
right here. Look at the chat. Look what I posted down here. Tara says 100% it will come out in trial. If it goes to trial, which it's going to trial, that other people were called and knew before 10 a.m. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's been debunked. And this person still believes that crap. You know where that came from? Who did that come from, Jeff?
Is that from Dot?
No. Who started saying this kind of garbage right here? The phone calls were made before 10 a.m.
I'm not sure who first said that.
Who did I debunk in an interview that started a lot
Oh,
of this nonsense?
WSU Kim.
Exactly. So Tara is probably a WSU Kim fan and believes that crap that was spewed. So Tara, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about right here. This is an irresponsible comment that has no validity whatsoever. None. Why would you make such a comment that you can't back up? Back it up. I'll let you chat. If you want to come on panel, come on panel.
And it does sure seem that if a lot of young people out there were out there way before the police were, every one of them, has a phone. Every one of them would have taken pictures, and by now we would have seen at least one of those pictures slip and get out into the public. I haven't seen any pictures from anybody there.
So she fires back, no, it hasn't been debunked. Really? Really? It hasn't been debunked? How has it not been debunked? Was it in a PCA? I don't know. I didn't see it in a PCA. I think that's pretty important information that they knew about rather quickly, right? According to whoever spewed it.
Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing up at 4th? Oh.
It's just, it's ridiculous. I feel so bad for the families in Dillon. Thank you, Teresa. I don't know. So what's the end result, y'all? The end result, Dago came onto the show. He was very defensive. I don't know. Some people would say rightfully so. This stuff's been going on for months. I got leather skin. This stuff doesn't bother me. Stuff gets spewed about me all the time. I don't care. This latest stuff, that's nothing new. That's all old stuff. So I don't care what people say. I don't care about anything. All I care about is the fact that irresponsible stuff's being said and law enforcement is being just vilified at every turn in this case. They have been from the beginning. No one's given them credit for anything that they've done. I can't say no one, but you know what I mean. The ones that I'm addressing certainly aren't. It's a conspiracy. Everybody's crooked. Everybody's setting this man up. It's disgusting. It really is.
John, do you have patience for Rock Talk? She's just been trolling the back chat like crazy.
Who? Rock Chalk? I ain't. Rock Chalk trolling like what?
She's been on for like 3 hours in the back chat, just going on and on and on. But if she wants something to say, maybe we can.
Always pay attention. I will leave you in the back ever. What? Rock Chalk. Oh, thanks. Blah, blah, blah. I don't pay attention to the back chat. I'm talking to the audience, so I need to get better at that, apparently.
Yeah, I just now switched to the back chat for the first time. I kind of forget it's there unless I'm sending a link or something to you.
No. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to bring you up. I'm really tired. So if you get out of line, I'm going to end it because I'm not real witty right now. So I'm going to bring you up. And if you start trying to freaking start shit, if you want
Me and Tony will be witty.
Cordial, if you want to be nice and cordial and try and accomplish something here, then fine. But I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna end it quick if you're not, because I was just about to end the stream anyway. But I'll bring you up, Rock Chalk.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah,
Didn't
I've been
see
waiting.
you in back chat. I didn't
I've been
see
there
you back
3
there.
hours. I talked to Dago. I talked to Prime Jelly. I've talked to everybody. But I wasn't back here talking. I wasn't talking shit back here.
I didn't Rock. I didn't see you. I wasn't looking at it. Okay,
That's
so
okay.
just know that.
I just want you to know
There's
that.
buttons here. You have comments, which are the regular feed, and then you have private chat, which is back chat. So I haven't looked at private chat.
I just want you to know I've been here, but I've not been talking shit at all.
Okay.
So
I'm just saying. You know what? I'm just tired.
I'm tired too. I've been here 3 hours. I'm tired too.
All right. Well, I appreciate you hanging out.
Let's get to the bottom of it. So, you've had me blocked since the thing with Dago. The whole thing started was when we were screen watching your show, and your son came in, got upset with Stevie, and then he was attacking Dago, and it's just gone from there. But I've never been a mod. I just, you say rock chalk a lot, so I just want to figure it out.
What? See, I'm tired. You're losing me.
Well, every time you have a live, you say my name. So let's figure it out. What's the deal?
You've been on attack mode on me out of all the subs. Rock.
Okay, he needs to mute. I can't hear
Tony,
you.
mute your mic, Tony.
You pull my freaking divorce.
I
from
did.
2013.
18. It's marked 18.
No, we got divorced in 2013.
Yeah.
I modified in 2018.
It's not a modified though. I'm not here to argue with you.
It is a modified.
It is a final judgment. It's a final judgment. That's what it is.
No, it's a modification. If there was a final judgment to anything that I would have owned, I didn't owe anything. Did you not hear my ex-wife?
Okay, you're right. Listen.
There was 2 judges that handled that case. One of them died. I had to go into and modify a child support because what? But bottom line is, I lost a job where I made 125 grand a year. I had to take another job that made half of that. I had to modify. I modified.
What is that noise? I can't hear you.
Difference between the two. What the fuck difference does it make? I have never owed child support in my life.
But this paperwork says you did. And this paperwork, is not a modification. It also says you was held in contempt for 3 things.
I just told you I was held in contempt because I did not freaking file a modification with the court with her.
Okay, well, I'm not here to argue with you about your court papers.
Well, I don't give a shit, Rock Chalk. That is freaking a divorce.
Well, it's more than a divorce.
Modification of child support, Rock Chalk. Yes, it is.
Okay, let me read it to you then. Final judgment.
I don't care what you have to say about it.
Well, you're the one arguing. You brought it up.
There's no judgment at all.
Yes, it is. Final judgment.
Actually appeal and go with a different judge because the other judge died.
This was March 28th.
The judge said, and I quote, "Do you not think that I run a fair and equitable court?" Mr. Robbins obviously has paid child support here, and he denied everything, and I got my modification.
Well, you did get your modification, but this was a final judgment, and you got
What do you think that is, Rock Chalk?
Well, it says 3 contempt of courts. That's what it says.
Contempt of court for what?
You got contempt of court for...
I told you there was contempt of court. There are 3 different contempt of courts. That's 3 years. I don't know what you're freaking referring to. And you know what? Who gives a shit, Rock Chalk?
You're asking, and I'm telling you what I got. And it's not what you're saying.
You asked a question, what the problem was. And the problem is, you go into somebody's freaking divorce.
It's public record.
What is that? Who cares?
It's public records. Well,
who cares?
It's not what you're saying it is. But you don't want me to explain it.
Who gives a shit about what it is? It's a freaking divorce and a modification. I
It
had to
is
bring
not.
my ex-wife heard about this shit and she went ballistic.
Yeah, you and your ex-wife didn't get along in 2018 either.
She was trying to move. I talked about that. She was trying to move to Jacksonville with the kids.
Well, no, that's not what it's talked about. But Stacey Warren is the
Well,
one
that's
who
what it was
signed it.
about. And
Stacey
that's when you
Warren.
hear her talk about what attorneys do when attorneys get
Okay.
involved.
Well, Stacey Warren is not dead, and she's the judge that
Stasha
signed
Warren.
it. Well, she's not dead.
Stasha Warren.
She's not dead, and that's who signed this. But I don't
Oh
care
my
about this
God,
paperwork.
Rock Chalk.
I don't care about this paperwork. No, I
So
don't
what
care
is your
about the paperwork.
point? What do you want?
Well, what do you want?
I don't want anything. I want to go to bed at this point.
You want it? You want to say I was a mod at Dagos? I want to correct that. Deborah, a mod at Dagos. You want to say I wasn't a state investigator? I was for 25 years. You want
And
to
you
say I
smoked
wasn't?
weed since you were 12 years old?
Never 12 years old. No, I don't know where the
You
hell you
said
got that.
that on a show. You've been smoking weed since you were 12
I said
years
I've
old.
had my medical marijuana license for 12 years.
No, you
For
didn't.
12
You
years.
said you've been smoking weed since you were 12
Never.
years old.
Go back and listen to it. Listen,
Whatever.
my grandpa would have
I'm not
killed
going to
me.
argue semantics. Who cares?
Well, it was 17 and
Who
I was almost
cares?
18. So,
Who cares?
well, I care because I didn't smoke weed at
Who
12.
cares? For somebody that's involved in law enforcement like you purport yourself to be, I think it's pretty freaking crazy that you would be supporting some of the shit that's been said.
What do you mean supporting it? Just because I go
Oh
to
my
the channels
God.
and I watch?
Rock Chalk, you jump on every freaking show. You try to buy everybody. That's what you do.
Just
You
because I
try
go to panels and
buy
watch.
everyone.
Well, so
You
does
go
Jeff.
in and you
So
went
does
to
Jeff.
freaking that one dude's show that you thought was like the king of shit, and you gave him $200 within freaking 10 minutes.
And why did I give him $200? Because he's got kids. Who cares? What I do with my money is my business. You shouldn't be concerned
whatever. You
about
do
what
that
I
with
do with my
everybody.
money.
And then you get kicked from shows, like you got kicked from Dagos.
I didn't get kicked from Dagos.
Oh, whatever. Come on.
Ask him. I didn't get kicked
He
from
said
his.
you did.
No, he did not say I got kicked. I
Oh
left on my
God.
own.
Who gives a shit? What is your point, lady?
My point is, you're saying stuff that's not true. I'm here to
What is
answer
your
your
point,
question.
lady? I don't care about you, Rock Chalk. I've never entertained anything with you, Rock Chalk. I've never had a conversation
Really?
with you, Rock Chalk. You
You're right.
freaking think
But you
think
bring
you're
up
like
Rock
the smart
Chalk.
freaking shit, and you don't know nothing.
I don't
You
know
don't know how to
nothing.
read an
I
affidavit.
didn't.
You
I
don't know
didn't
how to
work for my
read
grandpa's
anything.
law firm for 40
I
years.
don't care what your grandpa did.
Well, yeah, because you don't
I
want
don't
to hear
care
the
what your
truth.
grandpa did.
Yeah, you don't want to
I
hear
don't
the
care what your
truth.
grandpa did. I don't care what your grandpa did.
Well, you don't care that this
I don't
is
care
not,
what your
this is
grandpa
not-
did. I
Oh.
told you I was tired and I was going to be short fused. So
Well, you want the rest
I'm
of it?
about over your
You want
ass.
me to let the rest out? Because I will. No problem. I was going to talk to you nicely. I've been talking to you nicely.
So start over, and let's talk nicely.
Okay? I was a state investigator for 25 years. I was married to a U.S. Marshal who just retired at 33 years. He arrested Timothy McVeigh. My grandpa was the Attorney General. My grandpa was the sheriff. I'm not against police. Okay, so there you're wrong. What else did you want to ask me that you think you know?
I'm done. I don't want to ask you anything.
Well, no,
That's
every time you talk, you bring my
What's the
name up.
point?
So let's fix
What's
it.
the point? Oh my God! Because you're an antagonistic bitch. That's
Well,
why.
You could call me whatever. You're a
I
fucking
am calling you that.
egotist.
That's what you
You're an
are. You
egotistical
go to everyone's
bastard.
show, and
You
you're the
act
one that
12.
brings me up. You're the one that brings me up in everyone's show, Rock Chalk.
No, I don't.
Everyone's show. Bullshit.
I do not.
I live in your brain.
No, you believe me, you do not live in my brain.
Well, I must because you can't
But
quit
your
talking
lies,
about me.
Your lies
You can't
live
quit
in my
talking
brain.
about me.
Because you're out here in a glass house accusing other people of things when I got paperwork that says otherwise.
Glass house doing what?
So well, for one thing,
you're
you-
gonna take
Say you never owed
let me say this right now. So
Say you
you're
never owed
telling
child
me
support.
that I owe back child support.
Absolutely,
I want
it's
to
right
get this
here.
on record right now.
Yes,
You're
absolutely.
saying that I owe back child support.
As of
That's what you're saying?
As
Say
of
it.
March, listen,
Say
you
it.
listen to me, you asshole. March 28th, 2018, you did owe back child support. Period.
No, I did not.
What's court stamped? Did the judge lie?
Listen.
Did the judge
Listen.
lie?
You're not
yeah,
you're
well,
not
the judge
you're not
didn't lie.
getting it.
You're not
Do
getting
you
it.
understand what that
It's
was
court
all
paperwork.
about?
It's court
Do you
paperwork.
understand what that was all about? You don't get it.
You don't get it. You don't know what the
You,
difference is.
you don't get it.
You don't get the. You don't know what the difference is.
Go. So why would my ex-wife come on here and say that, you know what? That's all a lie.
Why? Because in 2018 you didn't get along. It also says you stalked her fiance, her brother, everybody. But in 2018 you didn't get along. You might get along now. And it's great if you get along now. You sure the hell didn't get along then.
Really? Were there some police reports on any of that?
Well, actually, she did. You guys did do this under oath. These paperwork
So
are
was there
under
police
oath.
reports on any of that stuff? Do you want to know why
I don't need
I
police
stalked
reports.
somebody? Because the
need
man
police
she was
reports.
dating was a pedophile.
Yeah, it says that you
He was
didn't like his
arrested for
history.
solicitation of prostitution.
It
I
don't
took
matter.
it to him big time.
Well, she took you to court
And
for it.
she'll come
She
on
took
and
you to
talk
court
about
for
that.
it.
It was the best thing I ever
Yeah.
did was exposing that guy.
Okay, it is 2024. That was 2018. She didn't like it then because it says right here in the paperwork.
What is your point, Rock Chalk?
Did she lie to the judge? Did you lie to the
About
judge?
what?
You
About
bought golf
what?
carts. You bought golf carts.
I bought golf
sold your
carts that
house
I had
for
to put 6 batteries in
$65,000?
so my kids would have toys to drive around the neighborhood. I
Oh,
bought
did they
2
ride you 2
4-wheelers for the
motorcycles?
kids to play
It
with.
was
None of that
motorcycles.
stuff was for me.
It was 2 motorcycles and the girlfriend in the car. But who
No,
cares?
it was 2 4-wheelers. 4-wheelers are motorcycles.
No,
Dumbass.
they're ATVs. Thank you. I'm not a dumbass.
They were 50
Hey,
cc
Rock Chalk,
motorcycles.
I just got to say, I saw from the moment you arrived, you're a troll, and you're a friend of Michelle's Lee.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a friend of
Good luck
Michelle
to
Lee.
both of you. Good luck to both of you.
Well, Tony, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. Why didn't you tell him
Yeah,
about your
good.
pants you
It's
dropped
good.
the
I
other
was just
day?
talking to you, and now I'm going to say good night to John and you. Good night,
Yeah,
guys.
well, good night. Yeah, why don't you tell
Good
John
night,
that was
Tony.
you the other night in your little songs? You
What?
got the guy that was dropped his pants in your show on your show. How do you like that? He dropped his
What are you
pants in your
talking
show.
about?
Who showed their dick in your show? Him. Him. Why don't you investigate him a little more?
I got more things to handle than that.
But you continue to bring me up
why
every
do you
time.
think
I'm
it
just
was,
trying to
why do
straighten
you
it out.
think it was Tony? Why do you think
Because he
Tony
bragged
would come
about
on
it.
and do something?
Because he bragged about it. Do you not know his history? Do you not
He
know him
bragged
having
about
a
it?
channel? Yeah.
I don't. He bragged about it where?
Why don't you ask him? Why don't you ask everybody else? Because I don't want to tell you hearsay. Because I don't know the guy. I'm just telling
Well,
you.
then it's hearsay. I don't really
Well,
care.
yeah, if you don't care who dropped their pants and you want them on your panel, that's up to you. I'm tired too. I've been sitting here
I
waiting.
I don't know why the guy would drop his pants and come on my panel.
Well, why does he go on everybody else's panel? Do a little investigative work.
I don't know why he would do something like that.
Do a little investigative work. See where he's been.
I
He had
don't
his
need to
own
do
channel.
I don't care. I deleted it.
But it's not deleted.
So
It's all over
what?
the internet.
You guys and you cronies thought it was like the funniest shit ever.
It was funny, but it's all over the internet.
Well, I mean, I don't think it was funny.
Well, I didn't think it was funny either. Well, yeah, I
the
did.
people that were watching the show, they don't think it was funny. You think something like that's funny?
No, I don't.
That just
I
shows
thought it
your
was funny
character.
afterwards. I thought it was funny
Why
afterwards,
would you think
but no.
it's funny? Why would you think it's funny?
Well, because if it happened to somebody else, you would think it was funny.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, well, whatever.
I don't think shit like that's funny.
Well, if it happened on Dinky's show, you would think it was funny.
No, I wouldn't. I think it's disgusting.
Me and your problem started, and I tried to explain it. Me and your problem started is because you were attacking Dago, and I was not a sub in there. I mean, I was not a mod, and I felt like I felt like standing up for him. I was in Stevie's little
Well, you
chat
sure
watching.
did act like a mod.
Well, I wasn't one.
Okay, then you weren't one.
And I get my own retirement, and how I spend my money is up to me. My husband's
That's
right
fine.
here. I mean,
That's
he don't
right.
care
You
how I
can
spend my
money
money.
however you want.
You know, what do we got to do to? I mean, you obviously hate me, and
I don't hate you, lady.
You're a Christian man, so let's figure it out.
I don't hate you. I just find that you know what? You don't know what was going on with my marriage then. You have no idea.
Well, I probably do. I mean, Marriages aren't easy, okay? People fight.
Yeah,
You
well,
think
you
me and
don't
my
know
ex
what's
didn't
going
fight?
on.
Do you think me and my ex didn't fight? There's plenty of paperwork back then.
And
Do we
you
get
heard
along now?
you heard Lynn come on here the other day and say we worked it out. She was
Since then, yes.
a long time ago.
But not in 2018. That paperwork says 2018 and it wasn't worked out. But it don't matter. You think me and my ex didn't fight at first?
It was
We got
worked
11 grandkids later.
I'll tell you
So
exactly what the judge said. The
I
judge
got
said
it.
to
You
her
don't have to
attorney,
tell
"Do
me.
you think that
Listen,
I don't run a fair and equitable court?
you're tired. You're
John
tired.
has
I've got the whole
obviously paid child support,
I've
and
got all the minutes here. I know what it
I
says.
don't care what your minutes say.
Well, it's not what you're saying, so I do care.
There's two events. There's two events.
Well, it's not what you're saying, and the paperwork's here. So
Okay, well,
you don't want to hear.
Stasha Warren was the first judge, or the
She's
second
not dead.
judge.
She's not dead.
I didn't say Stasha was dead.
You said one of the judges is dead. She's not
One of
dead.
the judges is dead. Actually, two of them are dead now.
Well, Stasha is not, and she's got your
Stasha's the
last
second
paperwork.
judge.
Yeah, she's got your last paperwork. So why are we going over the paperwork? You're saying it's over. You guys get along now. Who cares?
Exactly.
Other than this was the paperwork in 2018.
I never owed child support.
Yes, you did. Yes, you
No, I
did. In
didn't.
this paperwork,
No,
you
I
did. You
didn't.
should
No,
go
I
pull your own
didn't.
paperwork.
Listen.
This is court order stamped. Did the judge lie?
So this is how you're spinning it. You're spinning it like I
I'm reading
wasn't
it right
paying
off the
child
paperwork.
support. You're
You were
spinning it like
paying.
I wasn't paying child support
No,
and I
you
owed
were
child
paying.
support.
You were paying.
When in fact, the truth is I didn't modify through the court. I was forced to have to modify through the court because I was buying a house and they had to have the paperwork showing
Yeah, the
what
same
I
house that you
actually
sold.
paid. So are you
Yeah.
gonna interrupt me? Okay.
Well, you're not saying it right.
So what I did was I went in and that amount was what I would have to pay if I didn't get my modification.
You still had to pay.
What did I have to pay, Rock Chalk?
Oh, let me just pull it up for you, John.
Pull it up for me, Rock Chalk.
I sure will. Be glad
and
to.
tell me what was held in escrow.
And on number 7, the formal
No, it was
wife's
held
motion
in
for
escrow,
contempt.
Rock Chalk.
Okay,
It was
formal
held in
wife's
escrow
motion
when I
for.
sold my house, Rock Chalk.
Okay, well, I'm going to finish this.
I got it
The
all
wife's
back,
motion
Rock
for
Chalk.
contempt, granted. Okay, it was granted.
Obviously, I did say that.
You was held
I
in
already
contempt,
talked about
granted.
that. I already talked about that.
You were supposed to pay $1,000. You decided you only wanted to pay $475.
And you know what? Did you watch the show? Because my ex-wife came on and we all talked about that.
Okay, well, you get along now, but you didn't in 2018. I'm going with court order here. You're so about the courts. This is the courts. This is what the court says.
I don't give a shit about that. That does not say
It
that I
should.
didn't
You
pay
should give a
child support,
shit.
Rock Chalk. You were implying that I didn't pay child support, Rock Chalk.
You didn't pay what you're supposed to, and you had a rearage.
I didn't pay what I was supposed to. That's what it was all about.
Yeah, and you had $37,000 in arrearage.
No.
Yes.
No, I didn't. That's what it would have been, Rock
No,
Chalk.
that's what
I'll
it
bring
was.
her back
and
on the show, and I'll have her. Her
then,
tell.
it don't matter. I got
tell
the paperwork.
that-
I don't
that
need. I don't
didn't
need
have
Carolyn.
to pay that, Rock Chalk.
I do not need Carolyn to tell me anything. I got it right here.
I was that was.
Are you gonna
that
let me
was
find
not
what
it
you
was,
wanted?
Rock Chalk. Well,
Let me
there's
tell you
more,
what
Rock
you
Chalk,
wanted.
that you're not looking at, Rock Chalk. There was another judge involved, Rock Chalk.
No, this is the last paperwork, and it's 22 pages long.
Listen. Your point is
Husband is in arrearage, $37,752.
Stupid.
Is it stupid because it's court paperwork?
That's not what it was.
It's
Rock
court
Chalk.
stamped, signed by a judge.
Rock Chalk. Did it ever say that I didn't pay child support?
It said you paid what you wanted, which was
Did it
$475.
ever say that I didn't pay child support?
Yes, actually, it says you
Did
didn't
it
pay what
ever
you were
say
supposed
that
to.
I didn't
Yes.
pay child support?
Yes, it says you didn't.
Where
pay
did it
what,
say that?
It says
It said that
everywhere.
I didn't pay child support.
It says you didn't pay the $1,000. You paid what you wanted to pay.
I already
That's what
went
it
over
says.
that, Rock Chalk.
Well, you're asking
I've
me a
already talked
question. I'm
about that,
answering
Rock
it.
Chalk. My ex-wife came on and talked about that, Rock Chalk.
Well,
That's
I don't
because we
care.
didn't
The
modify
judge
through the
talked
court,
about it.
Rock Chalk. I was in contempt of court, Rock Chalk. I went to court and tried to rectify it the first time. Didn't get rectified because Judge, I forget her name now, died of cancer. So we went through another judge. Then went through another judge.
This is your
Got
last
transferred
paperwork.
to another judge.
Yeah, this is your last paperwork. and you had 65 days
Rock
to
Chalk,
pay it.
what is your point, Rock Chalk?
You lied. You're going
I
after.
lied about what, Rock
Yeah.
Chalk?
Okay. What about your kids being on Medicaid, state insurance?
They
You're going after Dago for disability, but your kids were on
they
state
they
insurance.
were, Rock Chalk.
Okay. So what's with
They
Dago
were.
being on? Yeah.
They were, Rock
You're
Chalk, because
you're
I
perfectly
didn't have a
healthy.
job with insurance, Rock Chalk.
Yeah. Well, your wife, your
They
ex-wife
were
had a
on my
job.
insurance, Rock Chalk. When I lost my job, I lost
That-
my insurance, Rock Chalk. So she didn't have insurance. So that's what we did
But it's
until I
not
got
okay for
another
Dago
job,
or
and then I
anybody
got
else.
them on insurance, Rock Chalk.
Yeah, it's not okay for everybody else.
What are you talking about, everybody else?
These people that
Who's
you're going
everybody
after.
else? What's everybody else?
These people you're going after for
how
disability.
long they were on that, Rock Chalk?
I don't care. They
Huh?
were on it. That's what
They were on it
matters.
for 3 months, Rock Chalk, till I got my insurance through my job.
Well, they did. They
What's your
did
point,
lower.
Rock Chalk?
My point is you're a
You're
fucking
laughing
liar.
because you think you
You're a liar.
got something when you have nothing.
I got
Because
court
I
papers
never
that
did
stamp.
not pay my child support. I paid
Okay.
what we modified it to, her and I together.
It's not modified. This is a judgment. It's not
Oh my
modification. It's a
God, Rock
judgment.
Chalk.
Well, read your own paperwork.
Oh, you are just unbelievable.
Because I'm telling the
you're
truth.
like, what is your?
I'm
so
telling the truth. You don't like it.
You're telling the truth about what?
These are court
That I
stamped
didn't
paperwork.
modify through the court, and I've already talked about that,
No,
Rock Chalk.
it's not a
So
modification. It's not
it
a
was a
modification.
modification that had to go
No,
through the
it's
court.
a final judgment. It's not a modification. There's a
Oh
difference.
my God.
Well, oh my God, you want the truth. You're a
But
truth
what's
seeker.
the truth, Rock Chalk? I already talked about it.
The truth is
You
you
act
owed
like you're
child
dropping
support. You
some
didn't pay it.
bombshell, Rock Chalk. You
It
act
is
like
a
you're dropping some
bombshell.
bombshell.
Because
You're
you're
not dropping any
lying.
bombshell. You're implying that I didn't pay child support.
You
That's
didn't
what
pay
you're
what your
implying.
court ordered. You didn't pay what
I
you paid
didn't.
what you felt necessary because you had to buy a
You're
car.
absolutely right.
You had to buy a
You're
roof.
absolutely
You had to
right.
buy
And my
flooring.
ex-wife even came in and said that that's what we did. We did it together. But you know
No,
what?
in
After 3 years of
2018 the
doing
judge
that,
did it.
she decided she was going to move to Jacksonville. So then it became an
There's
issue
nothing
when
in
I
here
was
about
selling my
moving.
house, and the money was taken out of escrow and held until it was resolved.
Yeah, there's nothing in here about her moving. This is all about everything else. Nothing in here about
Oh
her
my
moving.
God, Rock Chalk.
Well, I'm not God, but this is close enough to God. It's court papers that's stamped by a judge.
Who? But it still doesn't. It's not anything saying I didn't pay child support, Rock Chalk.
Well, yeah, it is.
I still
Yeah, it is.
paid
You
for
were
my
in
daughter who's
arrears.
20 years old. My
I don't
ex-wife even
care.
testified to that.
Well,
I've
who cares? In
always done
2018,
what
you
I'm
owed.
supposed to do.
In
I didn't go
2018, you
through the
owed.
court because we saved money and we did it ourselves.
No, in 2018, you owed 37,000. That's what you owed.
No, that's what
You
I
were in
would have
arrears.
owned. That's what I would
Okay,
have
how much
owed
did
if
they
I
take out
didn't
the
get the
escrow?
modification.
When they modified it, how much
Rock
did
Chalk.
you owe? You still owed.
No,
You know
I
what that
didn't.
amount was?
No, it didn't.
You had 65 days to pay it. Do you know what it was?
Yeah. What was it?
No, you know. Come on, tell me.
What was it?
You
I
just
don't know
told
what
me
it
you
was
know.
because it wasn't anything. Because
Yes,
there
it
was
was.
there was nothing.
It was $18,000.
No.
Yes,
Wrong
it is, and you had
again.
65 days to pay it.
Wrong again.
Well, I'm sure your Volusia courts just lie. They just lie, and the judge signs anything because they lie. That's what they do, right? That's what they do in Volusia.
What? You know what? What even if I owed $50,000?
What does it
If I
matter?
owed $52,000,
Because you're going after other people that owe.
but I was paying my child support and didn't modify, and then I had to go modify.
You were paying what you wanted to pay, and June 26th
I
is
was
when they
paying
changed
what
it.
her and I agreed to pay.
But the courts didn't agree, and they showed you that.
The
'Cause
courts
they didn't
didn't
change it
agree
till
because we didn't
26.
go through the courts. Of course, they're not going to agree.
And you still had 37,000 in
I
arrears.
had to go do it when I sold my house so that I could give the bank the actual court
Actually,
document
you had
saying
already
what I
sold your house.
actually paid.
You sold your house for 65,000. You got a severance of
No, I sold
11,000.
my house for 225,000. So
No,
I don't
you
know
sold
what
it
you're
for
getting.
65,000.
Where you get? You sure you're looking at the right John Robbins?
Absolutely 100% positive.
You know what?
It
I
has your
just told
kid's
you.
name on
I
it.
just told you I've never ever not paid my child support. So
You
did my
paid what
ex-wife.
you wanted. See, that's where you go.
I paid.
You
what
had to pay 1,000. You paid
I paid what we
475.
modified it to. We did the worksheet together. I
No,
was
you
actually
didn't.
paying
Not in
$80 a
2018. You
month
didn't.
more than I was supposed to by the worksheet.
Yeah, 2018 you didn't. 2018 you didn't do it together.
Oh my God.
Go pull the paperwork. See who's lying.
I don't need to pull the paperwork. I have the paperwork, lady.
So do I right here.
So,
File stamped.
so
March 28, 2018.
what is your point,
301.
Rock Chalk?
The point is you go after people, but you did the same thing. That's the
I
point.
go after people that don't pay their child support.
Okay,
In the tune of
well, you didn't pay it either.
$52,000, and then
You only paid what you wanted.
And they call their freaking kids not their kids, and they call them their wife prostitutes. That's
Well,
what
that's
I
not
go
your
after.
problem. Number
That's
6.
what I go after.
You sold your house for $67,000 from the sale of your home. You
You're
purchased a new
wrong.
home
My
with
house
your
sold for
girlfriend.
225,000,
Well, okay. Well, the
26,000.
courts lie, don't they? The courts lie. They lie. Okay.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Yeah. You received $67,000 for the sale of your home. Purchased a new home with your girlfriend, February 2016. Put a down payment of $25,000. Paid for flooring. Paid for a header. Paid for screens. You paid for everything but your full child support, is what it says right here.
All right. Okay.
And they didn't start it till
That's
the
not what
26th.
that was me having to divulge that information.
But it still says you were in arrears of $37,000. They did give you
That's
an
because we
adjustment,
didn't
but you still
modify
owed
through the court, Rock
$18,000.
Chalk.
You still owed
We didn't modify
$18,000,
through the court, Rock Chalk.
and you still owed child support $18,000. You had 65
No, I
days to
didn't,
pay it.
Rock Chalk.
Read your own paperwork.
I don't need to read my paperwork, Rock Chalk.
You're lying. You're the biggest liar I've ever heard.
Okay, Rock Chalk.
So you want to say Volusia courts lie? Well,
I don't care.
Maybe
what
we should go
Volusia
tell the
Court
judge
says.
what your wife.
I don't care.
Carolyn
I don't
lied
care what
too.
you say. Bottom
This is what
line
the
is,
court
I've
says.
never missed a child support payment in my life.
Because you
I
paid
lost a
$475, not
$125,000 job,
Is
Rock
that what
Chalk.
makes it right in your
I was
mind?
making half of that.
You make it
Rock
right
Chalk.
in your mind because
So
you
how
were
can
supposed
I
to pay
make a
$1,000,
payment of that amount, Rock Chalk?
and then you
when we
refused to
both
give it to your ex-wife. You gave
read
it
the
to the kids.
testimony. Read the
You got
testimony from
contempt
my
for that.
wife.
Yeah, everything your wife wrote was bad. You stalked her fiance. You stalked her brother. You
Everything that her
stalked her
wife
sister.
wrote. What now?
You stalked her fiance. You stalked her brother. You stalked her sister. That's what it says.
I stalked her sister and her brother, who don't even live here.
That's what it says. And her fiance. And her
I stalked
fiance.
her fiance. Yeah, because he's a freaking pedophile and has
Because
a
you're
solicitation,
just such an
prostitution
upstanding
arrest, and I've
person,
got a
aren't you?
daughter.
Yeah, you're an
I
upstanding
didn't stalk
person.
him. I doxed him.
No, it says stalking on here. It says stalking.
That's their words. There was no
That was your
paperwork
wife's
ever
words.
done
That
legally.
was Carolyn's words. That wasn't
That was
anybody
Carolyn's
else's.
words.
That was
her
Carolyn's
words,
words.
100%. I was stalking the guy because, damn right, I'm not
But
having a
you
guy
stalked
like
her
that around my
brother.
daughter. And
You
you know
stalked her
what?
brother.
When
There's
she
3
found
people
out
you
about it,
stalked.
she ended it.
You stalked 3 people. The point is,
Oh
people
my
in glass
God.
houses don't go start attacking everybody on the internet when they got their own stuff.
You think you're just something, don't you? Because you're not.
I worked for my grandpa's law firm for 40 years. I know
I
what
don't
I'm
care
reading.
what you did.
Well,
I
you're
don't
lying.
care.
You are lying.
I'm not lying.
It's right here. You're lying.
I have never not paid my child support.
The former
Ever.
husband testified that he is employed. He is in arrearage, $38,000.
Yeah.
You should read your own. The former husband testified he received a severance package. Hey, I can't help it that this is what the courts have, and it's stamped, and the judge signed it.
I know what the courts have and it's stamped and what the judge signed it.
And you paid your lousy $475, but you were supposed to pay $1,000. They didn't accept that. They held you in contempt.
No, they didn't accept it until we went through the modification process.
This had the modification process, and they still held you in contempt.
Did my child support get modified, Rock Chalk?
Not till after the 26th, so you
Did my
owed
child
arrearage.
support get modified, Rock Chalk?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Yeah, it does matter.
No, it does
Yes,
not.
it does matter.
Because it didn't get
It does
mattered
matter.
before. It didn't get.
It does
didn't
matter.
get. No, you still were in arrearage. It didn't get modified till after that.
All right.
You didn't draw unemployment. I
Whatever
can
you
give
say,
you that.
Rock Chalk.
I'm saying you're a liar.
Bottom line is, I've
And
never
the paperwork's
missed
here.
I've never missed a
Payment because you were supposed to pay $1,000 and you paid $475.
I was supposed
So in
to.
your
I already
mind,
talked about that.
in your
I already
mind, you
admitted
didn't
to
miss
that.
anything.
I
Well,
was
the paperwork's
supposed to
different.
pay $1,000 because I was making $125,000 a year.
Yeah, you didn't make
Yep.
$125,000 a
And
year
I didn't
either.
make that. So
You didn't make
I lost
125,000 a
that
year.
job and I had to modify Rock Chalk.
Well, what about your job? What did you do at Walgreens?
I was. What do you mean? What I do at Walgreens?
Well, it's got that in here too. It's got your pay stubs. What did you do at Walgreens? Because you didn't make very much money.
I was HR, and yeah, I did.
No,
What are
you
you talking
didn't.
about?
No, you didn't. No, you
Okay,
didn't.
tell me what
And
I
it says,
made.
and the court papers say you were fired, and you said you've never been fired from a job.
I've
The
never been
courts
fired from
lie.
a job.
Heavens
Court papers
forbid
did
the
not say
courts
I was
lie.
fired.
Why
I've
would the
never
courts
been
lie
fired from a
about that?
job.
It says right here
Rock
you were
Chalk.
fired.
No, I was. How do you get a severance pay if you're fired?
Very easily, because they wanted
Ow.
rid of your ass.
No. Why don't you
Listen,
look up what happened to
Boeing,
Walgreens
Spirit here all the
Corporation?
time. Spirit here all
Why
the
don't you
time.
look
Fire
up what
people.
happened to Walgreens Corporation, Rock Chalk?
Well, you didn't make very much money there, so
I made
okay.
$125,000 a year, Rock Chalk.
No, you didn't. That's not what this paperwork says.
Well, I don't know what you're looking at. You're probably looking at half a year.
No, I'm looking at the final judgment of 28th day of March, 2018. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, I don't know. You need to look up what an HR representative makes. That's what I made with bonuses.
And so when you got your
$125,000 a year.
adjustments of what you was ordered of 1,000, but you only chose to pay 475, in number 11 here on the very last page, you still had the arrearage amount of $18,804.07 that shall be paid full within 90 days from the date of this order. The court shall reserve the right on the attorney fees, because she was asking for attorney fees. You gonna
And
say
she
that's a
didn't
lie
get
too?
'em,
Because that's
Rock Chalk.
that's right
Did
by
you get them, Rock Chalk?
that's right by
No, because you
Stacia.
know
That's
what?
right
The
by
judge
Stacia's
admonished
name.
her. The judge admonished her because she was trying to pull some shit, and he said, "Do you not think
Oh,
that
but you
I
got
run a
long
fair
then.
and equitable court?"
And it wasn't a he, it was a
And
she.
he freaking
Stacia
slammed
is the
her
she.
ass, and she never showed her face again from Jacksonville.
Who
And
did?
she was handed her ass for trying to pull a fast one.
Who was?
Trying to say
Who was handed their ass?
a bunch of bullshit.
Who was
Her
handed their
attorney.
ass? Who?
Her attorney.
What attorney? What attorney are you talking about? Colleen White?
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I'm taping this. I'm glad you think she was handed her ass, because she wasn't handed her
She was
ass.
handed her ass.
Well, no, she wasn't.
Do you not think I run a fair and equitable court?
You didn't appeal it, because there's no appeal. This is your very last paperwork. This is your last journal entry right here.
Oh my God. I guess I'll just have to bring my wife on here again.
It don't matter. You can get along now, but in 2018, this is a court order. I don't care what Carolyn says. I know what she said in 2018.
Your point is moot, because
no, it's not,
you're
because going after
assuming-
T-Rev.
You're
going after
assuming that
T-Rev.
a man that made a lot of money and
You
then
didn't
didn't
make a lot of money. You didn't
didn't
make a
have
lot
to
of money.
freaking pay 100,000. What?
You didn't make a lot of money.
Okay.
You didn't make a lot of money.
The job that got afterward, I made.
Let's see.
What?
Your wife
50
was
grand a year?
a part-time school teacher at $1,226 a month, and you made a whole amount of
She wasn't a
$3,100
part-time school teacher. She worked in the front office of a school.
part-time. You made a whole $3,185 a month.
She worked.
That's not.
That's what
three
I
figures.
made.
That's what it says. Did you lie in court?
Okay, that's what I just told you.
That's not 100 and something thousand.
You're not including bonuses, Rock Chalk.
What bonuses? You got $11,000 severance pay. I'm not going to keep going over this with you. It's court paperwork, so you can lie all you want.
I don't care, Rock Chalk. It's a freaking divorce.
But
it's not
why
a
do you care about?
case
Why do you care about
on
other people?
Anything? Because
why do you care
got
about
a
other
man
people?
That's not paying anything, Rock Chalk. Nothing.
You didn't pay what you're supposed to. You didn't pay what you're supposed to.
I did have to pay what I was supposed to, Rock Chalk.
Yeah, well, you were in arrearage. You were in
What
contempt.
What is your point?
My point is you lie.
I paid
You're a
everything
liar.
that I was supposed to pay.
You're lying. You're a liar.
I'm not lying. I paid everything
right
that
here.
I was supposed to pay.
No, you were supposed to pay 1,000 and you paid 475. You lie. You lie.
No, I didn't. No, I
Are
didn't.
you going to tell me the judge lied?
I
and
just
your
told
ex-wife
you
lied?
that's what I was paying.
Carolyn
I just
lied?
told you.
Carolyn lied?
I just told you, Rock Chalk.
Yeah, you said you didn't have arrearage too, and it's here.
I just
in the paperwork.
Told you.
Court stamped by your lovely courts in Volusia.
What? So what does that have to do with anything.
What it
Anything
has
that
to
I
do with
had to
is
do as far as
you
my
want to go correct.
modification, as far as my
It's not a
modification,
modification.
what
It's
does
not a
that have to do
modification.
with anything, Rock Chalk? Hello?
You're a hypocrite and you're a liar. And the paperwork shows it. There's plenty of jobs you could do.
How
This
is that
job,
how is that a hypocrite and a liar? I
because you're
have
going after
never
somebody that
not
had a
paid
rearage
child
and you had a
support.
rearage.
I pay. I've already been through this, Rock Chalk. I've already
But you
talked
lied.
about this.
You talked
My
about it and
ex-wife
you
came on here.
lied.
How did I lie, Rock Chalk? I never
I
lied.
just read it to you.
And I just told you that I
And you
paid
still
everything
lied.
that I was supposed to pay.
No, you paid. You was court ordered to 1,000. You paid
You said that I
475.
was in arrears $38 something thousand.
37 something comes to 38,000. Pretty close.
Whatever. That's what you said I was in arrears.
And then at the
So,
end, you
and
at the moment, let me
in the
finish.
end, in the end, I paid everything that I had to pay.
In the end, you had to pay
I took
18,000.
I took the proceeds out of my house and paid anything that I had to pay.
Well, you held in contempt. You did pay that. You did pay the end because the judge gave you only 60 days to pay it. So
I
it
didn't
wasn't
even
like
have
you
to
wanted
take
to.
60 days to pay anything that I had to pay. I just
And
told
let's
you
see.
I paid
I mean,
everything I
there
had
was
to
more.
pay.
Y'all
I paid it
fought.
immediately. And you know what? I didn't need 60 days because the money was in escrow for my house.
Yeah, she took you to court because you took the kids out down and didn't let her know. Then there's the first right of refusal. I mean, you got 22 pages of absolute bullshit in here,
I
but it's
took the
court
kids
stamps.
to a softball tournament in South Carolina and she
And they
didn't
held
know.
you in contempt for that because you didn't let her know they were out of town. I'm
I
just
don't even
saying, you can't
remember
sit there
that.
and lie when
Big
the
deal.
paperwork's here.
Big deal. I took the kids to South Carolina for 2 days. Who cares?
Well, the judge cared. They held you in contempt.
Who cares? Did I go to jail?
Maybe your people care because you're worried
My
about going
people
after everybody
what?
else and you lie. You lie. You're
I
just a
did not
liar.
lie. You're a
You-
freaking idiot, lady.
no,
I
no, I'm
just
not an
told
idiot.
you.
You're just pissed off because you're
I'm
busted.
not
You're
pissed. I wouldn't sit
busted
here
for
and talk to
lying.
you if I was pissed. I'd get you out of the show.
You're busted for lying. That's
No,
okay.
I'm not.
Go listen. Go look at my TikTok. Go look at my TikTok. They're all on
I
there.
don't care about your
I'll put
TikTok,
more. I'll
lady.
put the rest on there.
I don't care about your TikTok.
Maybe I'll go write an article just so everybody in your area knows. How about that?
Write an article.
I'll just put it in the paper. I got the money to put it in the paper. I'll just put it in the paper.
Yeah, I'm sure you got the money to put it in the paper. Put
Oh,
it in
I
the
definitely
paper.
got the money
I
to put it in
don't
the
care.
paper.
Do you think that that's like this freaking crazy
Oh,
crime that I
yeah, and
modified without my
let's get something right.
without going through the court, which I've already said I didn't do.
No,
I've already
I'm
said I
not a
didn't
liar,
do it,
Tony. I got
Rock
the
Chalk.
paperwork right here. I got the paperwork right here.
I've
I'm not
already said
lying.
I didn't modify through the court. And they told me that I was in contempt of court. When I went to modify, they told me I was in contempt. I'm like, what do I need to do? That's what we did. Everything that you said is what was done.
But why did you threaten her fiance and her brother and her sister? Why is all that in here?
I didn't threaten her brother and her sister.
So that's a lie too.
I threatened
Carolyn
her
lied?
freaking fiance because he was a freaking pedophile. Ask her. I'll bring her back on and she'll tell you
I
it's the
don't
best
want to
thing I
ask
ever
her.
did
I
was
want to know.
pulling his CH and
Did
finding
she lie
out
to
some
the
stuff
judge?
about him. And I have a teenage daughter that I damn sure
Did she
wasn't going to
lie
have
to
him
the
around.
judge? Did she lie to the
What?
judge? It's in here. Did she lie to the
I
judge?
know it's in there.
Well, why'd she lie to the judge if it didn't happen?
If what didn't happen?
If you didn't threaten her fiance and her brother and her sister, why would she lie to the judge?
You're not making any sense. I just
No,
told
I'm
you
reading
what
it
happened.
directly from the court papers. Why would she lie?
Reading what? Reading what?
I'm reading your final judgment on the former husband, order on former wife's motion for contempt, motion to enforce child support, final judgment, and motion for attorney fees in the former wife's motion for order directing parties to utilize the court system. That's what I'm reading. And you could go pull it
Rock
yourself.
Chalk. So I don't even understand what your point. Everything that you're saying, I've already said.
You didn't say you was in arrearage. You keep saying you wasn't, and you was.
I
You say you
wasn't
paid
in
child
arrearage
support.
$38,000, Rock Chalk.
That's originally what it was, and then they knocked it down towards the end.
Because they
And it was
modified
still
my
18,000.
support, Rock Chalk.
But then it was still 18,000 in arrearage. How's that? How can that be?
And
And
I
the,
just told you that I paid everything that I was supposed to pay, Rock Chalk.
and
Came out of
the
the
judge
proceeds from the
ridiculed
sale
you.
of my house, Rock
Yeah.
Chalk.
Yeah, the judge ridiculed you for buying a car, buying the golf cart, buying the motorcycles, and the
I had to
floor,
buy
and
a
the
car,
ceiling,
Rock
and the
Chalk. I
roof.
lost my company car. We didn't have a car. The judge didn't ridicule me for that.
Yeah, he did. He said you didn't put your kids first. It says it right in here. You decided you needed a new roof, screens, floor, everything, instead of paying your child support. That's what it says in here.
We
You should
were
go read it.
remodeling the house that we bought, Rock Chalk.
But you
That was
should go read
totally
what the
gutted,
judge
Rock
said.
Chalk.
But the judge wasn't happy with it. He said your kids
Rock
didn't come
Chalk,
first.
it doesn't matter that the judge wasn't happy. I wound up having to pay what I had to pay. I just told you that.
But you go
But
after
it
people that
wasn't
have to pay.
$38,000, Rock Chalk.
It was 38,000, and then they
It
lowered
was
it.
not $38,000, Rock Chalk.
Yeah, it was.
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't. So you're telling me that I had to pay $38,000?
They ended up lowering it to 18,000. You had 60 days to pay it. That's what it was.
And
At
I
the end.
just told you I paid everything that I had to pay, Rock Chalk.
But what about all the months before that
No
that they
harm,
were holding
no
you in
harm, no
contempt?
foul, Rock Chalk. I never missed a child support payment in my life, Rock Chalk.
You got held in contempt. What do you mean, no harm, no foul? Do you know what contempt means? Contempt means you didn't follow
I
the
know what
court's orders.
contempt means. I know what contempt means,
What does
Rock
contempt
Chalk.
mean?
Did
It
I
means you
not
didn't.
say the other day that I was held in contempt for not modifying through the court?
You wasn't held for not modifying through the court. You was held in contempt for not paying. For only paying what you felt was right, John, not what was
That's because I
ordered.
didn't modify through the court, Rock Chalk.
Well, how come the judge don't say that? Because he sure the hell don't say it. She don't say
Well,
that.
what do you mean? What's the difference in what you're saying and what is
What's the
reality?
difference in what's the
I
difference in
didn't
D-Reb
modify
owing
through
money?
the court, and if you don't modify through the court, you're in contempt of court until you modify.
Yeah, well, technically,
So
T-Reb don't
once
have
that
any
all
DNA
went
on the
through
kids.
and I modified through the court, Rock Chalk, there was a base amount that it was determined that I would have owed, which was lowered, and I paid it, Rock Chalk, through the proceeds of the sale of my house.
You was ordered to pay it. Let's get it right. You were ordered to pay it. And it went from 37,
And your point
7,000,
is, Rock Chalk,
37, because you lied. You lied. This is
how
not a
could I
modification.
lie?
It's not a modification. I'm not going to keep arguing with you about
It
it.
is
It's
a
not a modification.
modification.
No, it is not.
What is it then?
It's an order.
Was my
A final
child
judgment
support
order.
lowered? Did I get the modification that I asked for?
Not exactly.
Rock Chalk?
Not exactly.
This is all, first of all, this is all a civil thing through a divorce and a modification of
Okay,
child support
in a divorce,
that
it's
we
not
did on
civil.
our own.
It's not civil
that
in a
did
divorce.
not please the court, and it would handle everybody the same way.
Yeah, well, child support is not civil, so good luck with that. That's family law. That's not
It's
civil.
family law,
Yeah, it's not
which
civil.
is
Not civil.
Rock Chalk. Was I held in criminal contempt of court and put in handcuffs and taken away?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but you were definitely held in contempt.
I was held in contempt. I said I was held in contempt.
You also said you paid your
I was
child
in
support and you
contempt.
didn't. You
And
paid what you felt
it was
necessary.
concerning enough for me to actually go do what I needed to do, which is fix it, because I had to prove to the bank what actually my child support was supposed
Also, you
to
didn't
be.
pay Carolyn. You refused to pay Carolyn, so you paid the kids. That's how well you guys were getting along then. You weren't getting along
What are
then.
you talking about? I gave kids a check every time we exchanged each other, and the kids gave the check to her.
Well, she says you refused to give her the money and you gave it to the kids. That's what it says. The former wife testified the former
Refused to give
husband
her the
harassed her
money. What are you talking
fiance.
about? I gave the kids the check. They gave it to her. What is the difference?
That's not what it says in here, so.
Well, I don't know what you're
The
talking
former
about.
wife testified the former husband harassed her fiance, her brother, and her sister.
How about you read
what it
my
says.
responses to that stuff? You're only reading her responses.
You agreed to it. You agreed you did.
I agreed to what? I gave the kids the check. Did I
No,
ever
you said
miss
you
a child
harassed her.
support payment? This is the question I'm asking you. Does it ever say in there anywhere that John did not pay child support?
It says you didn't pay the court ordered of 1,000. You decided to make it four something
I
yourself.
wasn't making the money to
You
pay
paid all.
$1,000.
You only paid what you wanted. You didn't want the court
Chalk.
order.
I wasn't making the money to pay
You didn't abide
$1,000.
by the law,
People
John.
don't always go by what
Yeah,
the
people
court
don't always
says. They
abide by the
often
law. You're
do
right.
work it out,
Yeah.
Chalk.
No, you
They
didn't
go
work it
through
out.
They do it themselves. A lot of
Yeah,
times
no.
people don't even get attorneys for freaking divorce.
You didn't abide by the law, John. You're a
I
law-abiding
didn't
citizen.
abide by the law.
No, you didn't. You paid what you wanted.
I
You paid
just
what you
told
wanted.
you, and I said that multiple times, that I was in contempt. The judge told me that I would be, or actually not even the judge, the clerk told me that I would be in contempt and I needed to get it handled. I said, what do I need to do? So she told me what I needed to do. We did it. We went to court. We fought over it. And the end result was I got it modified and I paid anything that I would have potentially owed, which was dropped down to what my modification would be. And that was it.
You still owed 18,804.
And that got paid. I've already said that, Rock Chalk. I
But
paid
you
it
also
right away.
you go after
It didn't
everybody.
even
You're a
take 60
hypocrite.
days. She had the frickin' how am I a hypocrite, Rock
Because you
Chalk?
go after everybody else that owes child support. How do you know them
I
kids
go
are
after
T-Rebs?
everybody else. I go after one person that owes
How do you know them are his kids?
$52,000 in child support, Rock Chalk.
I don't care if you're 100 behind or you're 3,000 or you're 50,000.
$52,000. He's never paid any child support.
You
Rock
were behind
Chalk.
too.
I was not behind, Rock Chalk. I was
Yeah,
behind
you was.
only because I didn't modify.
Only because you didn't pay what the court ordered. So whatever. Anyway,
I didn't pay what the court ordered. You're correct. My ex-wife will testify and has
I don't care what
said
she
that we
said.
agreed to the amount.
She
The only
testified
problem
under
was,
oath.
Rock Chalk, that it didn't go through
Whatever.
the court.
She
So the
testified
court
under
didn't
oath in
agree, Rock
2018.
Chalk, because I didn't go through the court. So I had
This
to
is all
produce
through the court.
all of my checks. I had to produce everything.
Yeah,
You
they're
heard
here
my
too.
ex-wife
Your
talk
checks are
about
here.
that too.
Your checks are here too. Every
On
bit of
what?
it's here.
I don't care.
Well, 2018, you didn't care. You're right. You didn't abide by court orders. You broke the law. Heavens forbid you broke the law.
Rock Chalk, I've already told everybody that I broke the law
No, you
because
didn't.
I didn't modify through the court.
I've never
I
heard you tell him that.
modified
Did you tell him
with
you was in
her.
arrearage?
What are you talking about?
I've never heard you tell him
I
that.
told everybody what it was. I was in arrear. I even said the amount. Why don't you listen to the show?
I don't have to listen to the show. I got the paperwork
I
in front of
said the
me.
amount.
I got the paperwork in front of me. Everything you've said
What
on
is
the
your-
show's been a lie. Pull
Who
your
cares,
show.
Who cares, lady?
Everybody
just
that you're
talking
going
about
after
it.
cares. Because you're going after them for
Who?
things you've did.
I'm going. No, I didn't.
I'd be real proud that my kids were on Medicaid.
You go after somebody that's not paying child support, Rock Chalk.
You didn't pay what you was ordered, so that's not paying.
I didn't pay what I was ordered because we modified ourselves. We
No,
didn't
you
go
didn't.
through the court.
Well,
Because
then
we
how
were
come the
getting
court didn't accept
along.
it? The court didn't
became a
accept it, did they?
When I sold my house and she was going to move to Jacksonville.
Well, nothing says here about her moving, I can tell you that. Nothing.
Well, then I'll bring her on the show and she can testify to it.
I wouldn't listen to what
'Cause
she had
that's
to
when
say.
it became a fight.
I
because
realize
I
you guys
wouldn't
probably get
allow
along
it.
now.
I
But if
wouldn't
she lied to the
allow-
courts in
I wouldn't
2018, you
allow
should
her to
take her back to
my
court.
kids and move to Jacksonville.
Well, there's nothing about Jacksonville in here.
That wasn't the fight. It was the modification that was the fight.
But why wouldn't you put in here that you was
It
fighting?
became a moot point because guess what? She dumped the guy when she found out that he was that he had been arrested for solicitation of prostitution.
Well, maybe you should just tell the truth instead of half of it. How about that?
What are you talking about, Rochuk? I've not told half the truth. I totally came out and said what happened. I even mentioned the amount that I would have been in the arrearage was originally 30. I thought I said 36 or 38.
Tony, you could fuck off. I've never did crack. But you look like you did crack.
Look like
And
what?
my son is the MMA fighter. He's right there. And little Miss Rachel, I'm your age. I'm 55. But let me tell you what, Gina, my daughter-in-law, she'd be happy to fight you. No problem. No
Why
problem.
Are you talking about fighting people?
She's the one that was
And
talking
that's
about
not
it.
your son. You said it wasn't your son.
He is my son.
You said he wasn't your son.
Maybe not biological, but by God, he is my son.
No, he's not your son then. So
Yes,
you
he
lied.
is. Yes,
No,
he
he's
is.
not. If he's not your biological
Whatever.
son, he's not your son.
He is my son.
Is he your adopted son? Is he your
He
son
might
by
be.
marriage? No.
Did I support him?
No. And
Yeah,
you
I
said you
did.
don't want to dox the guy. Who doesn't want to talk about an MMA fighter? He wants exposure. Why wouldn't you want to talk about him?
In this YouTube world,
Why
fuck
wouldn't you
you.
want to talk about an MMA fighter? They would
I
want
talk
their
about him
name
all the
out there.
time. People that know me, I talk about him all
You
the time.
said you didn't want to dox him.
I don't talk about him on YouTube because I'm not stupid.
Why? That's the best place to talk about him. Get him exposure if he's an MMA fighter.
He don't need any exposure. He won he won the Ultimate Fighter. He don't need any exposure, believe me.
And this is not your son, but you call him your son.
He calls
You're
me mom.
proud of him.
I am proud of him.
Well, he's not your son.
But not on YouTube.
So
Not
you
for
lied.
you little fucks to try to
you
dox.
lied. You lied. You got called out because you said he was your son. And when you got called out, you
He
had
is my
to
son.
backstroke. You had to backstroke and
No,
say
he is
he
my
wasn't
son.
your son. No,
He
he's
is
not
my
your
son.
son. No, he's not your son.
Call him, ask him. He'll tell you he's my son.
He's not your son.
Whatever. Well, you know what? I'm not
By
in
law,
contempt. You
by
are.
law, Rock Chalk, he's not your son.
I didn't claim him on my taxes.
By law, he's not your son.
I claimed him on my taxes.
By
What do
law,
you got
he's
to say
not your
about that?
son.
You don't know what it
Are
is.
you on the birth
do you?
certificate? Are you on the birth certificate?
It don't matter.
Are you on the birth certificate? He's not
Maybe
your
I
son.
adopted him. Maybe I adopted him and you just don't know it.
I just asked you that and
Why
you
don't you go
said
pull
no.
the paperwork? Why don't you go pull the paperwork? That's
I
about the
don't
only
need to pull
paperwork you
I
will
don't
find.
care, Rock Chalk.
You're right. You don't care. You're a liar and
I
you don't
don't
care that you
care.
lied.
I
You're a liar
I
and
don't care.
you don't care that you lied. That's okay.
didn't
I'll publish
lie.
it. I'll publish it, no problem.
Publish everything you want.
I will. All 22 pages I will publish. You're right. You want to
It
keep
doesn't
lying about
matter
it?
to me.
No problem. They can figure it
Doesn't
out.
matter to me. Doesn't matter.
It does matter. It matters to all kinds of people.
Bottom line is, you know, you've had everyone come in here and tell you that I am a stand-up father. I send my kids money when they don't even need it.
You're not a stand-up
I
father.
had my daughter
You're not
call
a
me
stand-up
from
father.
college and want money just
2018, you
to
was not a
eat.
stand-up father. You're a stand-up father
You're
maybe now, but in
crazier than hell,
2018 you
lady.
wasn't.
You're crazier than hell, lady.
So is a judge. Why don't you tell her that too?
You're crazier than hell.
Because I caught you in a lie? Because I got your
You
paperwork?
didn't catch me in a lie. I've already
Yeah.
talked about this, lady.
Yeah, and that letter, that letter from the police department.
Anything. I
That letter
even
from the
brought
police
my
department.
I even brought my freaking wife in here, lady. Hello? Hello?
I don't care if you do her sprinkler.
Hello?
Quit. You're the one muting it.
I'm not muting anything, lady.
Bullshit. Yeah, you are.
How am I muting it?
I'm watching you.
How are you watching me mute it?
Because I know you can mute it from your computer. I do plenty of panels and I'm not touching it and I watch you mute it.
I'm not muting it. I'm saying
Well, then
hello
who is?
to you and you're talking. If I were going to mute it, I would reach over here and grab my mouse and pull it over here and mute
Well, your hand's
you.
right there. Your hand's right there.
My
But I'm
hand
not.
was
I'm
my
not even
mouse was
touching
way
it,
over here, lady.
lady. Yeah, okay. You're a liar. Just like they said, I tried to believe you.
You tried to believe me.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
did
don't.
try to believe you.
You try to spew whatever you want to spew.
Oh well, you're all about the court system, and these are signed by a judge. So, and you guys were under oath. It says in here, you were under oath when you did this.
Did you not hear me say that I paid everything that I had to pay when I was found in contempt? I said, and I paid everything I had to pay. I've said it multiple times, Rock Chalk.
I don't listen to you all the time.
So
How
if
about
I was
that?
found in contempt because I didn't modify, and then they decided that, hey, you don't owe this amount, but you owe this amount, and
But
I
it didn't
paid
say-
that amount. What is your point?
It does
Rock
not
Chalk?
say that you was found in contempt because you didn't modify. It said you was found in contempt for not paying what you was ordered to pay. That's what it says.
That's
It don't say
because I
anything 'cause you didn't modify.
Rock Chalk.
Well,
I
that's
was
your
ordered
words.
to pay an amount, and I didn't modify it, Rock
That's
Chalk.
your words. This
So
is the
of
court
course.
papers. That's your words. That's
What do you
that's
mean
not the
that's
court
my
words.
What is the end result of not paying the modified amount?
You got held in contempt.
I got held into contempt. I already said that.
That's breaking the law. You're a law-abiding citizen. You're a law-abiding citizen.
That is semantics, Rock Chalk.
Is it though?
It is.
I don't believe so. I believe you just only
I
tell
believe
part of the
so.
story to make yourself
I
look
believe
good.
so.
You just
I
want to
believe
look good.
so. I paid what I had to pay, Rock Chalk. I didn't modify it through the court. Her and I did that together when
And you
we were
wasn't
getting
for.
along.
Listen,
And
and you
then it
wasn't.
became an issue, and I just told you. Then we got in a big battle about it, and you heard her testify. We should have
I don't
never
care what she
got
said.
lawyers
That's
involved
6 years
because
later.
lawyers turned it into all this shit. So then, when it was determined what I actually would have owed, which was not correct, and then they corrected it, and I've been telling you that I paid everything that I had to pay.
Okay,
Rockchalk.
so what happened to
But
your
I
last job?
never,
Why did you leave the
ever
police
was
department?
not paying child support, Rock Chalk.
Why'd you leave the police department?
What do you mean, why did I leave? I've already answered that question too.
Well, I don't know it, so I'd like to know.
I've told you. I've
You
told
didn't
many
tell me.
people why I left.
You didn't tell
I
me.
left for, what?
You haven't told me.
If you haven't heard it, then you're deaf.
I don't listen to your show other than when you're saying rock chalk. Oh, rock chalk. My good old rock chalk's been on my nuts. I wouldn't touch your nuts with somebody else's freaking hands.
I'm not going to allow you to continue to be nasty. Goodbye.
Well, you know what? To him, so.
So, I allow Rock Chalk to come on here, and she's talking about something that I've already talked about. My ex-wife and I modified the child support together when I lost my job. We were very amicable then. We were good friends. So I sold my house. The bank wanted the documentation of what I actually was supposed to pay, which was not what I was paying, which was $1,000 a month. So when you're trying to get a loan for a house, you don't want to say that you're paying $1,000 a month when you're not really paying $1,000 a month. So around simultaneously that time, she meets a guy and she talked about it. And she was going to try and take the kids to move to Jacksonville. So then all of a sudden it became an issue that I was not paying $1,000 that I was supposed to pay when I didn't have the job that I had before, which I've already talked about. So wound up in court. I said that I was in contempt. We had to modify. It was if it was determined that my arrearages were not right, then it would have been about 38 grand that I would have to pay her, which was not the amount. They fixed it and it was 18 something grand. I paid her to 18 grand. We got my child support modified to what it was supposed to be, which was that amount, 5 something, and here we are. And we get along great and everything's awesome, but I've never ever gone a day without paying my child support, ever. This is what has to be done. Was I in the wrong? Yes, I was in the wrong because I didn't go through the court to modify it with her, which she even talked about on the show we did together. So this lady's spewing that I'm lying, and I'm not lying. So I don't know what her deal is, but she's got a hard on for some reason. And she's pissed because I went after T-Rev, who has not paid any child support. He owes $52,000 in child support. He's denounced his children. You see me with my children. Do you think that I would ever denounce my children? Ever? Do did you see the relationship I have with my ex-wife? It's very special. She and I both regret what happened because A, it wound up being a big battle, and you heard her talk about this is why you never let attorneys get involved, because it didn't have to be that way. So how does that make me a liar? It doesn't make me a liar, because I've never not paid my child support in my life, ever. And she even testified that not only did I pay my child support, but I paid my child support from the day we separated. And we didn't go to court for a year. And I paid the child support based on what we determined I should pay. And it was like $80 more than I was supposed to pay. So this lady, she's right and she's wrong. She's right. I was in contempt of court, which I've said I was in contempt of court. What she's wrong about is the implication that I'm a hypocrite and I didn't pay my child support. And that's an absolute lie. So she can say what she wants to say. She can imply what she wants to imply. But bottom line is, I paid my child support. And I've always paid my child support. And when it was found that I had to pay more because I didn't modify, I paid that. But I never was ever in a point where I didn't pay child support. So, her point is moot. She is right about the contempt, which I've already admitted. But to imply that I didn't pay child support was absolutely insane. So I have a awesome relationship with my ex-wife. You heard her say divorces are contentious. Yep, especially when there's a point where one spouse wants to move away to somebody she met online 6 months prior. And you're damn right, I stalked the shit out of his ass. And I found out everything I could about that guy. And I found out that he was arrested for solicitation or prostitution. And when she found that out, she dropped him like a hot potato. And that was it. She was very happy that I actually did that. She was pissed at the time. But when it was confirmed, best decision she ever made. So, just because somebody says somebody's stalking them, when it was, I've never even seen the guy, I never met the guy, only talked to him online. And I told him, you'll regret ever being around my daughter. You will never be around my daughter. When you find out somebody's been arrested for solicitation or prostitution, you don't sleep well at night when you know your daughter or your teenage daughter is at that house. So it was a bad few months before I finally was able to prove that he was arrested for solicitation or prostitution and get her to actually believe it. So when she did, she found out, she dumped him. So therein lies where we started getting along great. I got it modified. I paid what it was determined that I would have been in arrears because I was in contempt. I own that, but I have never not paid my child support. So, you got people out here that are major felons doing all kinds of stuff, and I'm getting ridiculed for not filing modification through the court. Again, always paid my child support. 100%. You've seen my kids come on the show. You've seen my ex-wife come on the show and talk about that. And she says, and I went through it with you. So again, you don't see my testimony, you only see the other side's testimony. And it wasn't Stasha Warren that was the last judge. So I don't know what she's talking about there. So the last judge determined what the actual amount would have been and prorated it, and I had to pay, I thought it was 12, maybe it was 18, but it came out of the proceeds of the sale of my house. But I never missed a child support payment. My kids were brought right back on to health care as soon as I got my new job. Now, how are you going to compare that to a man who denounces his children, says in front of thousands of people that he's not going to pay child support until he gets a DNA test? How are you going to compare the two? You can't. There's no comparison. I do everything for my kids. My kids are my life. They're my world, just like they should be. So I allowed Rockchalk to come on here, and I had no problem addressing her bullshit, which is vindictive, to say the least. But she thinks she actually dropped some bomb, and she didn't, because I've already talked about this, and it's not a bomb. So she can say what she wants to say. She can imply what she wants to imply. She can ask me why I left the police department. She can do all that stuff. I left the police department because I had a bigger offer at a huge company making a lot more money. That's why I left the police department. I left the police department because of that. So she can say what she wants to say. On that note, I want to thank you all for hanging out. It was a great show. We talked about many things, and I'm tired. We've been on for 8 hours and 50 minutes, and I'm supposed to get out. I'm supposed to be up right now. So I'm going to have to blow off work, I think, today. But it's supposed to rain anyway. So anyway, good night, good morning. God bless. See ya.